मेरा नाम साहिती काचरू है and I welcome you all to this very important event. We are going to be starting with a video message from Dr. Shekhar Seshadri. He has played a very instrumental role in today's event, the organization and also the content. Dr. Seshadri is a former senior professor of Department of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry and advisor of Samvad. Dr. Seshadri is a child psychiatrist with 40 years of experience in the field of child mental health, but his work extends beyond the clinical population, amongst others, to children in institutions, educational spaces, and in the context of law across the country as well as in South Asia region. He was part of the national deliberations of the POCSO Act 2012 during its drafting, and more recently an active part of the debates around December 2015 Juvenile Justice Act for children in conflict with law. He has also engaged extensively as a member of working groups of the National Commission of Protection of Rights of Child on issues such as substance abuse and elimination of corporal punishments in school. We're starting with his video message.
About the importance of talking about the mental health of children and what should be the way forward, who are the important stakeholders, how can we take this conversation further, what are the different platforms that we can use so that the idea of child mental health can be sort of, taken in the right direction.
Let's not forget that we are talking about 40% of the population, where by no means talking about a small number here. The related issue, friends, is this. Even postgraduate training, let's talk about a 3-year training in psychiatry. I have never been able to understand why there would be a 3-month posting in child and adolescent mental health and 21 months in adult psychiatry, in addition to neurology, rehab, addiction medicine, and so on. And in fact, tempted to ask the question, what is so special about adults that we should have this absolutely skewed arrangement as far as training is concerned? I'm not even talking about 12 months each. How about 18 and 6? One of the reasons for this is that the only recent time that child mental health is being given the kind of importance that it really deserves. In the 70s and 80s, except for the National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences, from where I retired 2 years ago, there were hardly any services for children, and any work that was done with children and their families tended to be, scattered and random. Even now, there are only 2 or 3 independent departments of child psychiatry in the whole country. There are only centers that run a super specialty DM program in child psychiatry, and there are only about 8 or 9 centers that run a postdoctoral fellowship. Now, this skew does a significant injustice to the requirements, mental health requirements of children. Let's expand this thesis a little more and take a deeper look at the prevailing scenario. The child guidance movement itself started many years ago in the Tata Institute of Social Sciences and has yet remained kind of scattered and not linked together with any cogent or coherent thread. There is also the notion that children, by virtue of their childhood, are often, anxious or inhibited and really do not have mental health issues but we have enough literature, both internationally and through the National Mental Health Survey itself and the earlier ICMR study that has been done, that the prevalence of mental health issues in children and adolescents is not insubstantial. It's quite significant. But the problem is more than that. Not every teaching hospital necessarily has a well-established department of psychiatry. Not every well-established department of psychiatry runs a postgraduate course, and not every department that runs a postgraduate course necessarily has child services or robust training as far as child mental health is concerned. And the same goes for psychology and social work and allied specialities as well. Though in recent times there has been a mushrooming of many MPhil programs, the MPhil program itself is in the process of realigning itself to the provisions of the National Education Policy 2020, and that issue is yet to be reconciled. For every child who manages to reach a tertiary care facility, there are 99 others who will never manage to reach you, but they're out there in families, in streets, in child labor situations, in childcare institutions. So, who is to provide well-being related interventions and mental health interventions to these children? So, now there are many flagship programs. If you look at the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare itself, whether it's the Rashtriya Bal Swasthya Karyakram or the Rashtriya Kishore Swasthya Karyakram on the one hand, and their focus in RBSK more pertaining to reproductive health and adolescent choices, but to look deeply at aspirational dynamics, at identity issues, at relationship conflicts, on issues of sexuality, on the pressures of academics. You know, look at the quota situation, for example, and the very stark public health issue of adolescent suicidality. So these are issues to address these large issues. Uh, while the flagship programs are attempting to do this, the numbers are simply so large that we need a much larger workforce to really address it. And the extent to which, therefore, the prevailing National Mental Health Care Act actually enables such provisions of care is the subject of a preoccupation and debate. Now, at the current point of time, I represent Samvad, which is a national initiative and integrated resource for child protection, mental health, and psychosocial care, established by the Ministry of Women and Child Development, Government of India, and located in the Department of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry and Vigilance. This is the largest public child mental health initiative in the history of this country, working in 29 states now in 4 verticals: care and protection, mental health, education and policy, and law. So, if you look at the context and location in which mental health recognition and care is required, not the least of which also is now the increasing scrutiny and importance given to preschoolers. So the government is looking at the 0 to 6, and in fact, under the NEP mandate, the extended thing up to age 9. Now, people would believe, is there anything like infant mental health? Yes, there is. If you look at perinatal psychiatry, and mothers who have just delivered and have postnatal depression, and who therefore have difficulties in attaching to the child, and there is hostility to the child, or the mother is on medication and therefore breastfeeding cannot be done. Now, these kind of attachment injuries, or what happens to the everlasting epidemic of adverse childhood experiences, or of neglect, of witnessing parental conflict, of witnessing marital violence, of child trafficking, of child labor. There are all these dimensions in children's lives which are a rights-based issues that have significant mental health implications. And this is the reason that Samvad as an initiative is looking at stakeholders outside the core mental health system, uh, in addition to the mental health system. So we look at staff of childcare institutions and how do you recognize that of the 100 children in your institution, there are these 4 or 5 who have post-traumatic stress disorder. There are these 4 or 5 who had substance use and are having withdrawal symptoms. There are these others who have severe anxiety. There are these others who have attachment relationship issues. How do you look at children in conflict with law? Every child in conflict with law was and continues to be a child in need of care and protection. You look at the Nirbhaya case itself, the 17-year-old adolescent question, living 90 kilometers away from Delhi, in a family that had one mentally ill, untreated, dysfunctional parent, going to school, had a learning issue, was punished by the teacher, dropped out of school, shifts to Delhi to look after the financial needs of a family with a dysfunctional parent and 2 younger siblings. Till 4 months before the Nirbhaya episode, in regular contact with the family, sending money home. Then loses contact with the family when he is befriended by these people who ran the transport and bus businesses. And then what happened to him in this interim period? The question that arises is where was the JJ Act that this child was in need of care and protection? Sure, we are concerned, as every member of civil society should be, about the safety of women. And that is often ascribed as the reason why the JJ Act was changed for kids between 16 and 18 who were accused of what is legally defined as a heinous crime. But a more distressing truth is that the JJ Act was changed because a teacher punished a child. He would have never dropped out of school if he had been. He would not have been involved in this incident. The safest place for a child to be is in school. And the biggest disservice and injustice that you can do to a child who is badly behaved or learning disabled is to suspend him. Then you're ensuring that he's on the pathway to vulnerability with other school dropouts. In fact, someone has said these are not school dropouts, these are school push-outs. They're pushed out of school. They're not dropouts. So, if you look at disability, then children with disability, and you look at the large workforce like our Saksham Anganwadi and the Mission Ocean 2.0, and now the Women and Child Ministry, Development Ministry is looking at disability as an issue. And how do you have a protocol that looks at among the 40 children in your Anganwadis, are there 1 or 2 with mild disability, motor incoordination, and how do you pay attention to that? So the whole frame of reference, as you can see, about mental health extends to all these dimensions. And these are all the stakeholders. I'll give you another example. We work on a principle which is known as transdisciplinarity. Not enough for a mental health professional to diagnose PTSD in a child who has been abused and the case comes to legal attention. One has to assist the child in the re-traumatization and re-victimization that takes place in police and judicial processes. So as a mental health professional, I need to know what are law and legal processes to essentially help the child and the system in reducing their trauma. Not enough for a judge to listen to testimony in ad judicate. Who's the child? 3 years old? 6 years old with hearing and speech problems? 9-year-old with intellectual disability? 14-year-old with severe incapacitating PTSD? So a judge has to know developmental and mental health implications of evidence gathering. So you can see how the kind of stakeholders that are involved, judges, police, childcare institution staff, schools, school administrators, um, and government systems, and particularly if you look at the aspirational districts, and if you look at the panchayat itself as a context in which with both the elected representatives and there's enough provision to actually push the agenda of child mental health. This, in sum, is how I look at the whole world of child mental health and its necessity, and the kind of stakeholders, that you've spoken about. I wish I could have been there today, but unfortunately, I'm in work-related travel. So I wish the CRY event all success in its deliberation towards creating a more just context and framework for children, particularly where mental health is concerned. And Samvad would be happy to assist in the execution of this on the field so that these deliberations do not remain as deliberations on paper, but we translate and transform them into actual benefit for children out there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Shekhar, and also for the video. Now I'd like to invite through online medium Miss Pooja Marwa for her introductory remarks. पूजा की तबीयत ख़राब होने के बावजूद भी वो आज हमें ज्वाइन कर रही हैं और पूजा 1994 से फुल फ्लेजेडली सोशल सेक्टर में इन्वॉल्व है और 2010 में क्राई की सीईओ के तौर पर उन्होंने पद संभालना शुरू किया। पूजा को ओल्गा एलेक्सीवा मेमोरियल प्राइज से नवाजा गया था 2018 में for social innovation, and she is currently also serving as the board member of Vani Voluntary Action Network India. आई एम सॉरी, टेक्निकल ग्लिच की वजह से पूजा को हम थोड़ी देर बाद सुन पाएंगे। अब मैं बुलाना चाहूँगी मिस जया सिंह को, जो कि क्राई के काम पर थोड़ा रोशनी डालेंगी ऑन साइको सोशल सपोर्ट टू चिल्ड्रन ऑन द ग्राउंड। मिस जया के पास 22 साल से ज़्यादा का एक्सपीरियंस है टू बी वर्किंग ऑन ह्यूमन एंड चाइल्ड राइट्स। वो वर्तमान में प्रोग्राम हेड है नॉर्थ इंडिया ऑपरेशंस की क्राई की तरफ से, जिसमें वो मध्य प्रदेश, उत्तर प्रदेश, राजस्थान, दिल्ली, हरियाणा और जम्मू कश्मीर के राज्यों में कार्यरत हैं। She is also a member. She was also a member of the State Commission for the Protection of Child Rights in the state of Uttar Pradesh. Jaya, please.
सभी को नमस्कार। और यहाँ बहुत सारे मुझे अपने पार्टनर्स भी नज़र आ रहे हैं जो हमारे साथ ग्राउंड पे काम करते हैं, तो मैं कोशिश करूँगी कि ज़्यादा हिंदी में बात करूँ जिससे कि हम सब एक दूसरे को समझ भी पाएँ। मैं बात रख रही हूँ क्योंकि यहाँ पर बहुत सारे एक्सपर्ट्स हैं जो मेंटल हेल्थ पर काम करने वाले हैं, पर जब कोविड लॉकडाउन की शुरुआत हुई उस समय पर हम लोगों ने ख़ास तौर पर ये देखा कि बच्चे किस तरह से परेशान हो रहे थे, किस तरह से अचानक उनको घरों में बंद होना पड़ा और अचानक से ही एक ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन का एक टर्म हमारे सामने आया जो ये बता रहा था कि आपको अब स्कूल नहीं जाना है, आपको अपने दोस्तों से नहीं मिलना है, आपको बहुत कुछ ऐसा करना है जो आपने शायद लाइफ में कभी नहीं किया। तो ये जो सारी चीज़ें हुई बच्चों की ज़िंदगी में, बड़ों की ज़िंदगी में, उन्होंने कहीं ना कहीं ऐसा इफ़ेक्ट उनके ऊपर डाला जो मतलब एक नॉर्मल ज़िंदगी से अलग था, एक नॉर्मल माइंडसेट से अलग उनको सोचने पर मजबूर किया। उनकी जो गतिविधियां थी वो इतनी अलग हो गई कि जो एक मेंटल ट्रॉमा, स्ट्रेस, इस तरीके के जो शब्दों का हम इस्तेमाल करते हैं वो कहीं ना कहीं आपके अंदर अचानक से आपको नज़र आने लगा कि आप अलग तरह से बर्ताव कर रहे हैं, आप अलग तरह से बातचीत करने लगे, आपकी लोगों से जुड़ाव का जो एक तरीका था वो बदल गया है। तो ये सब जो चीज़ें थी उसको देखते हुए क्राई को भी लगा कि उन्हें भी कुछ करना चाहिए बच्चों के मेंटल हेल्थ और वेलबीइंग को लेकर के। तो मैं बस उसी पर ही थोड़ा सा एक प्रकाश डालूंगी कि हमने क्या क्या किया है इस दौरान में, कोविड से लेकर के अभी तक। मेंटल हेल्थ से जुड़ी हुई चीज़ों को लेकर के। तो ये जो प्रेजेंटेशन हमारा है, आप आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं स्लाइड को। इसमें हम बेसिकली यही बात करेंगे कि क्यों मेंटल हेल्थ पर बात करना ज़रूरी है। और जैसा मैं अभी कह भी रही थी, आप स्लाइड बढ़ाते जाएं, मैं बात करती जाऊंगी कि वही जो बच्चों का जो एक पेरेंट्स के साथ जुड़ाव था, अपने फ्रेंड्स के साथ जो जुड़ाव था, बिल्कुल बंद हो गया। पेरेंट्स के साथ जुड़ाव कैसे डिफरेंट हुआ, क्योंकि बहुत सारे पेरेंट्स जो शायद अपने नौकरी के लिए बाहर जाते थे, फादर्स जनरली बाहर रहते थे, मदर्स कोई कोई बाहर रहती थी, कुछ टाइम के लिए बाहर रहती थी, सब एक साथ घरों में बंद थे। और तब समझ में आया कि बड़ों का जो ट्रॉमा होता है वो बच्चों पर कैसे हावी हो जाता है, और बच्चों को किस तरीके से उस घर में बंद रहने की वजह से एक जो वायलेंस का एक्सपीरियंस था बच्चों के लिए, वो बहुत ही ज़्यादा तकलीफ दे था। तो ये जो लैक ऑफ फ्रेंड्स और पेरेंट्स का अलग तरह का बर्ताव करना, और सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट, कोविड ने बहुत सारे बच्चों के माता पिता की जानें भी ले ली। एक पेरेंट किसी का चल बसा तो किसी के दोनों पेरेंट्स नहीं रहे। और ये जो इस तरीके से कोविड में जो डेथ्स हुई, कोई प्रिपेयर्ड नहीं था। बच्चों को सामने दिख रहा था, मौतें होती हुई दिख रही थी, उन्हें दिख रहा था किस तरीके से हम लूज कर रहे हैं एक एक चीज़ अपनी। घरों में जो इनकम आ रही थी वो लूज हो रही थी। वो सारी चीज़ों ने बच्चों पर बहुत प्रभाव डाला, और क्राई को लगा कि हमें, जो हमारे ग्राउंड पर कम्युनिटी मोबिलाइजर्स हैं, उनके ज़रिए बच्चों तक पहुंचना बहुत ज़रूरी है इस वक्त। और इसी सोच के साथ हमने सिम्हा, जो एक स्कूल इनिशिएटिव फॉर मेंटल हेल्थ एडवोकेसी, जिसका पूरा नाम है, किसके साथ मिल करके हम लोगों ने इस कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत की, जिसमें हम चाहते थे कि हम कुछ इस तरीके के मॉड्यूल्स डेवलप करें, कुछ इस तरीके की ट्रेनिंग सेशंस डेवलप करें कि हम अपने जो कम्युनिटी मोबिलाइजर्स हैं उनको स्ट्रेंथन कर पाएँ, उनको एम्पावर कर पाएँ इस पूरी चीज़ को समझने और उस पर रिएक्ट करने के लिए। तो नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। इसी क्रम में हम लोगों ने जो आगे बात करी कि ट्रॉमा इन्फॉर्म्ड लेंस की ज़रूरत हमें समझ में आई कि ट्रॉमा ये शब्द हम लोग बहुत सुनते हैं, लेकिन ट्रॉमा क्या है, ट्रॉमा जो उस ट्रॉमा से गुजर रहा है उसके अंदर क्या बदलाव हो रहे हैं, ये समझना ज़रूरी था अगर आपको इन बच्चों से बात करनी थी। तो ट्रॉमा इन्फॉर्म्ड लेंस की जब हम बात करते हैं तो उसमें ज़रूरी ये होता है कि हम समझ पाएँ कि ऐसी क्या घटनाएं घटी हैं उस व्यक्ति के साथ जिसने उसके बिहेवियर में ऐसा चेंज ले आया कि वो लोगों से मिलने जुलने में, बातचीत में, या अपनी किसी तरीके के एक्शंस में बदलाव उसके नज़र आने लगे, जो शायद पहले नहीं होता था। तो ये ट्रॉमा जो गुजरा है, जो बच्चे जिस ट्रॉमा से गुजरे हैं, उस लेंस या उस नज़रिए को साथ में रखते हुए हमें अपने कम्युनिटी मोबिलाइजर्स को ट्रेन करना था। तो जो हमने सिम्हा के साथ ये ट्रेनिंग्स ऑर्गेनाइज करी, उसमें कुछ चीज़ें थी जो हम ध्यान दे रहे थे। एक तो ये था कि आप बच्चों को, जो यंग जनरेशन है, उसको आप समझें कि वो ट्रॉमा से कैसे गुजर रहे हैं। और दूसरा ये था कि आप लोग अलग अलग मेथडोलॉजीज हमने उनके साथ यूज़ करी कि वो कैसे कैसे इस चीज़ को समझ सकते हैं, और उसको लेते हुए 5 सेशंस को हम लोगों ने डिज़ाइन किया, और 5 सेशंस को हम लोगों ने सीरीज में लोगों के साथ करना शुरू किया। 10 लैंग्वेजेस में हमने इस काम को किया, क्योंकि क्राई, जैसा कि आप जानते हैं, विभिन्न राज्यों में फैला हुआ है, साउथ में भी है, ईस्ट में भी है, वेस्ट में भी है, नॉर्थ में भी है। तो हम सभी जगहों को लेते हुए हमने 10 लैंग्वेजेस में ये ट्रांसलेशंस करवाए और 10 लैंग्वेजेस में इस ट्रेनिंग मॉड्यूल को तैयार किया, और अपने लोगों के साथ हमने इस पर बातचीत शुरू की। अब अगर हम थोड़ा सा मॉड्यूल्स पे बात करें तो 5 तरीके के मॉड्यूल्स तैयार हुए थे। पहला मॉड्यूल था जो ये बताता था कि मेंटल हेल्थ और वेलबींग जो है बच्चों की या एडोलेसेंट्स की, क्योंकि देखिए बच्चों में, बहुत छोटे बच्चे, एडोलेसेंस, हम सब जानते हैं कि धीरे धीरे 0 to 5, 6 to 10, 10 to 14, 14 to 18, इन एज ग्रुप्स में आपका बिहेवियर बदलता जाता है और ट्रॉमा को रिस्पॉन्ड करने के तरीके, ट्रॉमा पे रिएक्ट करने के तरीके भी बहुत अलग अलग होते हैं अलग अलग एज ग्रुप्स में। अगर छोटे बच्चे हैं, हो सकता है अगर वो डर रहे हैं तो वो कहीं, हो सकता है बेड वेटिंग कर रहे हैं, लेकिन जो बड़ा बच्चा है, हो सकता है वो रिबल के जरिए अपना ये दिखा रहा हो ट्रॉमा, वो किसी की बात नहीं सुन रहा है, वो तोड़फोड़ कर रहा है। तो अलग अलग तरीके के जो है ट्रॉमा के रिएक्शंस बच्चों में नजर आते हैं। तो इसलिए जो पहला मॉड्यूल हमारा था जिसमें हम बात कर रहे थे अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ मेंटल हेल्थ की, तो हम इसमें ये जानने की कोशिश कर रहे थे कि मेंटल हेल्थ के किस किस तरीके के कंसर्न्स बच्चों के अंदर हैं, किस किस तरीके के फैक्टर्स हैं जो उनके मेंटल हेल्थ को इफेक्ट कर रहे हैं, क्या चीजें हैं जो समझना जरूरी है अगर हमें इन बच्चों की मेंटल हेल्थ पे काम करना है। तो पहला मॉड्यूल समझदारी बनाने पर था, जिसको जो मुझे लगता है एक बेस क्रिएट कर रहा था हमारे कम्युनिटी वर्कर्स के बीच में, कि वो पहले समझ पाए कि बच्चों की मेंटल हेल्थ या चेंजेस किस तरीके से हो रहे हैं। सेकेंड मॉड्यूल की जब हम बात करते हैं तो दैट वाज अबाउट ट्रॉमा इन्फॉर्म्ड प्रिंसिपल्स। मैंने शुरू में बताया ट्रॉमा इन्फॉर्म्ड लेंस क्या है, तो मैं ये एक्चुअली मैं मेंटल हेल्थ स्पेशलिस्ट नहीं हूँ, हमारे साथ बहुत सारे मेंटल हेल्थ स्पेशलिस्ट आए हुए हैं जो शायद अगले सेशंस में आपको बहुत कुछ बताएंगे। तो मैं छोटे बहुत जो ये शब्द इस्तेमाल कर रही हूँ, आई एम हैप्पी कि मैं ये शब्दों को सीख पाई हूँ इस दौरान में। ट्रॉमा इन्फॉर्म्ड लेंस क्या है, प्रिंसिपल्स क्या है। तो पर बीइंग अ लेमैन जो इस दुनिया में फोर्सफुली घुसे क्योंकि जरूरत नजर आई, क्राई के लोग या क्राई के कम्युनिटी वर्कर्स शायद इस पर काम नहीं करते, लेकिन कोविड ने हमको मजबूर किया इन शब्दों को, इन जानकारियों को अपने जहन में उतारने की और समझने की कि ये क्या है। तो उसी तरीके से जब हम ट्रॉमा इन्फॉर्म्ड प्रिंसिपल्स की बात कर रहे थे तो हमको ये समझ में आया कि 4 बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीजें हैं जो ट्रॉमा से रिलेटेड जब हम बात करते हैं तो उस पर बात करें। रियलाइज, रिकॉग्नाइज, रिस्पॉन्ड एंड रेजिस्ट। कि पहले तो समझदारी बनाना, उसको ये मानना कि ऐसा हो रहा है, उस पर किस तरीके से आप रिस्पॉन्ड करेंगे, कैसा आप उस पर रिएक्शन कैसा देंगे अगर कुछ आपके साथ होता है। और रेजिस्ट करना, बहुत बार मन होता है कि कुछ कर जाएं, कुछ ऐसा कर लें, बहुत लोगों की सुसाइडल टेंडेंसीज हो जाती हैं, लेकिन बहुत सारी चीजों में अपने को रोकना, रेजिस्ट करना, वो सारी चीजों को समझदारी बनाने की बहुत जरूरत थी जब हम ट्रॉमा इन्फॉर्म्ड प्रिंसिपल्स पे बात कर रहे थे। और नीचे जो आप ये देख रहे हैं, ये सारे अहम चीजें हैं जो हम लोगों ने जिस पर बात करी, चाहे वो सेफ्टी की बात हो, चाहे वो पीयर सपोर्ट की बात हो, क्योंकि कुछ भी हो, जब आप जिस भी दौर में अपनी उम्र के हो, आपके जो पीयर्स हैं, आपके जो दोस्त हैं, आपके जो सम उम्र के लोग हैं, उनके साथ एक अलग आपकी समझदारी और अंडरस्टैंडिंग बनती है। तो ये सारी चीजें, ट्रस्ट वर्दीनेस, कि आप किस पर ट्रस्ट कर सकते हैं जिस समय आप ट्रॉमा से गुजर रहे हैं, ये चीजें बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होती हैं। आप हर एक से बात नहीं करना चाहते, तो इन सारी चीजों को हम लोगों ने एक साथ लेकर के आए कि किस तरीके से आपको सुना जाए, आपकी समझदारी को, मतलब आप जिस भी उस समय जिस स्टेट ऑफ माइंड में है उसको कौन समझ पा रहा है, आपकी वॉइसेस को कौन समझ पा रहा है, कौन उनको सुनने को तैयार है। इन चीजों को लेते हुए, प्लस जो अलग अलग चीजें हैं, आपका कल्चर, आपका जेंडर, जो हर एक जगह पर एक क्रॉस कटिंग इफेक्ट डालता है, चाहे वो ट्रॉमा हो, चाहे वो किसी भी तरीके की परेशानी हो, इन सब चीजों को ध्यान में रखते हुए हमने मॉड्यूल 2 पर काम करना शुरू किया और इन सभी चीजों को उसमें इनकॉर्पोरेट करने की कोशिश करी। मॉड्यूल 3 जो हमारा है वो बोलता था अबाउट स्किल्स फॉर क्रिएटिंग सेफ स्पेसेस। सेफ स्पेस, ये शब्द सुनने में ही इतना ये लगता है कि सेफ का मतलब जहां आपको कोई डर नहीं है। वो कौन सी ऐसी जगह है जहां आपको डर नहीं होगा, आप वहां खुल के बोल सकते हैं, आपको कोई जज नहीं कर रहा, आपको कोई इस तरीके से आपकी बात को नहीं सुन रहा कि आपने ऐसा क्यों कह दिया, आपने ये रिएक्शन क्यों दे दिया। ये सारी चीज़ों से अलग हट करके एक सेफ स्पेस को क्रिएट करना किसी बच्चे के लिए, ये बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट था। तो मॉड्यूल 3 हमारा इस पर फोकस कर रहा था, जहां हम अपने कम्युनिटी वर्कर्स से बात कर रहे थे कि सेफ स्पेस को कैसे क्रिएट कर सकते हैं। तो यहाँ पर हम लोग सेफ्टी की बात कर रहे थे। बच्चों को कौन सी चीज़ें ऐसी हैं जो उनकी सेफ्टी को थ्रेटन करती हैं, उनको इस चीज़ के लिए मजबूर करती हैं कि वो ट्रस्ट ना कर पाए किसी के ऊपर। तो वो सारी चीज़ों की समझदारी हमने बनाने की कोशिश करी। हम लोगों ने प्लान ऑफ एक्शन चॉक आउट करने की कोशिश करे कि हम कैसे आगे बढ़ सकते हैं इन सेफ स्पेसेस को लेकर के। हमने ये भी कोशिश करी जानने की कि कौन से ऐसे बच्चे हैं जो सबसे ज़्यादा रिस्क पर है, क्योंकि रिस्क केवल ये नहीं होता, या केवल ऐसा नहीं है कि बच्चे को पिटाई हो रही है तभी वो रिस्क पर है। नहीं, ये शायद हमारी जो एक सोच है उससे हमको थोड़ा निकलना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि रिस्क बहुत तरीके के हमको नजर आए। यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं फिजिकल रिस्क के साथ साथ इमोशनल रिस्क भी बहुत ज़्यादा थे। और फिजिकल रिस्क सिर्फ इस बात का नहीं था कि वो कहीं ना कहीं आपको एक सज़ा के तौर पर मिलेगा, अगर आपने कुछ बोला तो आपकी पिटाई होगी। बच्चे खुद को हार्म कर रहे थे, खुद को नुकसान पहुंचाने की कोशिश कर रहे थे। उस तरीके के फिजिकल रिस्क भी हमको नजर आए यहाँ पर। बच्चों के साथ वायलेंस हो रहा था, सेक्सुअल वायलेंस हो रहा था, फिजिकल वायलेंस हो रहा था, बहुत चीजें हो रही थी। मेंटली बच्चे बहुत ज्यादा ट्रॉमेटाइज थे। वर्बल अब्यूज बहुत सारे लोगों के यहाँ शायद आम होता है, किसी तरीके से एक जनरली अब्यूजिव लैंग्वेज यूज करना। लेकिन कुछ लोगों का जो बाहर बहुत ज़्यादा निकलते हैं, आपस में बात करते करते बहुत अब्यूजिव वर्ड्स का यूज़ करते हैं। बहुत सारे लोग गालियां देके बात करते हैं, ऐसे बात करते हैं। लेकिन जब आप एक साथ घरों के अंदर हैं तो भी लोग रेस्ट्रिक्ट करते हैं कि ठीक है, हमने दोस्तों के साथ गाली देके बात कर ली, अपने बच्चे के सामने नहीं बात करेंगे। बहुत रेस्ट्रिक्ट करते हैं लोग। लेकिन जब आप बंद होते हैं किसी एक जगह पर तो वो रेस्ट्रिक्शंस आपके दिमाग से हट जाते हैं, क्योंकि आप खुद ट्रॉमेटाइज्ड हैं। तो वो वर्बल अब्यूजेस, उस तरीके की जो चीजें हैं वो बच्चों को बहुत नजर आ रही थी घरों में। तो ये जो एट रिस्क बच्चे हमारे थे, जो निग्लेक्ट का शिकार हो रहे थे, वर्बल अब्यूज का शिकार हो रहे थे, उन सब की मैपिंग कैसे करी जा सकती है उस पर हमने बात करी। उन बच्चों के लिए सेफ स्पेसेस कैसे क्रिएट करेंगे उस पर बात करी। नेक्स्ट मॉड्यूल जो हमारा था दैट वाज अबाउट साइको सोशल फर्स्ट एड स्किल्स, क्योंकि मैंने जैसा बताया कि हम में से कोई भी एक्सपर्ट नहीं है, मेंटल हेल्थ एक्सपर्ट नहीं है। और जब हमने ये ट्रेनिंग शुरू करी, हमारे कम्युनिटी ऑर्गेनाइजर्स बिल्कुल एक्सपर्ट्स नहीं थे। उनका रोल बहुत डिफरेंट था कम्युनिटी में जाके काम करने का। तो यहाँ हमारा मकसद था कि हम उनको फर्स्ट एड स्किल्स दे पाए। हम उनको कम से कम, फर्स्ट एड का मतलब क्या होता है कि अगर कहीं जब हम लेमन भाषा में सोचते हैं तो फर्स्ट एड क्या होता है, किसी को चोट लगी तो हम क्या उसको ऐसा दवाई दे पाएं कि जब तक वो अपने हॉस्पिटल तक पहुंचे तब तक हम उसकी जान सुरक्षित कर पाएं, तब तक हम उसको उस खतरे से दूर कर पाएं। तो वो फर्स्ट एड है। तो यहाँ पर साइको सोशल फर्स्ट एड की बात हम कर रहे थे, क्योंकि आप एक्सपर्ट नहीं हो सकते और फर्स्ट एड स्किल्स को समझना बहुत जरूरी था कि कहाँ पर आपको रुकना है, आप कौन से लेवल तक बात कर सकते हैं, कहां पर आपको ये समझदारी बनानी है कि इसके बाद हमको एक्सपर्ट से ही डील करना है। हम अपने आप को एक्सपर्ट ना समझें और हम पूरी चीज को खुद अपने हाथों में लेने की कोशिश ना करें। तो वो साइको सोशल फर्स्ट एड जो था वो एक इम्पॉर्टेंट सेशन था हमारे लिए। और यहाँ पर हम लोगों ने बेसिक चीज़ों की बात करी कि अगर आपके पास खाने को रोटी नहीं है, रहने को घर नहीं है, ये बेसिक चीजें भी आपको ट्रॉमेटाइज कर सकती हैं। लेकिन बहुत उससे ऊपर और भी चीजें हैं जो आपको ट्रॉमेटाइज कर सकती हैं। अगर आपके पास पैसे नहीं है, घर में फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट की कमी है, ये सारी चीजें, तो एक हायरार्की जैसी हम लोगों ने निकाली कि कौन कौन से चीजें हैं जो बच्चों को स्ट्रेस में ला सकती हैं और किस तरीके से कहां पर फर्स्ट एड कैसे यूज हो सकता है। ये हमारा चौथा मॉड्यूल था। और पांचवें मॉड्यूल में हम बात कर रहे थे स्ट्रेस कर्व की, क्योंकि स्ट्रेस का बहुत अलग अलग तरीके से जो है वो नजर आता है। स्ट्रेस है क्या वो समझने की जरूरत थी। हम बार बार कहते हैं हम बहुत स्ट्रेस्ड हैं, किसी से आप पूछिए आज की डेट में आप बहुत स्ट्रेस हो रखा है, मतलब क्या ये स्ट्रेस, तो वो मतलब अगर हम पूछे तो आप बता नहीं पाओगे कि स्ट्रेस क्या है। वो बहुत ही ऐसा शब्द है जो हमारी जिंदगी में यूं ही आ गया है कि हम बहुत स्ट्रेस्ड है लेकिन स्ट्रेस को समझना जरूरी लगा, इसलिए हम लोगों को लगा कि ये इंपॉर्टेंट है कि अगर हमें लगता है कि बच्चा स्ट्रेस्ड है तो इसका मतलब क्या है, स्ट्रेस के लेवल्स क्या हैं। स्ट्रेस हो सकता है यहाँ हो सकता है यहाँ हो, यहाँ वाला स्ट्रेस शायद फर्स्ट एड वर्कर डील कर सकता है, यहाँ वाला स्ट्रेस शायद हम डील नहीं कर पाएंगे, शायद वो सुसाइडल टेंडेंसीज तक जा सकता है, शायद वो बहुत आगे की लेवल पे जो हम नहीं समझ पा रहे हैं। तो एक स्ट्रेस कर्व के जरिए हमने इन चीजों को समझने की कोशिश करी कि लोग कैसा कैसा दिखते हैं स्ट्रेस में, किस तरीके के उसमें एक्सपीरियंसेस बिहेवियर्स नजर आते हैं। ये सारा हमने एक स्ट्रेस कर्व से जानने की कोशिश करी और लोगों को थोड़ा सा ये किया। तो ये सारी चीजें हम लोगों ने जानने की कोशिश करी एंड आई थिंक ये हमारे 5 मॉड्यूल्स पर हमने बात करी है। इसके आगे देयर इज अ लिटिल मोर अबाउट इमोशनल किड्स एंड और जो हमने एक स्टडी करी थी, पर आई थिंक पूजा जुड़ रही है तो यहाँ पे मैं ब्रेक कर सकती हूँ अदिति, एंड आई कैन कंटिन्यू आफ्टर दैट सो दैट, क्योंकि ये यहाँ पे 5 मॉड्यूल्स पे हमने बात कर ली है, देन आई विल कंटिन्यू विद द अदर थिंग्स। So I think let's listen to Pooja first and then I'll come back to all of you. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, Pooja, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, great. Good morning, everybody. I to just introduce myself quickly. I'm Pooja Marwa. I'm the CEO of Cry, and I just want to spend 5 minutes. I actually feel quite challenged to talk after Dr. Shashadri because he and I know all of you, so many of you are mental health experts, but we are very interested in fostering this dialogue on strengthening the mental health intervention for children because, as Dr. Shashadri has also told us, it is a subject that is not, in spite of the sort of suicide rates we are seeing, in spite of the adolescent mental health issues we're seeing in the country, it is still not a subject that either has too many resources or too many conversations. And we're hoping that we can create a platform where there is actually conversations, a multi-stakeholder interface, which includes the ministry, civil society organizations, people who are researchers and academicians, and of course, mental health practitioners. So, actually, deliberate on what are child mental health issues. As my colleague Jaya said, the realization that these are very different at different stages of children's lives and need to have tailored interventions. Right now, we're lucky if we can at all find a child psychiatrist, let alone one who specializes or enough access to enough people who can specialize in different sorts of mental health. So I think these deliberations and discussions really hopefully begin dialogues towards action. We would love to be able to provide suggestive recommendations and feedback to strengthen the existing ecosystem, and hopefully, along with all of you, we anyone who's interested in children and their mental health should be able to generate resources and content that would not just help usage But to me, the more important thing is destigmatization, because the issue of mental health itself is so stigmatized and surrounded by so many taboos that even admitting that there is an issue is a problem for most of us in this country, right? We say, oh, तो बच्चा को हाँ ये तो बच्चा है वो तो थोड़ा बहुत करेगा. We have taken poor adolescents and instead of seeing the amazing potential they have at that age to become, and all neuro work tells us that adolescents have as much potential as we, but we have structured them as a problem age. It's as a problem for parents to and caregivers to work with, which is completely foolish, because this is really the age where they have the potential to develop their interests and their expertise, which can lead to amazing things in life. We are hoping that we should be able to collaborate with the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of WCD, Health and Family Welfare, and the Ministry of Social Justice, since all these ministries are concerned with children, and hopefully to then strengthen the Mental Health Care Act. I think we would love to be able to, all of us struggle for resources. And I think it will be very important for us to develop those resources and that dictionary so that everyone can access, answer the question that so many people ask me. Where do I go? Right? If I have a problem, I mean, the only place we have an answer is if you're in Bangalore and you have access to NEMATS. Otherwise, they really, people are struggling for those answers. Give me a minute. I have a yowling cat. 1 second. And I think that is what is very, very critical, that we start building up the resources and, as I said, the conversations. So we are hoping that, this series that we have begun, which we first began with discussions with experts, should actually create this. The data on the mental health status of children, just even at the data itself. And we are assuming that this is highly, highly underreported because of the stigma. Even then, at any given point in time, nearly 50 million Indian children suffer from disorders. Yeah. And if we consider adolescents as well, we can imagine that this number becomes huge. Some of the indicators that the data gives us is, for example, from the NCRB, we know that over 13,000 children died by suicide in just 2021. We know that the National Mental Health Survey reported the prevalence of mental disorders as 7.3%, and in both genders. Urban children seems to be nearly double to that to rural, but I'm assuming that is because there is more diagnosis and more access to even help. Yeah. Major illnesses, including depressive or disorders, agoraphobia, autism spectrum, become together another, or at least what we know, about 8%. So if we were to extrapolate these numbers, I think, to our real population, I suspect the numbers would be much, much larger. About 9.8 million Indians aged 13 to 17 definitely suffer from serious mental illness. From what we know of figures released by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare in 2016. What does this lead to? I think not just young people who cannot thrive and cannot thrive when they become adults, but the economic burden on neuropsychiatric disorders outweighs all other non-communicable diseases. And I don't think we've ever really estimated the kind of indirect costs and direct costs of mental illnesses on families, on caregivers, on lost economic opportunities, and this should not and cannot be overlooked. And the WHO recognizes this across the world. Yeah. So we are hoping that, as I said, this platform creates dialogue deliberation. I wish you all the best. I really, really wish I could have been there physically. Unfortunately, my health doesn't allow me to be there right now. But this is something that is really very, very close to our heart. This is one of the things that I think if we can create and help, if TRI can play a tiny little role in creating a community of like minded people who are committed to the cause of mental health children, uh, creating avenues to work with ministries and wider dissemination, then we would have met more than met the objectives of uh, being here over the next 2 days. I wish you all the very best. I urge you to, at all times, uh, keep the voice of children in the middle of your deliberations. You know, we are experts and we tend to treat children as if they have no agency. It's not our fault, and that's the thing of expertise, right? We've studied it, we've done the work, we know more. But I think to me, it's always been that the word we have to introduce into all our work as child rights people is listen, with a capital L, capital I, capital S, capital T, capital E, capital N. As I always say, children don't lie. They are very possibly underreporting, whether it is abuse, whether it is what they are experiencing, what they are feeling. And we must and never should go into that route of not believing what they are reporting to us of the world that they are seeing. So all the very best to all of you. Have a great day. I know that all the friends here, all the experts here have far more intensive deliberations, and the work that you have done and what you're presenting. And I'm deeply thankful for you, to you, for bringing that to the space and hopefully enriching all of us and our practices. Thank you and all the best.
Thank you, Pooja, for your guiding words. I'll now invite Jaya again to continue her presentation.
Thank you. I think that this was very important. जो पूजा जिस तरीके से बच्चों की बात को लेकर के, बच्चों की वॉइसेस को बीच में रखने की बात करती हैं, वो एक अलग तरीके की ऊर्जा भर देता है हम लोगों में कि हाँ, हम इसको और ज़्यादा अच्छे से कैसे आगे लेके जा पाए. So I was just talking about the modules, the 5 modules which we had taken into account with Simha. To just moving forward with this, I think इसके अलावा मेरे ख्याल से हमने सिम्हा के साथ काम करते करते हमारी खुद की भी बहुत सारी चीज़ें हम बात कर रहे थे, डेलिब्रेट कर रहे थे, कोशिशें कर रहे थे. तो क्राई की अपनी जो कम्युनिकेशंस टीम है, उन्होंने बैठ करके जो हमारे ग्राउंड के स्टाफ थे, जो कम्युनिटी मोबिलाइजर्स थे, उन सबसे बातचीत के बाद हमें लगा कि बहुत सारा स्टिग्मा इस मेंटल हेल्थ शब्द के आसपास नजर आता है कि बहुत लोग मेंटल हेल्थ सुनते ही या साइकोलॉजिस्ट, साइकेट्रिस्ट सुनते ही सीधे एक शब्द पे पहुंच जाते हैं कि अरे हम पागल थोड़ी है जो हम साइकेट्रिस्ट के पास जाएं. मतलब एक बहुत बड़ा स्टिग्मा है इसके अराउंड. लेकिन ये समझदारी लेकर के आना कि ये हमेशा इसकी बात नहीं होती है कि आप सिर्फ एक शब्द से इस पूरे डोमेन को एक्सप्लेन कर दें. ये बहुत ज़्यादा जो भी बोल रहा है हम स्ट्रेस में है, उसका अपने आप में एक मेंटल इशू है. एक मेंटल हेल्थ का प्रॉब्लम है। तो इस स्टिग्मा से हमको बाहर निकलने के लिए हम लोगों ने इमोशनल किट और कुछ फ्लैश कार्ड्स बनाने की कोशिश करी, जिसमें नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज, जिसमें हम लोगों ने बहुत छोटे छोटे क्वेश्चंस रखे और जिसमें आपको सिर्फ टिक या क्रॉस, हाँ या ना टाइप के जवाबों से हमें लगा कि लोगों की समझदारी को कैसे बनाया जा सकता है, कि ये कितना वास्ट फील्ड है और इसको हम स्टिग्मेटाइज नहीं कर सकते। जैसे कि मैं अपने आप को प्रोटेक्ट नहीं कर सकता अगर मेरी कोई मेंटल हेल्थ कंडीशन, आई कैन नॉट प्रोटेक्ट माई सेल्फ फ्रॉम डेवलपिंग मेंटल हेल्थ कंडीशन, कि मैं अपने आप को प्रोटेक्ट नहीं कर सकता, अगर मेंटल हेल्थ कंडीशन होनी होगी तो हो ही जाएगी। ये सही है या गलत है? अब इस तरीके के जो सवाल है, या आई नीड टू टेक केयर ऑफ माई मेंटल हेल्थ ओनली इफ डायग्नोज्ड विद मेंटल हेल्थ कंडीशन। अगर ऐसा लग रहा है कि जैसे ये होता है ना कि मुझे शुगर डायग्नोज हो गई है तो मैं दवाई खाऊंगा, तो क्या ये इक्विवेलेंट है मेंटल हेल्थ के लिए? कि अगर किसी ने बोला, एक्सपर्ट ने, कि आपको मेंटल हेल्थ प्रॉब्लम है तभी आप उस पर काम करना शुरू करेंगे, या ये एक ऐसी चीज है जिस पर हमें हमेशा काम करना चाहिए? तो इस तरीके के छोटे छोटे प्रश्न हम लोगों ने बात की। कैन आई स्टडी एंड वर्क इफ आई हैव मेंटल हेल्थ इश्यूज? कि क्या मैं पढ़ सकता हूँ, या क्या मैं नौकरी कर सकती या कर सकता हूँ अगर मेरे कोई मेंटल हेल्थ कंडीशन है? तो ये छोटी छोटी सी चीजें थी। अगर आप इसमें ना बोलते हैं तो इस पे बातचीत शुरू हो सकती है, हाँ बोलते हैं तो बातचीत शुरू हो सकती है। तो ये कार्ड्स जो है एक जनरल पब्लिक की अवेयरनेस जनरेट करने के लिए, एक जो स्टिग्मा है इस पूरे वर्ड के अराउंड, उसको हटाने के लिए इन फ्लैश कार्ड्स और इमोशनल किट हम लोगों ने डेवलप करने की कोशिश करी। और ये हम लोगों के पास है पार्टनर्स, और बाकी लोग अगर इन चीज़ों को थोड़ा सा और गहराई से जानना चाहते हैं तो हम इस पर आगे आपसे और बात कर सकते हैं। इन कार्ड्स के अलावा हमारे साथ जो हमारी वॉलंटियर एक्शन टीम है, जो बाहर बहुत सारे वॉलंटियर्स के साथ काम करती है। क्राई, जैसा आप लोग जानते हैं कि बच्चों से लेकर के अडल्ट से लेकर के बहुत, चाहे वो सैलरीड लोग हो, घर में बैठे लोग हो, कैसे भी हो, हमारे बहुत तरीके के वॉलंटियर्स हैं। तो इतना बड़ा बेस है कि उनके साथ लेकर के हमें लगा कि उस बेस के साथ हमें थोड़ा समझना चाहिए कि कोविड के बाद बच्चों का जो एक्सपीरियंस रहा उसमें क्या क्या ऐसी चीजें थे जो स्ट्रेसर्स की तरह काम कर रहे थे। बच्चों ने कौन सी ऐसी चीजें अपनाई जिससे वो उस कंडीशन को थोड़ा होल्ड बैक कर पाए। रेजिलियंस के क्या फैक्टर्स थे, ये सबको लेकर के हमने एक स्टडी अपनी वॉलंटियर एक्शन टीम के साथ करी। और उस टीम का मेनली जो ऑब्जेक्टिव था कि कोविड पैंडेमिक से रिलेटेड कौन से ऐसे स्ट्रेसर्स थे या सोर्सेस थे जो बच्चों को परेशान कर रहे थे, और इम्पैक्ट क्या था, साइकोलॉजिकल इम्पैक्ट क्या था बच्चों के ऊपर। उसके अलावा पर्सनल और सोशल सोर्सेज जो बच्चों ने अपने आप को रेजिलियंस देने के लिए इस पूरे कोर्स में किए, वो हम इस स्टडी के जरिए हमने जानने की कोशिश करी। तो इसमें हम लोगों ने क्या किया कि कुछ इमोशंस पर बात करी, जैसे आपका हैप्पी, बोर्ड, सैड, ये जो सारे साइड में लिखे हुए सारे इमोशंस हैं जिनको हम एक जगह पे लेकर के आए। और इसमें हमने बच्चों से पूछा कि पिछले एक हफ्ते में आपने इन इमोशंस को अगर देखते हुए अपने आप को आपने कहाँ पर पाया। तो बहुत सारे बच्चों के रिस्पॉन्सेज यहाँ पर आए, जहाँ गुस्सा से लेकर के खुश होने से के बीच में बहुत इमोशंस थे जो हमने मैप आउट किए। इमोशंस के साथ साथ हमको ये भी दिखा कि बहुत से बच्चे ऐसे थे जिन्होंने कहा, लगभग 50% बच्चों ने कहा कि उनके रूटीन में बहुत चेंज आया है इस लॉकडाउन और इस कोविड पैंडेमिक को लेकर के। और रूटीन का मतलब सिर्फ ऐसा नहीं कि स्कूल जाना या ऐसा, बहुत बेसिक चीजें, खाना पीना, सोना, बच्चों की नींद नहीं पूरी हो रही थी, किन्हीं की नींद डिस्टर्ब आ रही थी। तो अलग अलग तरीके के जो इश्यूज थे उस पर हम लोगों ने बात करी। फ्रेंड्स के साथ मिलना जुलना, फैमिली के साथ किस तरह बात हो रही है, तो वो रूटीन के डिफरेंट एस्पेक्ट्स को लेकर के हम लोगों ने थोड़ा समझने की कोशिश करी कि क्या चेंज आया है बच्चों का लॉकडाउन में। फिर एक और इम्पॉर्टेंट और बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग चीज थी कि जब हम लोगों ने एक लाइकर्ट स्केल, जो ये स्केल जो होता है, जब आप लोग भी फीडबैक वगैरह देते होंगे, आपको पता होगा कि 1 to 5 के बीच में आप बताइए सबसे अच्छा, सबसे खराब, और उसके बीच का एक जो स्केल होता है, तो उस तरीके का एक स्केल हम लोगों ने डेवलप किया और उसमें हमने अलग अलग पैरामीटर्स पे बात करी, जिसमें हम बात कर रहे थे कि नॉट स्ट्रेसफुल से वेरी स्ट्रेसफुल के बीच का स्केल था, कि अगर कोई एक पर्टिकुलर चीज पे हम बात कर रहे हैं तो वो आपके लिए बिल्कुल स्ट्रेसफुल नहीं थी या बहुत ज्यादा स्ट्रेसफुल थी। तो वो जो पैरामीटर्स लेकर के हमने बात करी, उसमें फाइनेंशियल प्रॉब्लम्स पे बात थी, फिर सेफ्टी सिक्योरिटी पे बात थी, बहुत सारे पैरामीटर्स हमने उसमें लिए। और जो वेरी स्ट्रेसफुल वाला जो आप ये रेंज देख रहे हैं जो रेड में है, और नॉट एट ऑल स्ट्रेसफुल जो ग्रीन में है, लेकिन वेरी स्ट्रेसफुल और इसके बीच में एक बड़ा रेंज हमें व्हाइट में दिख रहा है, जो अगर हम इसमें हमको ये देखना पड़ेगा कि वेरी स्ट्रेसफुल और व्हाइट अगर हम मिला लेते हैं तो शायद स्ट्रेस की रेंज बहुत बड़ी हो जाती है। तो वो हम, क्योंकि वो जो बीच का जो रेंज है वो आपको बहुत अच्छे से ये ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट में नहीं दिखाता, लेकिन आपको एक क्वेश्चन के साथ छोड़ देता है कि क्या इतने बच्चे हैं जो इस चीज से कहीं ना कहीं स्ट्रेस थे। नॉट एट ऑल स्ट्रेसफुल वाली कैटेगरी में जो भी नहीं आए, उनका स्ट्रेस का लेवल डिफरेंट हो सकता है, लेकिन स्ट्रेस या फीलिंग ऑफ अनसेफ्टी, अनसिक्योरिटी, ये सारी चीजें कहीं ना कहीं बच्चों में थी। तो ये स्केल्स पे हम लोगों ने इसको मैप आउट करने का कोशिश किया। अब अगर आप देखिए तो ये जो भारत का मैप है, बहुत ही डार्क मैप आपको दिख रहा है, क्योंकि यहाँ पर डार्क इसलिए दिख रहा है क्योंकि शायद हम जब स्ट्रेस की बात करते हैं तो कहीं ना कहीं एक डार्क साइड हमको दिखाई देती है, कहीं ये नहीं दिखता, बहुत खुशी नहीं, कभी भी आप खुशी नहीं मिलेगी आपको इस शब्द से, स्ट्रेस से। तो वो ये वही यहाँ पे दिखाई दे रहा है कि किस तरीके से अलग अलग मेट्रोपॉलिटन्स में, दिल्ली, मुंबई, कोलकाता, बैंगलोर में किस तरीके से अलग अलग जगह पर कौन कौन सी चीजें बच्चों को परेशान कर रही थी। जहां दिल्ली में आप देखिए बहुत सारा फाइनेंशियल प्रॉब्लम्स एक बहुत बड़ा इशू निकल करके आ रहा था दिल्ली के बच्चों को परेशान करने के लिए। मुंबई की तरफ फाइनेंशियल प्रॉब्लम्स बहुत बड़ा इशू नजर आ रहा था। वहीं कोलकाता में बच्चे कह रहे थे कि शायद हम घर से बाहर निकल करके अपने फ्रेंड से नहीं मिल पा रहे हैं, ये उनके लिए एक बड़ा इशू था। तो जगह के हिसाब से भी कैसे चीजें बदल रही हैं, कैसे बच्चों का स्ट्रेस और ट्रॉमा बदल रहा है, वो हमको यहाँ नजर आया और हमने उसको मैप आउट करने का कोशिश किया। ये स्टडी पूरी अवेलेबल है क्राई के साथ, ये तो सिर्फ एक ग्लिम्सेस हैं जो हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, पर कुछ ऐसी भी चीजें थी कि जहां बच्चे अपने अंदर की ताकत से, अपने रेजिलियंस के जरिए इस पूरी चीज से लड़ रहे थे। बहुत ऐसी छोटी छोटी चीजें कर रहे थे जिससे वो इस पूरी चीज से अपने आप को बाहर रख पाए, अपना मेंटल हेल्थ बहुत स्ट्रांग रख पाए। तो वो क्या चीजें थी, कुछ बच्चों की बातें हैं, ये जो वॉइसेस है बच्चों की, जो हम लोग ने लास्ट में सोचा यहाँ पुट करने के लिए, कि कुछ बच्चे ऐसे थे जो कह रहे थे, जो भगवान पर विश्वास दिखा रहे थे कि नहीं, हमें पता है सब कुछ ठीक होगा, ईश्वर हमारे साथ है, हमारा परिवार हमारे साथ है। बहुत से बच्चे थे जो अपने परिवार का जो उनका सपोर्ट था, जो बैकअप था, उसने उन बच्चों को बहुत हिम्मत दी, अपने मेंटल स्ट्रेस को मीट आउट करने में बहुत ज्यादा सहयोग दिया। वहीं दूसरी ओर कुछ और बच्चे थे जो ये कह रहे थे कि हमें ये लगता है कि ये वायरस का क्योर तो निकल ही आएगा। तो एक जो पॉजिटिविटी थी बच्चों की, वो उनको इस चीज से लड़ने की ताकत दे रही थी। ये कुछ बच्चों की वॉइसेस हैं जो हमने यहाँ पर आपको बताने की कोशिश करी है। उसके अलावा जब बच्चों से ये पूछा गया कि कौन से वो इम्पोर्टेंट लोग थे जिन्होंने आपको इस पूरी सिचुएशन से लड़ने में मदद की, तो बहुत बड़ा रेंज नहीं दिखाई देता है, क्योंकि जब आप कोविड में सपोर्ट सिस्टम की बात करते हैं तो आपका सपोर्ट सिस्टम बहुत संकुचित हो गया था। जिनके यहाँ फैमिलीज उन्हें सपोर्टिव दिख रही थी, वो सपोर्ट सिस्टम की बात कर रहे थे। एक्सटर्नल सपोर्ट सिस्टम्स बहुत ज्यादा खत्म होते हुए नजर आ रहे थे। ये यहाँ पूरे में समझ में आ रहा था कि शायद ऑनलाइन स्पेस पे कुछ लोगों से बातचीत, कुछ फ्रेंड्स से बातचीत, लेकिन जिन कार्यकर्ताओं से वो मिल रहे थे, जो लोग उनसे इस तरीके की बातचीत कर रहे थे, सेफ स्पेसेस क्रिएट करने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, उनको उन्होंने बोला कि उनसे बात करने में हमको सेफ लग रहा है, अपने पेरेंट्स से बात करने में कुछ को सेफ लग रहा था। तो ये एक मोटा मोटा जो असेसमेंट हम लोग कर पाए, बच्चों की बातचीत को ला पाए। इस पूरे दिन में आज मुझे लगता है हम लोग इन चर्चाओं को आगे लेके चलेंगे। ये तो क्राई का छोटा सा एफर्ट था जो हम लोगों ने करने की कोशिश की, पर हम लोग भी अभी अपनी इस समझ को और आगे लेकर के जा रहे हैं, और शायद इसीलिए ये सीरीज जो एक चल रही है डेलिब्रेशंस की, आज हम यहाँ बैठे हैं, इसके पहले भी कुछ ऐसे सेशंस हो चुके हैं जहाँ मेंटल हेल्थ एक्सपर्ट्स आए हैं, हमने उनके व्यूज लिए हैं, उनसे बातचीत करी है और उनकी चीज़ों को एक साथ लाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। तो आज के सेशन के लिए आई थिंक आई एम लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड कि कैसे हमको और आज इन चीज़ों पर बहुत अच्छे अच्छे विचार सुनने को मिलेंगे। एंड आई थिंक आई एम विद यू ऑल, यहाँ पर बैठ के मैं भी सुनूंगी। थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू जया, इतनी सटीकता से क्राई का साइको सोशल सपोर्ट ऑन फील्ड समझाने के लिए। हम लोग एक टी ब्रेक लेंगे अब, एंड वील असेंबल बैक एट 11:40। तो प्लीज़ आप सभी लोग 11:40 पे वापस आ जाइएगा। हम लोग पैनल डिस्कशन शुरू करेंगे उसके बाद।
वेलकम बैक एवरीवन। आशा करती हूँ दिसंबर की सर्दी में चाय थोड़ी काम आई होगी। सत्र को आगे बढ़ाते हुए मैं श्री दीपेंद्र पाठक जी का हार्दिक स्वागत करना चाहूँगी हमारे इवेंट में। पाठक जी क्राई के बहुत पुराने दोस्त हैं, सो एक क्विक मैं इंट्रोडक्शन दूंगी। Dipendra Pathak ji is a senior IPS officer currently serving as the Special Commissioner of Law and Order in Delhi Police. He has a distinguished career in law enforcement, holding significant positions in the Delhi Police and Andaman and Nicobar. मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी पाठक जी को कि हमारे इवेंट को वो अपने कीनोट एड्रेस से आइए सर, ओवर टू यू।
First of all, a very, very good morning to you all. I am overwhelmed that I have been asked, I have been called in this program. The topic is, I'll be little digressing from the topic, but very relevant as far as the children is concerned, and primarily focusing on the ground situation, what day in and day out we are feeling. First of all, I am an optimist. I believe that we are living in the golden era of human civilization. It is the best time, if we have little sense of human history, it is the best time we are living in. And particularly in a democratic India, what we have. So our way of feeling, way of doing, and way of having is certainly the best. So the worldwide science and technology is at its zenith. The social sciences, the humanities, all elements of and all patterns of a structure of knowledge is very, very highest standards exist as on today. But yes, scope scope of improvement is always there. So in this background, we need to come up with a module which gives a respectable success, a hope of respectable success to our children. I know the families in the ambient having all kinds of anomalies, and very, very crime prone. If I say Delhi prone, environment exists. But the solution is there. If I mention about the day in and day out scenario, including today, because Delhi is, with reference to Delhi in particular, because I have a first-hand experience of last almost more than 33 years. Delhi is not what we see in Lutyens Delhi. It's a very small portion of Delhi, particularly from a population portion point of view. Like I look after the entire Yamuna Par area, the northeast, east, Shahdara area, and almost 70% of the population, they live in a Kachi colony or the JJ cluster or very, very claustrophobic kind of physical setting in which they are living in. The socio-economic, the demography, the categorization is very, very minimum subsistence at level what they live. And so the upbringing of children is the least and the last priority. It is like just they biologically exist, and any kind of enculturation, rich enculturation, or is missing. Now, as a result, what is happening, and with all JJ Act and other acts, so, but as a result on the ground, that these children of as young as 10 years, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, you can consider they totally think and act like an adult. So these 9, 10, 11, 12 years children, they are found in very, very serious crime. They carry knives, they kill their fellow brothers, they can do anything. And every day, and this number is not few. This number is in lakhs. So every day as a police institution, we are struggling with them. It is like every day it's a tug of war situation. Any society cannot put one policeman on another. It is not possible. So the population density is so high. There is totally failed families, most of them, or even if the family exists, then the family, the parents, everybody is engaged in earning bread, and they are just not there. The school system, yes, for the sake of it, yes, they do get admission, but there is no mechanism or no method to ensure that they go to school, attend the school, and even in such areas, the teachers are also very, very, they fear of perpetration of crime on them, and in this situation. So as a result, what is happening, these youngsters, these children, they come on road, they are left on road, and they pick up all kinds of bad habits, be it drugs, be it alcohol, be it any kind of, they even don't hesitate to this white fluid, smelling white fluid. Even any kind of petroleum products, like if you gulp 10 ml or 20 ml of kerosene, it gives a great amount of kick if the drug or the alcohol is not available. So without caring that what is going to happen to their health. So basically, this is one, and added with pornography, so 10 years and 11 years and 12 years, and ultimately the copycat syndrome, that they see that some criminals who somehow make money, and for a very limited period, they basically spread a great element of as a macho man, and a kind of misplaced respect in the society, with great element of fear among, and they make some money also. They do extortion and all. They are in jail now. They put their videos on social media. So these youngsters, they, even if they don't know them, they will go to some place and they say, I belong to this group, so give me money, or somehow they are ready. They are happy that police takes action. So once police takes action and his name gets associated with some gangster, so then his respect and his criminal articulation and an element of fear among the peer group, and also among everyone in the community. So it gives them a better branding. So they all are into it. They will come, they will have their Instagram posts with all kinds of pistols and all kinds of weapon, knife and all, brandishing that. And so they are making their profile like this. And they believe that initially, if they commit either snatching or small kinds of robberies or theft, then for some time they are able to make their life little comfortable, spend money and all. So, and by the time they get noticed by society or by police, naturally, if they commit crime, they get caught, apprehended, and they are very happy. And the adult criminals also feel that now, because of the Juvenile Justice Care and Protection Act, so they are handled with naturally little softly. So you commit crime, so instead of they doing crime, they instigate them that you do it for us, and the booty you get and their requirement is also very less. So the logic of economics of this criminal activity, it is further pushing all these youngsters into this kind of delinquent behavior and the criminal act. So now, and I must say that the police and the law and order, because police has a very focused role, but from society point of view or from children point of view, it is claustrophobic. And so for them, and there is so much on the police plate of serious crime, law and order, political rallies, everything, that it gets the priority of a children. The moment a juvenile is, so juvenile, they also don't go anywhere. It's okay, apprehend me. They are ready to get apprehended and then produced before the board, and from there they will be either sent to some home, juvenile home, and maybe in a week or 2 weeks time they come out. And all these juvenile homes are also what the ideal frame or the ideal intent or the motive is, that does not exist. in real sense, in true letter and spirit. So, and this number is increasing. And naturally, a child who has come, and if he is not properly handled, then he's going to live 70, 80 years. And ultimately, they just go in margin. Either they get into serious drug problems, either some serious health issues, or become a big time criminal, or just uh, their existence becomes at stake. So what we need to, so now this is the ground situation is this. Now, because I have, because in police we have this first hand feel and the experience. All institutions and the goody words exist. The act also has a very noble goal and philosophy, and the policy, and all kinds of juvenile officers are there, the juvenile homes are there, everything is there. But the socio-psychological nuances from the child point of view, that is not getting answered, which is making the entire system reactionary. So we are reacting to a situation, whereas these children, a system need to be, we need to build a system which creates a make-believe real world for the children, that this is the way for a respectable success. Like yesterday and day before, I held a very long meeting with my field formations, right from inspector level. So generally we have meeting at senior level with senior officers. I says, let me talk to these inspectors and sub-inspectors. How to counter this social media perception creation for these youngsters? How to counter this? Because all these there's a small time and the big time criminals, their profile on the Facebook, on the Instagram, on YouTube video, oh Bhavania, oh Tillu, oh Gogi, and there will be a background music, and he will be shown as if coming out from jail in a Nike shoe and a Boss t-shirt, uh, and like this, as if he is a big time don. And so even he is being taken for their medical in a hospital, so he will organize, somebody will click, make a video, and that video gets curated. So this is all a great system. So yesterday it was little, so I said that, look, now we have to break the morale of these criminals who create this copycat syndrome. So to do that, not to quote me anywhere, but I feel that yes, the one method what we are going to implement on ground is that, okay, let us get some old torn clothes from kabaddi and all and keep. So the moment these people come out of jail, force them to wear that. So this is one, such that when they go out, so then they are seen in a dilapidated condition. So then this video we will make and put that, look, if you do this, then your life is going to be like this. This is one method. Another is that all these youngsters who getting influenced by them, so in a JJ cluster colony or wherever, so police will go in the name of inquiring them. Again, he has to be I know that it's a kind of little shaming and it has a different connotation, but to create an environment that your heroes are actually not heroes. So they are, because they have whatever the wrong they have done. So their life is not worth emulating, and the what filmy video or the filmy perception they create, so that is not true. You see what in reality this is happening to them. So it will have some impact apart from the real time policing on these criminals and all, because I see that, oh, they are happy to be caught by police, because the police will catch you, and so they will take you for medical examination. So you will post your video with two policemen holding your hand, and you are in nice t-shirt and jeans and all, and you are looking here and there, and then you are going, oh, that is, and this kind of profile they create. And what kind of crime they are doing? They will give a WhatsApp call to a small time businessman, and they say, I am so and so from so and so gang, and I will come, and please give me 50,000. Give me 25,000. And for me, this is my go to Instagram, see myself, who I am. And in the Instagram, his photograph with the weapon. So to create a sense of fear among their target. So because these small incidents came to our notice, how to, if you catch them, it is helping them, because they know that they are juvenile, so they will not be put behind bars. So they will go to the board, and their pink file is made, and there is no deterrence, and there is no demonstration effect. So now, to how to counter this? So this is one method which we are going to implement. It's a challenge, and naturally the police also has to come up with ingenuity how to handle this. So notwithstanding with all this, the fundamental element is that whatever institutions and the paradigm, a thoughtful paradigm which has, and a development which has come up in the form of Juvenile Justice Act, and their methodology, the various institutions, the juvenile homes, lot of money is also being spent by the government. So, but somehow from the victim point of view, from the juvenile point of view, the social and psychological element is not getting addressed, such that they are put into a right stream and a right ecosystem which creates a belief and among them that yes, it is a path to their respectable success. So, yeah. So some brainstorming on this is required. Just to recapitulate, because I see a lot of youngsters here. Generally, I know very senior people also. Sometimes this feel that the modern law and entire modern criminal jurisprudence, it is corrective in nature. It is restitutive in nature. कानून ठीक करने का कानून है. The meaning thereby that the modern law, and naturally it has come from modern thinking process, right from 1820s, 1840s, it believes that an individual becomes delinquent or commits crime because of circumstances, and that circumstances is to be corrected. And for correcting the circumstances, the correctional home, the jail exists. So, in a way, the word punishment is a misnomer. And in Indian context, except capital punishment where the one loses life, all other punishments are given for a particular period where you are in a correctional home, you get corrected, and then you are again sent into society in the mainstream to contribute. So this is the ideal background. And why I referred this, that a very, very healthy and a very, very forward looking society, the law, the policy, and the thinking process exist. But the result, what we are finding, these anomalies which exist on the ground, does need some tweaking in, rather than more than the policy, in the implementing methodology. And even for a lot of non-governmental organizations who are free, and the way they can contribute, think, come up with some solution. Like in police, we do we have made efforts. We have present one system called Yuva. So in this Yuva, what we are doing, we are going extra mile by involving the government. Also is helping. We are involving the CSR, the various companies. So under police, we identify youth. Even someone has committed one or two crime, so they are targeted and they are called in that Yuva training skill development program. And there is a job market also for that. So thousands of youngsters, so they are brought in this program, and then they are they do get job. And so it's a very, very positive step, but it is not adequate. Lot of effort is required. We try to associate the social welfare department, the various NGOs also, to such that these youngsters and juveniles are duly targeted and some kind of help, because the background is maybe some kind of totally residential, like Gurukul kind of system, some kind of schooling, residential schooling system, because it is 10 years. If for 10 years, if a child is put, because there are very, very great stories. I will just mention you that how one child in a family changes the entire existence of the community and the family as such. So some kind of maybe total residential program in a school. So once a child is properly and cultured for 10 years up to class 11, 12, then they are self-propelled gun. So this is very important. I know there are midday meal scheme, this, that, and all, but somehow the one other method what we are adopting is we are trying to take help of the education department, that is school dropouts. Almost every child goes to school, class 1, 2, 3, 4. After that, the dropout starts. So if a child is not coming, then the father is not a guardian. He doesn't behave like a guardian, because they themselves are totally gone. They have no element of parenting or exist among them. So now who will ensure that this child goes to school? So the problem of the school principal or the teacher is this. So these are the food for thought that how we can address this. स्थिति भयावह है, मतलब आप बस ये समझिए इस दिल्ली शहर में जो यंगस्टर्स, इनको ये एक टग ऑफ वॉर पुलिस के साथ चल रहा है। अगर अगर हट जाए, अगर थोड़ी कमजोरी इसमें आ जाए, अगर हम हमेशा कुछ न कुछ नए नए मेथड्स अगर नहीं अपनाएं, तो ये कहीं भी क्राइम हो जाएगा। और पूरा एनसीआर तो अर्बन कॉन्टिन्यूम है, ये बिल्कुल उधर लोनी, गाजियाबाद, नोएडा, गुड़गांव एंड ऑल, और हर जगह ये इस तरह के क्लस्टर्स हैं और यंगस्टर्स, और नंबर ज़्यादा हैं, बढ़ते जा रहे हैं। कुछ थोड़े बहुत काम करते हैं, काम करते हुए भी उन्हें इकोनॉमिक वर्क, इकोनॉमिक बेनिफिट का रिलेशन फिर दूसरों को देखते हैं, फिर ऐसा लगता है कि नहीं हमें जल्दी से पैसे आ जाएं। कोई जोमेटो में काम कर, कोई कुछ कर रहा है, अब क्राइम में इन्वॉल्व हो गया। एक एग्जाम्पल देता हूं कि जो कैसे, हाउ इट हेल्प्स। इन 2015-16 आई वॉज मैं जॉइंट सीपी, आई वॉज अ रेंज ऑफ द वेस्ट दिल्ली, साउथ वेस्ट दिल्ली, साउथ दिल्ली, दिस एरिया। तो एक जगह एक मर्डर हो गया, एक बॉडी मिला जो जनरली पुलिस में होता है, एक क्विल्ट में लिपटा हुआ। फिर बॉडी आइडेंटिफाई हुआ। आइडेंटिफाई होने के बाद ये हुआ कि भाई उसके घर में फादर हैं, सबसे बड़ा बच्चा उनके घर का, फादर इज ए लेबर, मदर भी लेबर का काम करती थी, और फिर उसके बाद 5-6 लड़कियां, फिर 2-3 भाई, मतलब 7-8 बच्चे और मदर फादर, और सबसे बड़ा बच्चा ये था। इन्वेस्टिगेशन में पता लगा कि फादर ने 35,000 रुपए की सुपारी दी बेटे को मरवाने की। तो फादर आ गया, फिर बोला कि हमने दी और हमें फांसी लगा दो। कारण क्या है कि द एल्डेस्ट वन वाज द विक्टिम, जो मर गया। उसके बाद उसकी एक डॉटर थी, मुस्लिम फैमिली, डॉटर थी। डॉटर समहाउ थोड़ा पढ़ाई कर गई, क्लास 7, 8, 9 में अच्छा पढ़ गई, इलाके के सरकारी स्कूल में। और उसके बाद उसने ट्यूशन पढ़ाना शुरू कर दिया जे क्लस्टर में, और अपने बाद की जितनी बहनें और भाई थे उन सबको बिठा के पढ़ाना शुरू कर दिया। तो फादर वॉज ए लेबर, कुछ कारपेंटर वगैरह का काम करता था। सो इट चेंज्ड, धीरे धीरे वो बड़ी हुई, एंड शी डिड फ्रॉम दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी, उसने इंग्लिश में या सोशियोलॉजी में ग्रेजुएशन किया, एंड शी बिकेम अ टीचर इन एमसीटी। सो आफ्टर दैट द इंटायर फैमिली, ऑल बच्चे सब पढ़ गए। तो फादर हैड ए ग्रेट ऑनर, उनको लगा कि अरे ये तो, लेकिन जो भाई था ये सबसे बड़ा, ये ही वॉज द इरिटेंट। ये उस लड़की के पीछे पड़ा रहता था कि तू पढ़ रही है, तू बाहर क्यों जाती है, तू ये क्यों करती है, ऐसा क्यों करती। सो अप टू एन एक्सटेंट ही क्रिएटेड सच ए सिनेरियो दैट ही सेड आई विल वायोलेट यू. So situation became so bad, the father thought to get rid of him because he is the man. So that is why he hired a contract killer and he said, kill him. So it is between him and the contract killer was caught. Up, it was a very, very dialectical situation that naturally he becomes a conspirator. And so he was also arrested. So I met the daughter. So the idea was that when I heard and when I saw, then one girl, one child in a family of 10 changed the entire. So these are also so good things also now, but these things are rare and less. So so an institutionalized system of because web of human relationship is very, 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 very delicate एंड बिल्कुल सब कुछ है, पूरा पूरी दुनिया का थिंकिंग प्रोसेस और दर्शन। तो हमारे होने का ढंग, हमारा एग्जिस्टेंस, ये जो न्यूएंसेस है, तो ये बहुत ही महीन काम है ये। और इस महीन काम को जो बहुत सारे डेडिकेटेड लोग अच्छा करना चाह रहे हैं, लेकिन इन दिस बैकग्राउंड सम काइंड ऑफ ब्रेन स्टॉर्मिंग की कैसे हम कोई एक मेथोडोलॉजी और एक समझ और एक अवेयरनेस पैदा करके इन बच्चों को एक राइट डायरेक्शन में, एक सिचुएशन एग्जिस्ट कर सकता है। सब चीज एग्जिस्ट करता है, कुछ नहीं करना, स्कूल जाना है, सरकारी स्कूल एग्जिस्ट करता है, कुछ पैसा नहीं लगना है। फिर उसके बाद बहुत तरह के सरकारी सिस्टम है, मिड डे मील है, ये है, वो है, एनजीओज हैं, कोई किताब देने को तैयार है, कोई कुछ करने को तैयार है, ये है, इसको पिकअप करना है। और एक टाइम लैग है कि ये तुम्हें अभी मिल जाएगा, अभी तुम स्नैचिंग कर लोगे। एक चेन खींच के ले आया, 50,000 का चेन है मान लिया एक लेडी का, 50,000 का चेन आप 5,000 में बेच दोगे, 5,000 रुपीज मिलेंगे। 5,000 इज बहुत ज्यादा है उसके लिए। मजा आ गया। शुरू में 1 2 3 4 बार नहीं पकड़े गए, पकड़े जाएंगे, पकड़ना तो जाना ही है, फिर तो आदत हो गई है। तो कहने का मतलब यह है कि ये जो एक अल्टीमेटली रेस्पेक्टेबल सक्सेस की, कैसे हम ये विश्वास दिलाना, ये ऐसा माहौल बनाना, और जो फेल्ड पेरेंटेज है, वी हैव टू, इसका अल्टरनेटिव क्या है? Someone will, maybe some kind of, not forced, but some kind of total residential program कि बच्चा गया, या उस तरह का वैल्यू के बच्चा गया, चला गया, आप उस स्कूल में पढ़ रहा है, ये कर रहा है, फिर अपने 10 साल में बदल जाएगा। तो with this, I know this organization is doing great, and I am actually overwhelmed to have been called to talk to address such an august gathering. And all I see, all are intellectuals and high-end thinking people. So with this, a big thank you to you all. And कोई क्वेश्चन हो तो बताया, ये क्वेश्चन का क्या है? हाँ बताइए ना।
लोगों ने किया है। इनफैक्ट तीन लोग इस कमरे में हैं जिनको मैं एक्नॉलेज करना चाहता हूँ। डॉक्टर निमेश देसाई हैं, अनंत अस्थाना हैं, वैदेही हैं। हमारी संस्था पिछले 14 सालों से, एंड अगेन वो एक मतलब अनंत अस्थाना जी उसके सूत्रधार हैं। हाई कोर्ट ने हमें बुलाया कि क्या आप बच्चों का इलाज कर सकते हैं, और उसके पहले 25 साल तक लोग घर पे काम कर रहे थे, हमें इलाज आने। और जब बच्चे आने लगे तो कोई बच्चा ऐसा नहीं था जिसके 4-5 बड़ा क्राइम नहीं किया, और जजेस के सामने में उन्होंने करके रखा। समस्या ये है कि किसी भी चिल्ड्रन फोरम पे सब्सटेंस यूज के बारे में बात होनी चाहिए। ये नहीं काम कर रहा, सब्सटेंस यूज पे कोई काम नहीं कर रहा है। हम लोगों ने एक प्रयोग किया था। 3 ट्रीटमेंट सेंटर हम लोग दिल्ली में चला रहे हैं। एक सेंटर है जो चिल्ड्रन इन कॉन्फ्लिक्ट विद लॉ है, तो बोर्ड से वो सारे बच्चे हमारे पास भेजे जाते हैं जो बच्चे ड्रग और क्राइम में लगे हुए हैं। और अभी तक हम लोगों ने करीब 4,500-5 हजार बच्चों का इलाज किया है। 70 to 80% सक्सेस है। रेस्ट, चूंकि हमारे पास कोई पैसा नहीं है, कोई पैसा दे नहीं रहे। इनफैक्ट मैं सारे फोरम को बताना भी चाहता हूं कि अब वो दिल्ली सरकार उसको बंद कर रही है। दिल्ली सरकार, हाईकोर्ट ने तो अपना स्टैंड लिया हुआ कि नहीं, आप बंद नहीं कर सकते हो। अनंत अस्थाना जी उस मीटिंग में थे, वो बंद करना चाहते हैं, उनका प्रेरोगेटिव है, बगैर पैसा दिए हुए भी बंद कर रहे हैं। 2 और हम लोग सेंटर चला रहे हैं, लड़कियों का है और एक बच्चे जो अभी तक क्राइम में पकड़े नहीं गए। ड्रग यूज पर से इज अ क्राइम, और कोई बच्चा ऐसा नहीं है जो 3 से 5 हजार का पर डे नशा नहीं करता है। 3 से 5 हजार का मतलब हो गया लाख से 1.5 लाख रुपया, और वो आप और हम दे रहे हैं। हमारे बच्चे बताते हैं ना, नहीं, दिस इज नॉट क्वेश्चन, दिस इज फॉर ऑल ऑफ यू, बिकॉज यू आर टॉकिंग अबाउट द मेंटल हेल्थ। The problem is we always try to do away with something which we all are facing every day. इस कमरे में कोई बता दे कि मेरा मोबाइल, मेरा चेन, मेरे मोटरसाइकिल का चक्का नहीं निकाला गया, ये वही बच्चे हैं. द प्रॉब्लम इज आपने तो एक्नॉलेज किया, मगर जो इस कमरे में बैठे हुए क्या वो एक्नॉलेज करने के लिए तैयार है? और कोई बड़ी चीज नहीं है. चंडीगढ़ में हम लोगों ने, संजय बेनीवाल जी उसमें डीजीपी थे, उनके साथ हमने एक प्रोग्राम शुरू किया था. द ट्रायल वाज एट टोडापुर. किसी थाने में अगर 100 बच्चे नशा करते थे या क्राइम करते थे, वो घटना 20 पे आ गया. 4000 बच्चों को हम लोगों ने वापस स्कूल में एंट्री करवाई. तो सवाल मेरा ये है कि क्या हम तैयार हैं? और बहुत सिंपल चीजें हैं, कोई बड़ी चीज नहीं है. एक हम लोगों ने मॉड्यूल डेवलप किया जिसका नाम है नवचेतना, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एजुकेशन एंड मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ सोशल जस्टिस, इन दोनों ने मिलके. मगर लोकल लेवल पे एससीईआरटी, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एजुकेशन एंड स्कूल्स आर नॉट रेडी. और इसके लिए पूरी फंडिंग गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया कर रही है. दूसरा है वी कॉल इट अ पीयर लेड इंटरवेंशन. हम और आप कितना भी बच्चों को समझाएंगे, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है. और इन 4000 या 5000 बच्चों में से जो बच्चे जो बाहर निकले, दे आर ऑल पीयर्स, दे आर ऑल पीयर लीडर्स. हमारे पास जो आप बता रहे हैं ना कि वो गन लेके, काफी बच्चे हमारे पास आते हैं इंस्टाग्राम में, इधर भी गन लगाया, इधर भी गन लगाया, और वो बच्चे फिर चूंकि ड्रग यूजर है तो हमारे पास आते हैं. इन बच्चों ने कहा एक मोटरसाइकिल 1.5 मिनट से ज्यादा में नहीं लगता है उसको उठाने में. तो कैसे लात मारते हैं, कैसे वो ताला टूटता है. सिमिलरली वो आजकल जो बड़ी गाड़ियां हैं उसका वो चक्का 2 से 2.5 मिनट में निकालते हैं. तो मेरा सवाल ये है कि इस कमरे में जो लोग बैठे हुए हैं, क्या सब्सटेंस यूज को सीरियसली आप लेते हैं? और अगर नहीं लेते हैं तो लेने का समय आ गया. और अदरवाइज आप और हम, फॉरगेट अबाउट ऑल द बिग थिंग्स व्हाट वी हैव बीन डिस्कसिंग इंटेलेक्चुअली, आप और हम सेफ नहीं हैं. मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द यूएस स्टेट के जितने भी लोग सब 80s एंड 90s में शिफ्ट किए थे, उसका कारण था ड्रग एंड क्राइम. राकेश अस्थाना जी का स्टेटमेंट है 1,44,000 करोड़ सिर्फ ओपिएट यूजर्स अंडरवर्ल्ड को देते हैं. 1 लाख, एंड इट्स अराउंड 3% ऑफ इंडिया जीडीपी वी आर पंपिंग टू अंडरवर्ल्ड, एंड दैट्स ऑल ऑन ऑफिशियल रिकॉर्ड. 6 करोड़ लोग इस देश में नशा पे डिपेंडेंट है, 2 करोड़ 10 लाख यूजर है. थैंक यू.
नहीं, बहुत अच्छा. आप अगर, आई नो दिस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, आप राजेश हैं, आप जेएनयू से हैं. हाँ, तो जानता हूं आपको. ठीक है, बदल गए हैं बहुत दिनों बाद, 25 साल बाद देख रहा हूं. तो नहीं, बिल्कुल, एज ए फ्रॉम पुलिस वी एसोसिएट. और देखिए, मेरे कहने का मतलब है कि पकड़ धकड़ चल रही है, खूब है, हर दिन है. नारकोटिक्स के हर जिले में इंस्पेक्टर्स हैं, सप्लायर्स पकड़े जा रहे हैं. बरेली से आ रहा है, नॉर्थ ईस्ट से आ रहा है, बाकी जगह से आ रहा है. वो तमाम एक्शन है, वो तो एक टग ऑफ वॉर है. लेकिन हाँ, स्कोप ऑफ इम्प्रूवमेंट तो है. बाकी आप अगर, आई कैन गेट ऑल द डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स एसोसिएटेड. एज फार एज वी आर कंसर्न, हम ये चाहते हैं कि जो बच्चे हैं वो इससे दूर हों और मेन स्ट्रीम में आए. And we are ready to associate with any kind of all NGOs, any NGO or social welfare department, and or any forum, anywhere, any organization, because naturally it helps in the crime pattern. So focused role से हट के भी बिल्कुल करेंगे. हाँ, नहीं, बिल्कुल, आई नो दिस. यस, ये बिल्कुल, ये जो इधर का, मैं तो अंडमान में डीजीपी था अभी पिछले 2 साल पहले. और वहाँ समुद्र, जब कोस्ट गार्ड के उस समुद्र में फेंक के, और बहुत हज़ारों किलो की तादाद में वो फिर समुद्र से वो होकर के आया था. यस, इट इज़ देयर, इट इज़ वो एक ड्रग मनी का एक अलग कार्टेल है. तो देखिए, हर लेवल पर लोग काम कर रहे हैं. मेरा जो what I said, so I wanted to constructively target एक कि कैसे इन बच्चों में आफ्टर ऑल भाई ये अच्छे होंगे तभी आगे सोसाइटी एज फार एज क्राइम इज कंसर्न। तो आप तो JNU के हैं, आप तो जानेंगे। The famous sociologist Emil Durkheim, he said that crime is normal, it is not pathological, it is realization of society. बहुत सारे जो थिंकर्स हैं वो अब ये तक कहते हैं कि वो क्राइम एक बैरोमीटर है कि क्या डेवलपमेंट का पैटर्न चल रहा है। सो दीज थिंग्स आर देयर, बट यस जो हमारा फोकस जो बच्चों वाला रोल है इसमें, ठीक है। थैंक यू, थैंक्स।
थैंक यू सो मच सर। बहुत इंगेजिंग सेशन था। वी हैव अ लिटिल टोकन ऑफ ग्रैटिट्यूड फ्रॉम आवर एंड।
यस,
Thank you so much, sir, once again. Now we'll begin with our first panel. The panel is on From Mental Health to Mental Health Care Act. What does the Act say about the children? For this, we were supposed to have 3 panelists, but unfortunately, Achin Garg sir is still stuck with some ministerial meeting. So he will join us. That's why we haven't kept his name tag yet. So I'll introduce the moderator to all of you. May I please request Dr. Pathare to be with us on the stage as the moderator. Soumitra Pathare is a consultant psychiatrist and director of the Center for Mental Health Law and Policy, ILS Pune. He played a pivotal role in drafting India's Mental Health Care Act. He is a WHO consultant, passionate about mental health policy, scaling up mental health services, and suicide prevention. Next, we have with us a very old friend of CRY, Anant Asthana ji. Anant Asthana ji is a child rights lawyer, serves in various legal capacities like Juvenile Justice Boards, Delhi High Court, and the Supreme Court of India. Additionally, he is a member of the advisory committee at the Center of Excellence for Child Protection. Next, we have with us Harsu Chetun Kaur. Harsu Chetun Kaur serves as a state coordinator at the mental health cell in Punjab's government. She's a researcher at the Chandigarh Commission for Protection of Child Rights and a social worker counselor at the Guru Nanak Dev Multi-Speciality Hospital. I welcome you all. I'll request Shubhendu Da to present a token of gratitude to all our panelists and moderator.
Says I will provide a safe and happy environment to you. They wanted to know what is the pledge that we have taken. I will always listen to them and encourage open conversation. I will provide the right mental health support to people, allow them to learn both sides. Encourage happy practice.
Just we are starting at 2:40. We'll try to finish it by 1:15. for this. So each panelist will get about 12 minutes to speak. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Yeah. Hi. It is working, but I think maybe the volume needs to be adjusted. Yeah. Hi, good morning, everyone. Thanks to Cry for inviting me to this event, and extremely brave of them to hand the mic to me. I can only tell you that. The people who know me will know that very well. It's not a very good, smart idea to do that. Anyway, here we are. But they were very conveniently put me down as a moderator. I don't have a clue what a moderator is supposed to do in these kind of panels at all. But before I hand over the mic to the 3 or 2 panelists that we have, I'm going to take advantage of the fact that I have the mic to make a few comments. I won't take more than 10 sentences. The first sentence is that I wanted to find Amulya somewhere. I don't know where Amulya is. So Amulya needs to come here, because while I can speak good Bombaya Hindi, I cannot speak Hindi when it comes to talking about technical stuff, okay? And I think Harsh Chetan would also need some assistance for that. Amulya, come here, you can sit here. We'll get another chair for the next panel. It's not an issue. So Amulya is going to translate into Hindi for us with the technical terms. Otherwise, half of you don't understand what we are saying, yeah? Because if I try to speak Hindi, I can't get the technical stuff. आप बम्बई आ जाओ तो आपको हिंदी सुना दूंगा, लेकिन मीटिंग में नहीं बोल सकता, ठीक है ना? तो Amulya, you have the difficult job of trying to make sense of what I would say, and many of us will say here. So a couple of points I wanted to make. The first point is that mental health is not just a health issue, okay? Mental health is, it's a psychosocial issue. It's broader than health, and we should really be looking at it that way. So I was very glad actually that of the 3 panelists, and I know Shri Garg is not here, but 2 of the panelists are not from the health sector, and maybe you are on the periphery of health, but you are health. But there are 2 panelists who are not from the health sector, so that's a good thing. And you know, I believe this, and I say this as a psychiatrist, that mental health is too important to be left to mental health professionals. You know, it's a dangerous thing to just leave it to them to do it. And there's one point which maybe you people may or may not agree with me, but you know, and Pooja mentioned this, Pooja Marwa mentioned it in her talk, and I hope we make progress on that. But before I do that, I just remembered, people, you need to translate.
So, इन्होंने सौमित्र जी ने मुख्य रूप से इनका ये कहना है कि पैनल में अच्छा है कि हेल्थ के साथ साथ नॉन हेल्थ के लोग भी हैं, चाहे पुलिस से अभी वो आने वाले थे, और लॉयर्स भी हैं। और दूसरा है कि मानसिक स्वास्थ्य का जो पूरा मामला है वो सिर्फ मानसिक स्वास्थ्य विशेषज्ञों का मामला नहीं है, ये सबसे डेंजरस चीज़ है। दूसरे लोग भी जो हैं उनको भी इस मुद्दे पे बात रखनी चाहिए।
The second point, which is again going on from what the first point is and what Pooja Marwa said, was that you know, she mentioned something about in engaging children and involving children. And I think if we are truly to have participatory decision making and participatory processes, then the one big, the biggest stakeholder in this whole process is the children. And unfortunately, we don't actually have a panel of children telling us what they would like to see. And if there was such a panel, I would love to moderate that panel. That would be a pleasure for me to do. You know, we've done some, there's also this feeling that somehow when we talk policy making, then we need the experts. And only the experts know policy making. There's this kind of idea that experts have the knowledge and that is passively handed down to our communities. And I think that's a very wrong way of looking at experts. There are 2 kinds of experts. One is the kind of expert like me, professional experts who've gone to a university, read something, know some stuff from the books they've read. And then there are experts who are experts because of their lived experience. And I think both these kind of expertise is equally important if we are to make policies which involve community participation in it. I mean, we run a very nice program which is currently working with the communities in Chhattisgarh to try and get communities to design a mental health policy for the state, to help them get engaged in designing a policy like that. So I'm going to stop here, except to remember that one of the things that didn't get, two things that didn't get mentioned. One is that, the child rights, the Convention on the Rights of the Child talks about the emerging capacities of children to be engaged in decision making. And somehow I think that gets missed in a lot of the decision making that happens about children. And I think that we need to kind of move the whole thing a little bit so that children are actually seen as important children and adolescents are seen, and young people in general are seen as not only important stakeholders but actually the primary stakeholders who should be part of that participatory decision making process. And many of them actually have better ideas than a past my sell by date kind of person like me might have on it. So I would think we should keep that in mind for the whole day when we are discussing today.
So मुख्य रूप से सौमित्र जी ने ये बोला कि बच्चों की जो सबकी भागीदारी के बारे में जो पूजा ने अपने शुरुआती वक्तव्य में कहा था, तो बच्चों की भागीदारी हमें इंश्योर करना चाहिए। और उनका ये कहना है कि हाँ, अगर बच्चों का भी कोई पैनल होता जिसमें वो उनकी खुशी होती कि उस पैनल को साथ जुड़ के बातें रखने की इस पूरे मुद्दे पे। दूसरा उनका जो सबसे एक महत्वपूर्ण कहना भी था कि जब हम मानसिक स्वास्थ्य की नीति की बात करते हैं, पॉलिसी की बात करते हैं, तो हमेशा विशेषज्ञ एक्सपर्ट्स होते हैं और वो बात करते हैं। लेकिन इनका ये भी कहना है कि दो तरह के एक्सपर्ट्स हैं। एक तो प्रोफेशनल्स हैं जो कुछ पढ़ाई किए हैं, जिनके पास कुछ नॉलेज है, थ्योरेटिकल नॉलेजेज हैं, बट दूसरे विशेषज्ञ भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है जो समुदाय में जिनका अनुभव है और जो समुदाय के साथ काम कर रहे हैं, जिनका जीवंत अनुभव है सालों से काम करने का, चाहे वो समुदाय के बीच में, समुदाय के साथ जोड़ने का, समुदाय की भागीदारी का, तो समुदाय की अलग अलग समस्याओं को समझने का जिनका अनुभव है, उनको भी वो विशेषज्ञ मानते हैं। और उनका कहना है कि ये विशेषज्ञ भी उतने बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है जिनको हमें लेना चाहिए। दूसरा उन्होंने ये भी कहा कि मानसिक स्वास्थ्य की नीति के बारे में छत्तीसगढ़ में वो एक अभी कार्य कर रहे हैं, एक एक्सपेरिमेंट कर रहे हैं, जिसमें समुदाय के 4 जिले छत्तीसगढ़ के जो समुदाय के लोग हैं उनके साथ बैठ के मानसिक स्वास्थ्य की क्या नीति होनी चाहिए या उनकी समझदारी क्या है, वो एक कार्य वहाँ छत्तीसगढ़ में कर रहे हैं, कि मुझे लग रहा है बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण एक प्रयास है इस पूरे मामले में। और दूसरा फिर उन्होंने ये भी कहा कि ये जरूरी है हम आज के दिन की चर्चा में बच्चों को केंद्रित या जो किशोर हैं उनके केंद्रित, उनकी जो समस्याएं हैं या उनकी जो बातचीत है, उनके जो मंशा, उसको हम ध्यान में रखें अलग अलग चर्चाओं में, तभी वो पूरी भागीदारी वो रह पाएगी और उसको हम अपने आज के पूरे दिन की चर्चा में जीवंत रखें।
Thank you so much. That's very kind. I'm going to hand over to Advocate Asthana to speak. What I suggest is that if you speak for about say 10 minutes and then Harsi Chetan does for 10 minutes, then we could actually have a discussion. The whole idea of the panel is that we can have a conversation and a chat, and you can disagree or agree and make a comment and all of that. And I think that's when the moderator's role might come in.
Will you allow me to go there? You are welcome wherever. Very inconvenient. You are welcome to do it whichever way you want.
हमको 10 मिनट का समय दिया है। नहीं, मॉडरेटर जो कहता है वही कानून है। हम 10 मिनट के अंदर ही लेंगे, क्योंकि हमको ये भी लगता है कि बातचीत जरूरी है ना। मेंटल हेल्थ के विषय पे हमारा एक वकील के नाते लगातार इंगेजमेंट होता रहता है और बेहद कानूनी। आप में से बहुत सारे लोगों को मौका भी नहीं मिला होगा उन स्पेसेस को समझने का, कहाँ पर मेंटल हेल्थ अधिकार, उदाहरण के तौर पर हम बहुत सिंपल सा कन्वर्सेशन कि किस बारे में बात हो रही है। अगर आपका ब्रेकअप हो जाए अपने बॉयफ्रेंड या गर्लफ्रेंड से, तो महीनों तक उदासी रहती है। कुछ का तो खैर भी वो नौबती नहीं आई होगी, लेकिन हम जैसे लोगों के का इतिहास है तो ब्रेक डाउन हो जाता है। कहाँ जाते हैं? दोस्तों यारों के पास है, रो गाओ कुछ सुन ले, लेकिन उससे बहुत ज्यादा फायदा होता नहीं है। कई बार ऐसा लगता है अरे ये छोड़ दिया इसने, अब मेरी जिंदगी खत्म हो गई, मरी जाते हैं, चलो सुसाइड कर लेते, राइट। तब आपको बाकायदा ट्रीटमेंट चाहिए। तो केवल प्यार से, केयर देने से नहीं होगा, क्योंकि कुछ हो गया है मेंटल हेल्थ के नजरिए से। काउंसलर के पास जाते हैं, सबसे शुरुआती बात, काउंसलर के पास जाते हैं। अगर आप एडल्ट हैं तो काउंसलर के पास जाएंगे और काउंसलर आपसे बहुत सारी फीस लेगा। बहुत महंगी सेवा है मेंटल हेल्थ। गरीब आदमी भूल जाए, गरीब आदमी नहीं मेंटल हेल्थ अफोर्ड कर सकता। अब सरकार ने प्रयास किया है, 2 स्कीम्स बनाई हैं जिनका जिक्र सुबह हुआ था। उन स्कीम्स का अभी हम बिहार में देख करके आए हैं। हर जिले में जो है वो उपलब्ध कराए गए हैं काउंसलर सरकार के पैसे से। अब कितना उनका उपयोग हो पा रहा है, कितना नहीं हो पा रहा, वो अलग बात है, लेकिन अब इस दिशा में प्रयास हो रहा है कि मेंटल हेल्थ को वो मान्यता दी जाए। जब काउंसलर के पास आप जाते हो, वो फीस लेता है और आप उसको सब कुछ बताते हैं, और वो काउंसलर आपको मदद करता है तरह तरह से। पूरी चिकित्सा है कि ये बातचीत नहीं है, लेकिन इस बात का भरोसा रहता है कि जो काउंसलर को बताया है वो वहीं उसी कमरे में छोड़ करके आते हैं, है ना। वो बाद में दोबारा बोली भी नहीं जाती वो बात। ये एडल्ट्स जब सेवा लेते हैं पैसा देकर के, अपने काम में हम देखते हैं कि बच्चों पर जबरदस्ती काउंसलिंग थोपी जाती है, उनको पता हो या ना पता हो। जैसे कोई लड़की इलोपमेंट के केस में आई ना, उसको ये बताना कि किसी लड़के के साथ भाग जाना बहुत गंदी बात है, उसके लिए तरीका होगा इसकी काउंसलिंग कर दो। तो पता नहीं क्या काउंसलिंग है कि कोई चाबी घुमा दी, इसकी काउंसलिंग कर दो। काउंसलिंग में बस गालियां ही नहीं बोली जाती, बाकी सब बोल देते हैं। छूटेगी नहीं, 10 साल तक इसी होम में सड़ती रहेगी, छोड़ दे लड़का, इसको काउंसलिंग कहा जाता है। ये अपनी हकीकत है। आप में से कई लोगों ने भुगती होगी ये काउंसलिंग। और यहीं पे बात रुकती नहीं है, जो प्रताड़ना है वो रुकती नहीं है। उसका ब्यौरा बना देते हैं, उसको दर्ज कर देंगे कागजों में। जो एडल्ट्स के साथ नहीं होता तो बच्चों के साथ हम करते हैं इसी सिस्टम में। वैदेही जी यहां बैठी हैं, हमको नहीं पता इनकी फाइलों में क्या होता है, लेकिन बाल कल्याण समिति की फाइलों में वो बताएंगी, उनको मौका मिलेगा वो बताएंगी। वो खुद इस फील्ड की अच्छी जानकार हैं, तो बेहतर काम होगा। लेकिन बाल कल्याण समितियों की, जुवेनाइल जस्टिस बोर्डों की, चिल्ड्रन कोर्ट की फाइलों को जब हम लोग देखते हैं तो दुख होता है देख करके कि काउंसलिंग के नाम पर उसका पूरा जीवन की अंतरंगता जो है वो सब लिख करके कागज में रख दी है, और दुनिया पढ़ रही है उसको। हर कोई पढ़ रहा है, जिसको जो मर्जी। जिसने बताया उसको पता भी नहीं है कि लिख दिया गया है ना। इस तरह की चीजों पर बातचीत करने के लिए क्राई ने बड़ा सुंदर मंच उपलब्ध कराया है। तो हम क्राई को धन्यवाद भी देना चाहेंगे कि एक ऐसा विषय जो केवल विशेषज्ञों की एक 4 लोगों की 5 लोगों की कमेटी है, उसी में घूमता रहता है, उसका लोकतांत्रिकरण नहीं होता उस संवाद का। क्योंकि पहले तो ये माना जाता है कि बहुत कठिन टॉपिक है। वो सर बोल के गए ना, बड़ा अच्छा इंटरेस्टिंग टर्म बोला उन्होंने, हाई एंड थिंकिंग, वही लोग करते हैं, लेकिन ऐसा होना नहीं चाहिए। हम सबके, खासतौर से वो बच्चे जिनको बाल न्याय तंत्र में जोड़ा जाता है, चाहे वो विधि विरुद्ध किशोर के तौर पे आए। अभिज्ञा, सॉरी आई एम स्पीकिंग हिंदी, यहाँ यू मस्ट बी स्ट्रगलिंग। और चाहे वो देखभाल और संरक्षण की आवश्यकता वाले बच्चे, इस तरह के बहुत सारे इश्यूज हैं। जब कोई बच्चा क्राइम करता है, और क्राइम हम सब कर सकते हैं, जरूरी नहीं है कि आप बहुत क्राइम में इनग्रेन्ड हो तभी क्राइम हो, परिस्थितियां कभी भी क्राइम करा देती है। तो अगर आप 16 साल से ऊपर हैं और हीनियस ऑफेंस का एलिगेशन है तो फिर एक प्रोसेस होता है। मनीषा यहाँ बैठी हैं, वो इसी विषय को बहुत बारीकी से देखती हैं। सुबह डॉक्टर शेखर शेषाद्री बात कर रहे थे संवाद के बारे में। संवाद के प्रोग्राम पर बहुत ऑब्जेक्शन है लोगों को, बहुत हम लोग विरोध करते हैं उसमें, क्योंकि उन्होंने एक वो बना दिया है फॉर्मेट। हम लोग कहते हैं फॉर्मेट नहीं हो सकता, क्योंकि फॉर्मेट करने का मतलब क्या है? एक तो मैंडेटरी मेंटल हेल्थ असेसमेंट। तो पहली चीज तो यही है कि क्या अगर हम किसी भी सिस्टम से बाल न्याय तंत्र में जुड़ते हैं तो क्या मेरे साथ जबरदस्ती मेंटल हेल्थ असेसमेंट किए जा सकते हैं? क्या आपके ऊपर, जैसे लाइट डिटेक्टर टेस्ट का नाम सुना है? फिल्मों में खूब दिखाते हैं ना, वो मशीन के आगे बैठा करके वो आ जाता है यस नो। लाइट डिटेक्टर टेस्ट जो है वो पुलिस का इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग टूल है, उसको इस्तेमाल करने के लिए बाकायदा कानून है। ऐसे फ्री नहीं होते पुलिस अफसर के लगा दिया कान में लाइट डिटेक्टर टेस्ट कर दिया, उसके इर्द गिर्द पूरा कानून है। लेकिन मेंटल हेल्थ इंटरवेंशंस के बारे में ज्यादातर लोग ये मान के चलते हैं कि इन पर कानूनों की कोई जरूरत नहीं है। क्यों? एक बहुत बड़ा कंसर्न रहता है कि ये हम भले के लिए कर रहे हैं। तो क्या भले के लिए मेरे अधिकार वायलेट किए जा सकते हैं? काउंसलिंग का हमको फायदा होगा, ठीक है, चलिए होगा फायदा उसका, लेकिन क्या अगर मैं रजामंदी न दूं तो क्या मेरे ऊपर जबरदस्ती काउंसलिंग की जाएगी? क्या मेरे ऊपर कोई टूल डाल करके मेरे मन की गहराइयों में खोई कोई बात क्या जबरदस्ती निकाल ली जाएगी? है ना, बहुत सारी अपनी सच्चाइयां होती है ना। तो ये जो पूरी चर्चा है ये बहुत नई चर्चा है। नई इन द सेंस, नई तो खैर नहीं है। राधिका जी यहाँ बैठी हैं, बच्चों और डिसेबिलिटी, और जब हमने शुरू की थी प्रैक्टिस तब से मैम का काम इन चीजों पर है। अब वो स्टेज आ गया है जो बहुत तेजी के साथ मेंटल हेल्थ एक्ट बन गया है 2017 में। उसके अलावा पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटीज का तो कानून बहुत तेजी से बन रहे हैं, और अब उन कानूनों को लागू करने के लिए स्कीम्स बन रही हैं। डॉक्टर शेषाद्री ने जब अपनी बात खत्म की तो उन्होंने क्या कहा कि एग्जीक्यूशन पर आओ, तो बहुत सारा फोकस एग्जीक्यूशन पर है। तो अगर कानूनी धरातल स्पष्ट नहीं है ना, और उस पर एग्जीक्यूशन अगर आपने स्पीड कर दिया तो कितने मास स्केल वायलेशन होंगे। इसलिए हमारा मानना यह है कि मेंटल हेल्थ के फील्ड में एग्जीक्यूशंस की रफ्तार तेज करने का समय अभी नहीं आया है, क्योंकि अभी जो उसके पहले की एक चर्चा है वो चर्चा ही अभी पक रही है, और उस चर्चा को पकाने में बहुत बड़ी जरूरत है कि उस पूरे कन्वर्सेशन को डेमोक्रेटाइज किया जाए, इस इंफॉर्मेशन तक एक्सेस बढ़ाई जाए। बच्चों की बहुत हमको अच्छा लगा सर ने बात कही कि बच्चों का पैनल होता है। जरूरी है कि बच्चे भी समझें मेंटल हेल्थ के इंटरवेंशन का। दिल्ली हाईकोर्ट ने 2018 में एक फैसला दिया और कहा कि पॉक्सो के कानून में काउंसलिंग रिपोर्ट नाम की कोई चीज है ही नहीं। पॉक्सो के केस समझते हैं ना, सेक्सुअल रिलेशन के इर्द गिर्द जब केस बन जाते हैं तब, तो उसमें आपने खूब देखा होगा, पुलिस पकड़ती है तो अक्यूज को पकड़ती है और फिर वो विक्टिम को भी पकड़ा जाता है। हम उसको पकड़ना ही कह रहे हैं, उसको पकड़ लिया जाता है, फिर किसी संस्था से काउंसलर बुलाए जाते हैं। काउंसलर भागे भागे आते हैं रात में 2 बजे, पता नहीं नींद में रहते हैं क्या रहते हैं, जल्दी जल्दी कुछ लिखा अपना उसको, और उसके बेसिस पे इन्वेस्टिगेशन होता है। उसको चार्जशीट में लगा देती है पुलिस। और वही मैडम जो काउंसलिंग के लिए आई थी 4 महीने पहले, 2 महीने पहले, अचानक से उनके घर चिट्ठी आती है कि तुम गवाह हो कोर्ट में। उन्होंने कल्पना भी नहीं की थी कि वो गवाही के लिए विक्टिम बन रही हैं। तो दिल्ली हाईकोर्ट का अकेला फैसला है पूरे देश में जिसने इस समस्या को पकड़ा। बहुत बढ़िया जजमेंट है, क्रिमिनल रेफरेंस 2 ऑफ 2016, सुओ मोटो। दिल्ली के एक मजिस्ट्रेट, उन्होंने खुद से ये समस्या लिख करके हाईकोर्ट के जज साहब को भेज दी कि साहब देखिए, हर मुकदमे में पुलिस जो है ये काउंसलर्स की रिपोर्टें लगा रही है और थेरेपेटिक यूज नहीं हो रहा है, फोरेंसिक यूज हो रहा है। उसको बंद कराया जाए। हाई कोर्ट ने कहा अच्छा इसको हम देखते हैं, पूरा लीगली उसको एग्जामिन किया, सरकार के वकीलों को सुना, सबको सुना, सब पक्ष सुने, कानून देखा और फिर कहा यह प्रैक्टिस गलत है, गैर कानूनी है, ये प्रैक्टिस बंद की जाए। लेकिन बंद हो नहीं रही है, वो महामारी की तरह वो प्रैक्टिस, क्योंकि सिस्टम के लिए बहुत आसान है। एडल्ट का बयान लिखने में 10 मिनट लगता है, बच्चे का बयान लिखिए सुबह से शाम हो जाएगी, आपको समझ में नहीं आएगा कहानी शुरू कहाँ से हुई। कठिन काम है वो, राइट। तो ऐसे में बड़ा आसान हो जाता है कि जया से कह दें जया काउंसलिंग कर दो, जरा रिपोर्ट दे दो, हमारा काम आसान हो गया खट से। जिम्मेदारी मेरे ऊपर नहीं आई, इस बयान की पूरी जिम्मेदारी इनके ऊपर है। अब ये कोर्ट में भुगते मेरी छाती बन गई। इसलिए हम कहते हैं कि मेंटल हेल्थ के जो एलिमेंट हैं उनके बारे में और ज्यादा कलोकियल लेवल पर बातचीत हो, आसान भाषा में बातचीत हो। इस सिस्टम में काम करने वाले जो लोग हैं, इस सिस्टम का फायदा जिन लोगों को मिलता है, वो सब भी समझे कि ये पूरी बातचीत हो क्या रही है। राइट, डॉक्टर निमिष देसाई यहाँ पर हैं, वो बिल्कुल सहमत होंगे, डेमोक्रेटाइजेशन ऑफ दिस कन्वर्सेशन। तो क्राई की जो शुरुआत है, इसको हम शुरुआत कह रहे हैं। ये डायलॉग जो है वो अभी बहुत गहरा उतरना है, उसके बाद फिर हम दोबारा से कानूनों को नई दृष्टि से देख पाएंगे, किस हद तक हमको इम्प्लीमेंटेशन करना है, कैसे इम्प्लीमेंटेशन करना है, कौन कौन से सेफ गार्ड उसमें लगाने हैं, वो सब स्टेज तब आएगी। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, थैंक यू। अभी सवाल नहीं देंगे, क्योंकि सवाल एक राष्ट्रीय किशोर स्वास्थ्य मिशन और एक राष्ट्रीय मानसिक स्वास्थ्य मिशन, ये 2 मिशन है। तो जब राष्ट्रीय मानसिक स्वास्थ्य मिशन है तो उसमें बच्चों के बारे में ध्यान रखा गया है, और जो राष्ट्रीय किशोर स्वास्थ्य मिशन है उसमें मानसिक स्वास्थ्य पर ध्यान रखा गया है। दोनों इसमें एक दूसरे से बात करके अच्छी पहल है, उसको बहुत बारीकी से देखने की जरूरत है, क्योंकि वो हमको एग्जीक्यूशन की तरफ ले जा रही है। ठीक है मैम, हाँ, सवाल जवाब अभी मॉडरेटर अलाउ करेंगे।
Can I just ask her Suchetan Kaur to say her piece now?
Yeah, firstly about my introduction, I think I'm independently researching my PhD. I'm not with the Chandigarh administration. I'm actually working with the government of Punjab. तो उनका जो नेशनल मेंटल हेल्थ प्रोग्राम है और जो उनका डी एडिक्शन का स्टेट इनिशिएटिव है, उसका जो प्रोग्राम है उसका मैं कोऑर्डिनेटर हूँ। तो मैं स्टेट प्रोग्राम कोऑर्डिनेटर हूँ पंजाब सरकार के साथ। पर मेरा मुख्य काम और एक कारण यहाँ आने का ये है, ऑफ कोर्स मेंटल हेल्थ, पर क्योंकि मैं आर्ट स्पेस थेरेपी करती हूँ बच्चों के साथ। तो मैंने ये पंजाब सरकार के साथ काम करने से पहले NGOs में काम किया था, बच्चों के साथ आर्ट थेरेपी की थी उनके साथ, और उसके लिए कोर्स किया था। बट व्हाटएवर, अभी ड्यूरिंग माय जॉब PhD के लिए मैं जुवेनाइल ऑब्जर्वेशन होम में 10 लड़कों के साथ हफ्ते में 2 बारी और एक सेशन 2 घंटे का होता है, आर्ट थेरेपी करती हूँ लड़कों के साथ। सितंबर से कर रही हूँ, तो कुछ 2-3 महीने हो गए मुझे काम करते हुए। और लड़कियाँ जो हैं जो शेल्टर होम में हैं, उनके साथ भी मैं 2-3 महीने से हफ्ते में 2 बारी एक सेशन 2 घंटे का आर्ट थेरेपी का करती हूँ। तो जब मैं यहाँ आ रही थी तो मैंने उनको बोला था कि मैं यहाँ आ रही हूँ, तो तुम लोग कुछ कहना चाहते हो क्या? एंड अभी तक तो क्योंकि इतना काम करने से थोड़ा हमारी, एंड ऊपर से काउंसलिंग नहीं करती मैं, मतलब मेरी आर्ट थेरेपी का मतलब है जो हम बात करके करते हैं उसको हम प्ले, ड्रामा, डांस, पेंटिंग के थ्रू उस सदमे को या उन बातों को थोड़ा सा डिस्कस करते हैं, उनको समझते हैं, उनके बारे में सोचते हैं, याद करते हैं, उनको बाहर निकालते हैं। एंड जो भी हमारे को इश्यूज होते हैं ग्रुप में होता है, तो जो इंडिविजुअल नहीं है, तो जो भी इश्यूज होते हैं वहीं हम रिजॉल्व करते हैं, और उसका मेन थेरेप्यूटिक अफेक्ट तब होता है जब एक अच्छा थेरेप्यूटिक अलायंस बन जाता है बच्चों के साथ। तो मैंने उनको जब पूछा था तो अ, जो जुवेनाइल होम के लड़कों ने कहा था कि चलते हैं हम दिल्ली आपके साथ। मैंने कहा अभी वो तो नहीं मैं कर सकती, पर आप बताइए अगर कुछ बातें, और लड़कियों ने भी बड़े एक्साइटेड होके कुछ बातें कही थी। तो मैं उनकी कुछ बातों को और अपनी कुछ समझ को पेश करूँगी वर्ड्स मतलब पॉइंट्स में, पर मैंने अंग्रेज़ी में लिखा है। तो जहाँ जहाँ मुझे मुझे लगता है कि आपको मेरी हेल्प करनी पड़ेगी, ठीक है जी। तो ये हमने फोकस ग्रुप डिस्कशन किया था। तो पहले तो बच्चों ने जो शेल्टर होम है, इट इज़ अ इवन दो इट इज़ अ सेफ प्लेस, it doesn't give them the sense of freedom and that they inherently desire, and it is very healing for a child who has been chronically feeling unsafe with a history of abuse and neglect. तो उन्होंने एक्साइटेडली ऐसे कहा था हर महीने एक आउटिंग तो होनी चाहिए, एटलीस्ट घर में हम लोग आसपास घूम लिया करते थे बाहर निकल के। शेल्टर होम में प्रोटेक्शन के कारण उनका रेगुलर जो उनका मन है ना, तलब होती है कि बस वो गेट से बाहर निकल के थेरेप्यूटिक इम्पॉर्टेंट फॉर ऑल एज ग्रुप्स, स्पेशली चिल्ड्रन। जैसे कि कोविड का भी सबसे ज़्यादा ट्रोमेटिक पार्ट था दैट लॉकडाउन, लाइक यू कांट गेट आउट, एंड तो वो उनको एक बात उन्होंने कही थी। तो वो चाहते थे जो वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग कोर्सेज हैं, जैसे संस्थाओं में ब्यूटी का कोर्स करा देते हैं लड़कियों को या जो भी है, वो चाहते थे कि वो बाहर हो, संस्था के बाहर करो, हमें कहीं और लेके जाओ, वहाँ पे कोर्स कराओ। फिर वो कह रहे थे कि हर महीने के एंड में एक पार्टी होनी चाहिए, बर्थडे सेलिब्रेशन पार्टी। तो उस महीने जितने बच्चों के बर्थडे हुए उनका सेलिब्रेशन होना चाहिए, और चीज़ी मिलनी चाहिए, और अगर हो सके तो संस्था को उन लड़कियों को हर महीने थोड़े गिफ्ट्स देने चाहिए। फिर उन्होंने कहा कि हमें रोज़ फल खाना है, फल नहीं मिलता रोज़ हमें, एंड दे डोंट वांट द फूड का स्वाद अच्छा होना चाहिए, उसकी स्मेल नहीं होनी चाहिए। उनको कई बार मुझे समझ ही नहीं आ रही थी कि वो कहते चिकन ना कुछ नहीं होता है, चिकन ठीक, शायद वो पुराना बनाते हैं या शायद वो पता नहीं क्या करते हैं। सो न्यूट्रिशन की जब हम बात करते हैं, हम डेटा में भी जो ये अभी हम डेटा में न्यूट्रिशन का देख रहे थे, तो न्यूट्रिशन इज़ नॉट जस्ट कि यू पुट पनीर इन द माउथ, इट इज़ ऑल्सो इफ़ यू एंजॉय द पनीर। या चिकन डाल दिया हमने, चिकन का एक टेम्पलेट है, चिकन मिल रहा है, क्या वो चिकन अच्छा है, क्वालिटी, स्वाद है, बच्चों का खाने का भी मन कर रहा है, दे तो दिया। तो वैसी छोटी छोटी बातें। एंड इंटरनेट काफ़ी इम्पोर्टेंट है उनके लिए। इंटरनेट इज़ अनदर आउटडोर वर्ल्ड फॉर देम, ऑफ कोर्स वी नो। एक पूरा ऑनलाइन लैक ऑफ सेफ्टी एंड पोर्नोग्राफी का उन्होंने मुद्दा खुद ही रेज कर दिया था, बिकॉज दे सेड हमें इंटरनेट से बहुत ही खुशी मिलती है, हम गेम खेल लेते हैं, एंड मैं ज़्यादा प्रोब नहीं करना चाहती थी और क्या करते हो इंटरनेट पे, पर इट इज़ बेसिकली यू नो इट्स देयर फ्रीडम ऑफ एक्सप्रेशन, देयर डिज़ायर फॉर कनेक्शन एंड प्लेफुलनेस जो सेटिस्फाई होता है, and they wanted all computers to be in working condition. They said ऐसे कंप्यूटर है तो सही, इतने कमरे में इतने सारे कंप्यूटर हैं, कुछ काम नहीं कर रहा है, कुछ स्लो चल रहा है। फिर वो कंडीशन वर्किंग हो, ऊपर से सबको बराबर का टाइम मिलना चाहिए कंप्यूटर पे। कुछ बच्चों को ज़्यादा मिल जाता है जो अथॉरिटी फिगर्स के पास होते हैं। देयर इज़ अ लॉट ऑफ फेवरेटिज्म दैट गोज अराउंड विच आई एम कमिंग टू। Before that they said the boys said कि कुछ मोबाइल ऐप्स हैं जो काफ़ी फ्रीली अवेलेबल हैं, जहाँ पे पोर्नोग्राफी ऐसा फ्रीली अवेलेबल है, एंड the boys in the juvenile home said कि उसको बैन करना चाहिए. Why do children have like free access to these apps with that kind of content? वो अच्छा नहीं है हमारे लिए. This point, see, adults sometimes consciously and sometimes unconsciously end up playing emotional games with children. Adults orchestrate favoritism by giving incentives and more access and proximity to children who do their work and demonstrate submissiveness. This in turn breeds contempt between submissive children and the rebellious ones. It is understandable that managing one's own children can be very challenging and exhausting. So being a caregiver for more than 50 children is a tumultuous task. काफ़ी मुश्किल है जब शेल्टर होम में ना मतलब इतने सारे बच्चे होते हैं and they are all like you know of different levels of energy but a lot of energy. तो मुश्किल होता है स्टाफ के लिए लेकिन however I think staff and we can train ourselves to be trauma informed. जो modules बने हैं क्राई के, they are very very important to be mindful of our harmful emotions and impulses, to be mature enough to realize within 60 seconds or 2 minutes that we have crossed the line by spilling our harmful words, thoughts, demands, actions and often inaction onto persons who are younger than us, less powerful than us and whom we project to be caregivers of. You know, we require weekly psychotherapy for achieving this personal goal. Do we have the capacity to be caregivers? Have we gone through the psychotherapy of resolving our own issues to be caregivers? So I think I'm running out of time. I'm going to quickly. We require, and children love music. They all want access to music all the time. Even a toddler will start moving their body in rhythmic movements if you put music. So they love dancing, they love drama, and we all are not alien to the therapeutic effect of creative expression. So by implementing creative methodologies and imparting education at school, in psychotherapy, we ensure healthy stimulation required for imagination, innovation, and developing resilience. I center my work around providing a safe and non judgmental space with a consistency aimed to match the standards of safety which the child wants. Like my standard of maintaining a safe space is not like I've read it somewhere. But if you work with children, you need to know कि उनका एक standard है कि उनको एक standard का safety चाहिए. So my aim is to match their standards of safety that they want, not only need, they want it. So when I brought acrylic paints in the classroom, तो मैंने उनको बोला कि इसको freely और generously use कर लो. And पहले पहले तो हम कुछ पेंटिंग कर रहे थे अपने फेवरेट म्यूजिक आर्टिस्ट का कुछ हम ड्रॉ कर रहे थे फिर धीरे धीरे तो वो सारा ही पेंट हमने हर जगह फैला दिया हाथों पे काला पेंट लगा लिया टेबल पे हमने सारा मतलब हम कह रही हूँ मतलब द चिल्ड्रन वर डूइंग इट इन माय प्रेजेंस एंड दे न्यू कि ये नहीं डांट लगाएगी ये कुछ नहीं कहेगी एंड दे वेंट उसके बाद उन्होंने सारा साफ भी किया पर to have that space that you can completely like create a mess is also that is the contained safe non-judgmental space where I can create a mess and I know that I'll not be punished or scolded or whatever. And then coming to the sexuality of children, they shared ki some of the rooms opening towards the street have been shut because some girls were found romancing through the open windows. Now children have the girls, and it's common knowledge even in the juvenile home and even in the shelter home in with girls कि यहाँ पे लव केस की काफ़ी लड़कियाँ हैं और लड़के भी हैं तो ऐसा है कि वो उसको प्यार हो गया था ना फिर पेरेंट्स disagree on the basis of caste and religion and then what they do they file a case against the boy is in jail, the girl is here. So this kind of a patriarchal and authoritarian suppression of their sexuality is not good for their mental health. Never, it's not. Lastly, and it happens in our own homes also. We have experienced parents threatening us of abandonment in the form of punishment to force and surrender to their demands and their view of what is right. तो इंस्टीट्यूशनल केयर में भी जब कुछ मदर्स का या किसी का टेम्पर रूल लूज हो जाता है, गुस्सा हो जाती हैं, तो वो कहती हैं अगर हमारी बात नहीं सुनी ना तो तुझे घर वापस भेज देंगे. And anger is an emotion that can get really bad with age. I mean, I think adults are worse at anger than children, and all age groups require therapeutic interventions to understand and manage their anger. And punishment is not alien to children. वो officer थे, punishment is reminding me of you, sir, but I'll come back to that. But that officer, sir, was talking about making the children wear torn clothes to send a message of some like anti-gangster message. I mean, children who are caught for murder, rape, robbery are tortured by the police. Their lower parts of the bodies beaten with bamboo sticks, their ankles fractured, their testicles electrocuted, and the continued barrage of verbal assaults is not less traumatic either. Punishment does not work. The ones booked for rape, murder, robbery have a history of feeling traumatized by a sense of disempowerment, a sense of disrespect and lack of dignity. Parents of most of the children in the juvenile observation home, in my experience, they have said that their parents are working as sweepers or are vegetable vendors in an unorganized sector, and many of them living with substance use disorders. So subjecting the children to further humiliation by forcing them to wear torn clothes instead of giving them therapy in a safe and non-judgmental space will not send an enlightening message to all their peers and the public. It is not easy observing and managing children in conflict with law. The staff feels burnt out, and for compassion you need energy, you need mindfulness, you need training. So the staff needs a lot of training, and we need to train ourselves. They felt that 15 years and 18 years at least कि ब्रैकेट को हेल्दी सेक्सुअल प्रैक्टिसेस की अच्छे तरीके से जानकारी देनी चाहिए. एंड द साइलेंस अराउंड सेक्सुअल प्लेजर that only breaks with the fear of sexually transmitted diseases is not a fertile ground to develop your sexual life. मतलब अगर सिर्फ सेक्स की बात डिजीज मॉडल से देखी जाती है कि जब भी हम सेक्स की बात करते हैं हम पता नहीं कौन सी इन्फेक्शंस की बात करते हैं और प्लेजर की कोई बात ही नहीं करता है कि औरत का कैसे प्लेजर होता है, ऑर्गेजम्स क्या होते हैं. मतलब दैट इज लाइक, सो वी नीड टू इन्फॉर्म देम about healthy sexual practices which are not just use condom and protect from abortion. And this brings me to the core and the last part, and I've extended my time just 2 minutes. Children. Another 2 minutes. Yeah. Children need to be understood as a spectrum of maturity, which does not come only with a particular age number. It is not that suddenly at midnight, when the clock completes 18 years of their life, they awaken to becoming adults capable of making decisions. As mentioned in an article by B.L. Siddeshwara, K. Kattimani, and Shekhar Seshadri himself, it is imperative to understand that the normative development decision-making capacity does not appear suddenly after 18. It's a gradual process. So children between 15 to 18 years at least, let's say, they can understand complicated mathematical equations, literature and stories, history, social science, biology and games, and therefore they should be given the right to consent to health treatment interventions planned for them. From a rights-based perspective, not involving children in decision-making about their treatment appears to be a violation of their right and a black and white law, especially in the context of worsens the behavioral problems, and it may contribute to uncooperativeness in psychotherapeutic endeavors. Focus should be on keeping them in the loop and not blindly swaying to the parents' wish of ये line of treatment होना चाहिए. Joint decisions, group discussions about pros and cons of treatment plan need to be discussed with the children, and so we can look at concepts like mature minor doctrine and medical emancipation.
सो बेसिकली इस सारे टाइम में मैंने ये बताने की कोशिश की है कि हमारी जिम्मेदारी है स्कूल्स एंड क्लासरूम्स को क्रिएटिवली स्टिमुलेटिंग एनवायरनमेंट बनाना, जहाँ पे मैथ्स साइंस सारे सब्जेक्ट्स क्रिएटिव मेथड्स के थ्रू सिखाए जाएं. Imparting of knowledge can't be just talking and then beating or talking or punishment. You need to engage other methods, story, drama, role play, colors, painting, to teach even science subjects. एंड इन द सेम मैनर काउंसलिंग, वो जो पनिशमेंट काउंसलिंग हो जाती है कि इसको काउंसलर के कमरे में भेज दीजिए, वो ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए. हफ्ते में एक बारी हर एक बच्चे को काउंसलर के पास जाने का दिल करना चाहिए. वो कमरे का रंग ऐसा होना चाहिए, उसकी स्मेल ऐसी होनी चाहिए, वहाँ पे खिलौने, पेंटिंग, ड्राइंग, बुक्स ऐसी होनी चाहिए कि द चाइल्ड विल ऑटोमेटिकली कम टू दैट रूम. वो सूंघता सूंघता ही आ जाएगा और उसका दिल करना चाहिए वहाँ बैठने का. एंड देन व्हेन देयर इज़ अ प्रॉब्लम, नो, द चाइल्ड विल टेल यू कि पता मेरे साथ ये हुआ. सो दैट इज़ द काइंड ऑफ एनवायरनमेंट वी नीड टू शो देम.
I'm going to request the organizers that it's very important we hear voices from people, and I know we are running a bit late, but I looked at the schedule. There's half an hour for felicitations. We don't need half an hour to felicitate people.
We can use another 15 minutes for
Yes,
questions,
thank
and
you.
then we'll break for lunch.
Thank you.
So we have 15 minutes
Yeah,
for questions.
and we've got a 1 hour lunch, which is also long, so you can easily. I think listening to people is more important. We want to open it up for questions.
Yes.
But I would really like to hear from the young people here what they feel. Please put your hand up. आपका नाम बताइए और आपका सवाल 2 या 3 सेंटेंसेस में अगर आप पूछ सकेंगे, और किसके लिए सवाल है, कौन से पार्टिसिपेंट के लिए सवाल है, ये भी कहेंगे तो बहुत अच्छा रहेगा. So anyone please put your hands up. I will take yes.
Thank you so much. I hope I'm audible. I'm very nervous to speak. But it's not a general question. Actually, it is a question, but not from anybody in particular. I'm very moved by you, ma'am. Very moved because I'm also working very closely with children, very closely on ground. And you're all big people coming from big institution. I'm from a very small place, from the area where the children do not have shelter home, do not have any help, I would say. There is this one situation I would like to put, since I have very less time. So let's say there is a situation, I would like to say, from delinquency.
I'm going to interrupt.
Yeah.
You have 3 sentences.
Yes, that is why I'm just putting into the question, yes. So coming from the delinquency, where we started, a parent, we are talking about a single parent child here. Okay? And they are in school. And they're dropping out because of, as I told, single parenting itself is a problem. And they're dropping out because of substance abuse as well. Now, how real is mental health for them? I'm talking about a child from Sangam Vihar, and there is, we all know about Sangam Vihar. Everybody knows about Sangam Vihar. How is it? So I don't have to waste my another 2 sentences explaining it. So my first question is, how real is mental health for them? How crucial for that child? Now the second question is, what is the role, as I'm very moved by the art therapy and how important, I really understand with the depth that it is very important of what you spoke, every word you said. So what is the role of schools, today's educational system, in society like Sangam Vihar, and what is their role in helping that child who already has a single parent, has substance abuse around it, has stigma of mental health, in fact, and poor, as you said, sir, that they're poor, they will just forget about it. So how important is this conversation to reach the ground, the grassroots, and for these children who don't have literally no professional on the ground, no help. Like, of course, there is a lot of policies, a lot of help, but not like anybody on the ground 24 hours or anything.
Thank you. Let us take 2, 3 questions and then maybe you can try and answer. Anyone else wants to ask a question?
So that we have some
Yes,
idea
yes,
who you
exactly.
are.
Yeah.
Ishanjali Barla. I've been working on grassroots with different organizations for past 5 years. I'm still student pursuing MSW. Jamia Millia Islamia is the study center. That is why I'm associated with MAM. So,
My name is Himanshi. I'm from Matri Sudha organization and I'm working there as a junior health worker. My question is कि हम लोग जितने भी मेंटल हेल्थ वाले इश्यूज जो हम लेते हैं तो कहीं ना कहीं हम स्कूल्स वाले चिल्ड्रंस को कवर कर लेते हैं, क्राइम वाले चिल्ड्रंस को कवर अप कर लेते हैं, बट व्हाट अबाउट द चिल्ड्रंस जो फुटपाथ पर हैं, जिनके पेरेंट्स को सारी फैसिलिटीज़ नहीं मिल रही है, तो उनके लिए हम कुछ असेसमेंट कर रहे हैं? क्या उनकी तरफ से कुछ निकल के आ रहा है? क्योंकि उनके पास कुछ भी नहीं है और वो किसी से शेयर भी नहीं कर सकते हैं शायद अपनी चीज़ें। तो उनके लिए मेरा एक वो था कि मतलब उनके लिए क्या है, क्या नहीं?
ओके, आपका सवाल और इनका सवाल ऑलमोस्ट सेम ही है। और या एक मिनट, लेट मी सी ऑल द हैंड्स अप एंड देन आई विल पास इट ऑन। 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, anyone? So I've got 6 hands. Okay, so yes, please, you go ahead with one.
गुड आफ्टरनून एवरीवन, मेरा नाम रश्मि है और मैं स्वाति प्रोजेक्ट से हूँ। मैं अभी बच्चों के साथ ग्राउंड लेवल पे काम करती हूँ। बहुत सारी स्किल्स हम उनके साथ सीखते भी हैं और सिखाते भी हैं। मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि हम मेंटल हेल्थ की बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन जब हम स्टिग्मा की बात करते हैं वो सोसाइटी में ऐसे फैला हुआ है कि लोग एक्सेप्ट ही नहीं करते कि ये चीज़ भी कुछ होती है। जब वो एक्सेप्ट करेंगे कि हाँ ऐसा भी कुछ होता है, तभी शायद।
आपका सवाल क्या है?
मेरा सवाल ये है कि कैसे लोगों को बताया जाए कि ये स्टिग्मा जो है, ये स्टिग्मा नहीं है, ये बहुत ऐसा इशू है जिस पे हमें काम करने की जरूरत है। ये सवाल है।
Okay. Okay, so let me take all the questions and then you answer the ones which you are able to. Some questions may not have an answer and that's fine. Yeah, please.
Hi, my name is Manya and I'm doing my bachelor's in psychology right now. My question is to you, sir. You mentioned how counseling can be forced upon children now, and there is a major focus on the medical model of psychology, and we have discussed in this seminar till now that the socio-cultural aspects are important, and counselor is not even recognized officially in the Mental Health Act of 2017 from what I understand. So what I want to ask is how important is moving away from the medical model of mental health and moving to the more socio-cultural, more therapeutic model of mental health, and institutionalizing counselors as a government recognized body of mental health professionals and devising a board for them so that they are also regulated like clinical psychologists and psychiatrists are.
Okay, I'll take that as a comment rather than a question. And can we go back to that's a comment rather than a question.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Manya, and I'm a student from Masters in Public Health. So my question was related to the fact that we all know that corruption is a big problem in India. So do you think that mental health policies and their implementation are suffering? Half of them are suffering due to the problem of corruption, especially in children, and especially in the for children in the rural area, because like implementation, as sir said, implementation comes much later. There has to be a dialogue before. But shouldn't implementation, there should be a cadre of workforce looking for the implementation side by side and not after there has been a dialogue, because that just creates a lot of lag.
Okay, so your question is about corruption and the lack of implementation.
Right.
Okay, Pooja, you were next.
My point is for CRY and for all of us, and because I work in different intersections, एक आम है जो हम भूल रहे हैं। हम लॉ को ले आए हैं, एजुकेशन को लाए हैं, फैमिली में क्या करें, समाज में क्या करें। बीइंग अ मीडिया एजुकेटर, मीडिया का रिप्रेजेंटेशन कहाँ? तो मित्रों जानते हैं मीडिया को ट्रेन करने में कितने चैलेंजेस हैं। हम सुसाइड रिपोर्टिंग सिखाना चाहते हैं, मीडिया हाउसेस सीखने को तैयार नहीं है। अखबारों में जिस तरह से वो काउंसलिंग रिपोर्ट को छाप दिया जाता है विदाउट एनी डिस्क्रिशन, उस बच्ची का नाम, उसकी जैसे आपने कहा बहुत सारी अंतरंग जो डिटेल्स है उठा के सीधे की सीधी
किसी हवालदार को पैसे देके निकाल के छाप दी जाती है। तो मीडिया को भी इस डिस्कशन में लाने की जरूरत है। जो जर्नलिज्म के स्टूडेंट्स हैं उनको भी इस डिस्कशन में लाने की जरूरत है, बिकॉज एजुकेशन, अवेयरनेस और इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में मीडिया का बहुत बड़ा रोल है। तो मीडिया को लाने के लिए क्या करें?
Okay, thank you. There was a hand right at the back. Oh, was that, yeah, you and then the one in front of you? Yes. Yeah. And then there was one more hand somewhere, yeah.
सर मैं जोधपुर राजस्थान से हूँ, एक्स जेजेपी मेंबर हूँ। तो जो मेरा एक्सपीरियंस बताता है, बहुत सारे बच्चे जो बैड हिस्ट्री से गुड हिस्ट्री में, हमने भी अपना जो टाइम लगा के जो होम्स के अंदर बच्चों को बहुत नज़दीक से देखा, जैसे मैम बता रहे थे बच्चियों और बच्चों के बारे में, तो उनके मेंटल हेल्थ के लिए जो मैंने ऑब्जर्व किया था कि उनकी फैमिली बैकग्राउंड या उनके पेरेंट्स को भी अगर शामिल किया जाए उस मेंटल हेल्थ में गए, बैड हिस्ट्री में गए, या कौन सी छोटी छोटी बातें जो उनको इस डिस्टर्ब करके क्राइम के लिए कहीं पे भी उनको प्रो होना पड़ा, या फिर जो नीड एंड केयर वाले बच्चे भी वहाँ पे आ रहे हैं, या कुछ फैमिलीज जैसे हम काउंसलिंग में बैठते थे साथ में CWC के साथ में, तो उन बच्चियों या बच्चों के साथ उनके जो फैमिली में पेरेंट्स के और उनके वैचारिक मतभेद आ रहे हैं, तो मेंटल हेल्थ की बात बच्चों की करें या उनके फैमिली के पेरेंट्स साथ में, जब तक दोनों बैठ के, मैंने एक बच्चे की काउंसलिंग की थी, उस बच्चे की बैड हिस्ट्री में एक छोटी सी बात निकल के आई थी कि सिर्फ उसकी मदर ने कहा था जब तक ड्यूटी से नहीं आऊं आप घर से बाहर नहीं जाओगे और कुछ भी मेरे बिना पूछे नहीं
मैडम मैं आपको इंटरप्ट करने वाला हूँ। वी हैव एग्जैक्टली 6 मिनट्स।
ओके सर, मेरा
आपका सुझाव मैं समझ गया, आपका सवाल नहीं है, आपका सुझाव है।
एग्जैक्ट, बस उनको शामिल किया जाए।
थैंक यू। कैन यू पास इट बैक? थैंक
यू। Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Sakshi Sharma, and I'm from Aga Khan Foundation. Recently, we have started working in mental health in Nizamuddin Basti. Few days back, I've come across a case. He's a 7-year-old child, and we are suspecting he has been abused. So my question is, how, when we are talking to a child, how to safely elicit whether, or I should confirm whether the child has been abused. We work with children above 10 years, so I don't know how to do that. And secondly, secondly, if if we are suspecting abuse, what should be the correctly, I think, how to basically should we inform childline, or what can be done in this case? So I want to know that. And secondly, this is for ma'am. Ma'am said that हम बहुत carelessly ये statement use करते हैं कि घर से बाहर निकाल देंगे. So ma'am, even my dog understand this. When my mom says बाहर निकाल देंगे तो वो भी बंद कर देता है. So I can understand बच्चों पे क्या होता होगा.
Okay, last question, but the short answer to your question really is that you need to tell your organization to train your staff. I mean, that's the first and most important thing you need, which is good training. I mean, that's really, it's a training issue. And if the Aga Khan Foundation wants training done on the cheap at a meeting like this, then that's not going to happen, I'm afraid.
So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christy, and I'm currently pursuing my bachelor's in sociology honors from Jesus and Mary College. And my question is the context of mental health challenges faced by children. So, how can we put more emphasis on fostering parental awareness and accountability for potential contributions to their children's well-being?
Thank you. Very specific question. We have exactly 5 minutes. तो आस्थाना जी आपको 2.5 मिनट और हर्षु चेतन को 2.5 मिनट. जो सवाल आप आंसर करना चाहते हो आप आंसर कीजिए, जो आप आंसर करना
हमको बस एक ही सवाल समझ में आया है जो अब इतने सारे सवाल ना, your job is to tell me which question.
No, I thought there were some really interesting questions. The question from the back there was very interesting about corruption.
हमको एक सवाल बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग,
एक सवाल था वो भी अच्छा,
वो बहुत रिलेवेंट सवाल आपने पूछा है. पॉक्सो में कहा गया है कि जैसे ही सेक्सुअल ऑफेंस होने की खबर मिले, या खबर ही नहीं, होने की नहीं, पॉसिबिलिटी की भी खबर मिले तो रिपोर्ट कर देना है, ठीक है। इसको मैंडेटरी रिपोर्टिंग बोलते हैं। मैंडेटरी रिपोर्टिंग जिस तरीके से कानून में लिखी है वैसे ज़मीन पे काम नहीं करती है, क्योंकि जैसे ही आप मैंडेटरी रिपोर्टिंग का कंप्लायंस करते हैं, पुलिस का एक काम करने का तरीका है जो वो बदलने को तैयार नहीं है। छापा मार कार्रवाई करेंगे, सीधे यूनिफॉर्म में घर पहुंच जाएंगे, क्या हुआ क्या हुआ क्या हुआ पूरे मोहल्ले को बता देंगे, है ना। तो जो कंसर्न आपका है कि कैसे रिपोर्ट करें क्या, पता तो चल गया कि इसके साथ हुआ है, लेकिन वो फैमिली जो है वो डायरेक्ट पुलिस इंटरवेंशन के लिए रेडी नहीं है, और आपका दिल भी गवारा नहीं करता है। आप रिपोर्ट करोगे, लेकिन कुछ डायनेमिक्स है जो आप समझते हो, और आपको पता है कि जैसे ही पुलिस आएगी वो पूरी डायनेमिक्स आपके हाथ से बाहर निकल जाएगी। मैंडेटरी रिपोर्टिंग के ऊपर बहुत कोशिश हुई है कि इसको थोड़ा सा टोन डाउन किया जाए, लेकिन टोन डाउन करने के बहुत ज़्यादा खतरे हैं, क्योंकि सोसाइटी वैसे ही रिपोर्ट करना नहीं चाहती है। सरकार का कहना ये है कि भाई हम उस सोसाइटी में काम कर रहे हैं जहां लोग सेक्सुअल ऑफेंसेस के बारे में बात तक, सेक्सुअल ऑफेंस तो छोड़ दीजिए, पॉजिटिव सेक्सुअल एक्सपीरियंसेस के बारे में भी हम बात कंफर्टेबली नहीं कर पाते हैं। तो वहाँ कोई अनप्लीजेंट सेक्सुअल इनकाउंटर को कैसे रिपोर्ट करेगा अगर मैंडेटरी रिपोर्टिंग का क्लॉज नहीं डालेंगे। ये जो एरिया है इस पे देयर वाज अ मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट हु मूव्ड एन अमेंडमेंट कि ये मैंडेटरी रिपोर्टिंग को हटाया जाए कानून से। बहुत सारे जजेस हैं। अभी रिसेंटली केवल एक चेंज आया है, तो लॉ हम आपको बता रहे हैं, चैलेंज तो खैर हम आपके साथ हैं उस चैलेंज में। लॉ ये है कि आपको रिपोर्ट करना है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने अभी एक केस में सुनवाई करते वक्त मेडिकल टर्मिनेशन ऑफ प्रेगनेंसी के केसेस में थोड़ी सी रियायत दी है कि जब आप रिपोर्ट करेंगे तो उस बच्चे का कोई भी आइडेंटिटी पुलिस को बताया नहीं जाएगा। अब ये पुलिस की प्रॉब्लम है कि बिना आइडेंटिटी के रिपोर्ट होगा तो वो करेंगे क्या, लेकिन दैट्स हाउ सुप्रीम कोर्ट हैज सेड इट। इस पे बहुत बातचीत है। यू आर नॉट द ओनली वन कंसर्न। जितने भी एनजीओज पूरे देश में ग्राउंड पर कम्युनिटी के साथ काम करते हैं, दिन रात उनको सपने आते हैं मैंडेटरी रिपोर्टिंग के, और इसके जवाब नहीं है। बहुत लाचारी के साथ मैटर रिपोर्ट किए जाते हैं। बहुत सारे ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं जिन्होंने डिसाइड किया है कि हम मैंडेटरी रिपोर्टिंग का कंप्लायंस नहीं करेंगे, और कभी कोई कानूनी कार्रवाई होगी तो उस कानूनी कार्रवाई को कंटेस्ट करेंगे टू द बेस्ट ऑफ देयर एबिलिटी। तो कई ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस ने इस तरीके से अपनी पोजीशन ले रखी है। उनका एक कलेक्टिव डिसीजन भी उन्होंने ले रखा है कि हम नहीं कर सकते मैंडेटरी कंप्लायंस, क्योंकि अगर हमने किया तो हमारा इंटरवेंशन पूरा कम्युनिटी में बंद हो जाएगा। बहुत डायनेमिक इशू है ये। दैट्स व्हाट आई वांटेड टू रेस्पॉन्ड।
और उसमें मैं ये भी ऐड करना चाहती हूँ कि देखिए, किसी को चोट लगी है और जब वो हमें लग रहा है कि चोट लगी है, तो हमें ये जानना कि बताओ सेक्सुअल ऑफेंस हुआ है कि नहीं। मुझे पता होना चाहिए कि सेक्सुअल ऑफेंस हुआ है कि नहीं। दैट इज योर डाउट एंड दैट इज फॉर अ प्रोसीजरल थिंग, रिपोर्टिंग और व्हाटएवर। सिम्टम क्या है, मतलब बच्चे को क्या बात नहीं कर रहा है, डर लग रहा है, उदास है, उनको महसूस क्या हो रहा है। आपका एज अ काउंसलर एटलीस्ट जो आपका काम है वो है उन चीजों को समझना और उन चीजों के ऊपर काम करना। इन द प्रोसेस अगर कभी डिस्क्लोजर होता है तो वो हो जाएगा, बट योर थेरेप्यूटिक गोल शुड नॉट बी टू गेट डिस्क्लोजर। I mean, goal as a therapist when I'm working with a child, my goal is not कि मुझे disclose करेगा, तो मैं क्या करूँ कि मुझे disclose करेगा बच्चा। मैं क्या करूँ कि जो बच्चे के साथ जो फीलिंग्स हो रही हैं, जो उसको प्रॉब्लम्स हो रही हैं, उसको हम कैसे पहले हैंडल करें। मतलब लगाए, खून साफ करो, मतलब दिस इज अ लिटरल, इट्स एन एग्जांपल, बट मेटाफोरिकली माइंड के लिए जो दुख है उसको पहले हैंडल करना, rather than and goal हमारी strategies and interventions का tools techniques उस तरफ जाए। डिस्क्लोजर होगा नहीं होगा, कब होगा, आज होगा, कल होगा, कैसे होगा, that can be an outcome, natural outcome of you providing a safe non-judgmental space and making the child feel from whatever the trauma is.
There was a very important
Sir, I would request you to speak over the mic, otherwise it would not be recorded there.
There is one important question which was there, which you might want to take, which was about street children and about children who are of migrant workers. How will you provide mental health care and support for them? I think that's a very important point that is raised. You know, you might want. I know we are running out of time, and Aditi is going to be furious with me because I've been a terrible moderator and I'm not finished on time. But I think it's an important question. We should try and answer it. One of you might want to take a 30-second sound bite on this.
तो एक पार्ट हम आंसर करेंगे, एक पार्ट भी करेंगे। तो एक पार्ट ये है कि जो लॉ में स्ट्रीट चिल्ड्रन का जो रिकॉग्निशन है थोड़ा सा डिफरेंटली है। अभी तक हम बच्चों को दो तरह से देखते हैं, एक वो बच्चे हैं जो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट इन लॉ हैं, एक वो हैं जिनको नीड ऑफ केयर एंड प्रोटेक्शन है। लेकिन लॉ में एक तीसरी कैटेगरी भी रिकॉग्नाइज की जाती है जिस पे फोकस ज़्यादा नहीं है और जिस पर एनजीओ जो काम करते हैं वो असल में उस नेचर को समझते नहीं है। ओपन शेल्टर का कॉन्सेप्ट है। एक ओपन शेल्टर जो है वो बहुत ही प्रो एजेंसी और नॉन कस्टोडियल वेरी कम्युनिटी इंटरवेंशन है। तो क्या है, जैसे सड़क है मान लीजिए सामने की, और इस सड़क पे 40 बच्चे अपना गुजर बसर करते हैं ना, उनकी तरह तरह की ज़रूरतें हैं, वो सड़क पर एक वजह से हैं। सड़क पे आना उनकी लाइफ का एक्सीडेंट नहीं है, उनकी चॉइस है, क्योंकि बाकी चॉइसेस बहुत ज़्यादा बुरी हैं, सड़क उनके लिए सबसे बेहतर ऑप्शन है। सो दे हैव चोजन टू बी ऑन स्ट्रीट और वो सर्वाइव करते हैं। तो लॉ में इसका रिकॉग्निशन है। ये बहुत खूबसूरत बात है जे एक्ट कि उसको कॉन्सेप्ट को इन्होंने रिकॉग्नाइज किया है और उसका रिस्पॉन्स उन्होंने कहा है कि सरकार कुछ एनजीओज को परमिट करेगी स्ट्रीट पर ही एक इंटरवेंशन करने को, जिसको बोलते हैं ओपन शेल्टर। तो मतलब शेल्टर है लेकिन ओपन है, तो वहाँ कोई किसी की एंट्री नहीं कर रहा है, कोई किसी को बाहर नहीं निकाल रहा है। वहाँ कुछ बुनियादी सर्विसेज अवेलेबल रहेंगी। जैसे स्ट्रीट चिल्ड्रन का एक बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है कि उनका जो पैसा है वो लूट ले जाते हैं दूसरे लोग, तो एक छोटा सा लॉकर अंदर रहेगा तो उनका पैसा वहाँ पर सेव रहेगा। कुछ उनके जो वो रंगीन पत्थर कंकड़ कुछ बीनते हैं उनको कहाँ वो रखें, तो वो रखने का रहता है। ड्रग के बारे में बेसिक काउंसलिंग उन सेंटर्स में प्रोवाइड होनी चाहिए और वहीं पर एक रेंज ऑफ मेंटल हेल्थ सर्विसेज ओपन शेल्टर में प्रोवाइड की जाएंगी। अब ये मेंटल हेल्थ ओपन शेल्टर का जो टूल है ये सरकार एनजीओज के थ्रू एग्जीक्यूट करती है। हमने ये देखा है कि जो एनजीओज ओपन शेल्टर के लिए साइन अप करते हैं वो इस फिलॉसफी को उस बारीकी से समझते नहीं हैं और उतनी ऑपरेशनल डिटेल नहीं होती है। और हम कनेक्ट करेंगे वो जो करप्शन वाला क्वेश्चन है, चाइल्ड प्रोटेक्शन में बहुत सारा इशू, ओपन शेल्टर के कॉन्सेप्ट को सरकार ने ही खराब कर दिया ये कह करके कि साहब हमको 24 घंटे के अंदर हर बच्चे की रिपोर्टिंग कराइए। तो जैसे ही 24 घंटे में रिपोर्टिंग होने लगेगी ओपन शेल्टर में कोई बच्चा आएगा ही नहीं, क्योंकि अगर बच्चे की रिपोर्टिंग हो गई तो अगले दिन वो सीडब्ल्यूसी में पेश कर दिया जाएगा। कोई स्ट्रीट चाइल्ड सीडब्ल्यूसी में पेश नहीं होना चाहता। सरकार ने क्यों किया? करप्शन, कि उस ओपन शेल्टर में 50 बच्चे आए कि 20 बच्चे आए कि 10 बच्चे आए, वो एनजीओ 85 लिखेगा, 100 ही लिखेगा, हाँ 40 बच्चों का पैसा खा जाएगा। करप्शन को एड्रेस करने के लिए उन्होंने ओपन शेल्टर के आत्मा को ही मार दिया, इसलिए वो प्रैक्टिस पिकअप हो नहीं पा रही है। एक बात जो उधर लास्ट में इन्होंने करप्शन के सिलसिले में देखी थी, हमारे शुरुआती एक्सपीरियंसेस यही हैं कि क्लाइंट आते थे चिल्ड्रन इन कॉन्फ्लिक्ट विद लॉ के, और वो फ्रिक्वेंटली बताते थे कि वो रिपोर्ट लिखने के लिए 500 रुपया मांग रहा है। क्या रिपोर्ट लिखनी है? पॉजिटिव रिपोर्ट लिखनी है। तो बहुत समय लगा समझने में कौन सी रिपोर्टें हैं। ये वही रिपोर्टें होती हैं, काउंसलिंग की रिपोर्ट है, सोशल इन्वेस्टिगेशन रिपोर्ट है, उसमें कुछ पॉजिटिव मेंशन हो जाए उसके लिए बहुत सारा करप्शन सिस्टम में। ये हम आपको बता रहे हैं 8-10 साल पुराना एक्सपीरियंस है। करप्शन वैसे भी गवर्नेंस के हर ब्रांच में आपको मिल भी जाएगा, चाइल्ड प्रोटेक्शन में करप्शन के ऊपर बात होती नहीं है कभी भी। तो आई एम थैंकफुल कि आपने ये फ्लैग किया, इस पर और बात होनी चाहिए।
मतलब ओपन शेल्टर का तो मुझे भी नहीं पता था। थैंक यू सो मच, आपने बताया वो वाला कॉन्सेप्ट। बिकॉज मैं एक दिन शेल्टर होम से निकल रही थी और वो जो 3-4 औरतें एंड 2-3 मर्द एंड एक ओल्ड बूढ़े अंकल, वो सब लोग वहाँ बैठे हुए थे। एक रो रही थी एंड ये शायद नोमैडिक ट्राइब्स को बिलोंग करते हैं जो कुछ देर के लिए आते हैं, कहीं रुकते हैं, कढ़ाई वगैरह उनकी पुलिस चुरा के ले जाती, मतलब चुरा के पुलिस चुर गया That's a Freudian slip. That's what I think police does. But वो पुलिस उठा के ले जाती है उनका सारा सामान, फिर whatever झगड़े होते हैं जो भी है, तो पुलिस ने बच्चा भी उठा के ले गए.
Harsuchitan, you'll have to speak on the mic.
बच्चा भी उठा के ले गए पुलिस उनका कि सेफ नहीं है आपका बच्चा, तो शेल्टर होम में डाल दिया उसको. एंड फिर जो इतना ज़्यादा वहाँ पे क्योस क्रिएट हुआ विद द फैमिली कि इन्होंने हमारा बच्चा ले लिया, कब देंगे. एंड मैं फिर अंदर गई, मैंने पूछा, मैंने कहा प्रोसेस समझाइए. आपने समझाया इनको प्रोसेस? हाँ, इन्होंने बच्चे को मिल लिया है, हमने प्रोसेस समझा दिया है. तो मैंने कहा अच्छा कितने दिन लगेंगे? वो 20 से 25 दिन लग जाएंगे, फिर इनको बच्चा वापस मिल जाएगा. तो मैं बाहर गई, जाने लगी, कहती बताना मत उनको. आप मत बताना. तो मैंने कहा आपने क्या काउंसलिंग की? अगर उनको वक्त का ही नहीं पता होगा तो वो तो एक अनसर्टिनिटी में ही जी रहे हैं. और आई अंडरस्टैंड बच्चा भी सेफ नहीं है रियली, बट वही ओपन शेल्टर की जो बात है वो बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट, बिकॉज बच्चे शेल्टर होम से भी भागना चाहते हैं. वो घर से भागते हैं, शेल्टर होम से भागते हैं. तो ये जो ओपन शेल्टर वाला है, आई थिंक दैट्स अ वेरी गुड वे ऑफ क्रिएटिंग अ सेफ नॉन जजमेंटल स्पेस जहाँ पे उनके पैसे वगैरह एंड वो काफ़ी इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ है जो बच्चों को मिलनी चाहिए, एक्सेस होना चाहिए. बट अभी पता नहीं, यहाँ पे तो ग्रुप होम नहीं बन रहे, हाफ वे होम नहीं बन रहे, अभी ओपन शेल्टर कब बनेगा? बट इट्स वेरी इम्पोर्टेंट फॉर चिल्ड्रन, वेदर दे आर, चाहे वो सड़क पे हैं और स्कूल में नहीं जा रहे हैं और घर नहीं है, पर मेंटल हेल्थ उनके लिए भी ज़रूरी है. तो आप जो कह रहे थे कि काउंसलर्स एंड मेंटल हेल्थ प्रोफेशनल्स को ये है कि आप हमारे पास आइए, बट ऐसा भी होना चाहिए कि अगर आपके बच्चे सड़क पे हैं और वहीं पे उनको सुरक्षित महसूस हो रहा है, ना कि आपके शेल्टर होम में जहाँ पे टिस ने के स्टूडेंट्स ने कितना सेक्सुअल अब्यूज़ का भी कुछ साल पहले रिपोर्ट निकाला था कि शेल्टर होम में बच्चे सेक्सुअली अब्यूज़ हो रहे थे. तो शेल्टर होम, घर वगैरह, अगर उनको सड़क सेफ लग रहा है तो काउंसलर्स को सड़क पे जाना चाहिए. अगर उनका टेम्प्ररी कच्चा स्टे है, कढ़ाई आ सकती है, खाना बन सकता है सड़क पे, तो टेबल कुर्सी लगा के या कहीं पे कोई एक पेड़ के नीचे कुछ, तो वी नीड टू क्रिएट ऑल्सो टेम्प्ररी स्पेसेस फॉर काउंसलिंग. काउंसलर्स को विजिट करना चाहिए अपने एरिया में, अपने वहाँ पे जो बच्चे हैं उनके साथ एक रैपो बिल्डिंग होना चाहिए काउंसलर्स का, रादर दैन and that is how we will reach out service.
Thank you. I'm going to stop you both. And I know this is a very interesting thing and everyone is happy to be here, but I think we are running over time. So I'm going to end here. Just one final thought for you to take over lunch. And this is the issue of the sexual abuse issue that you talked about, or even the drug abuse issue that was brought up earlier. I think we need to really reflect as a society that are we treating these as public health issues, or are we going to treat these as a law and order problem? And I think we really, the war on drugs in the USA failed and USA gave up on it. And so we need to ask ourselves, do we want to take a public health perspective to these problems, or do we want to lead primarily with the law as the solution to it? So leave it. Or even, I said public health I didn't mean health as in the clinical health as much as a public health thing, which would bring a lot more than that. So I'm going to leave you with that. You can think over lunch. I'm sure there'll be lots of interesting discussions in the afternoon too. Thank you so much, CRY, for this panel and this opportunity. And thank you to Asthana ji and to Harsuchitan ji for your thoughts. And thank you, Amulya, for this wonderful translation that you did for us. Thank you.
I know you guys are in a hurry and I'm literally standing between you and lunch. Wouldn't take more than 10 seconds. I would like to thank all the panelists and the moderator, Dr. Pathare. I'm not at all furious. It was actually a very... Okay, I'll settle for that. But it was a very engaging conversation. Thank you so much. We'll get back by 2:30. We'll try to wind up lunch quickly because we have 3 more panels to complete. Okay, guys. Thank you. Second panel, but since we are running a bit late, we'll try to keep the panel as concise as possible so that we are able to finish by 5:15. Otherwise, we would literally be thrown out of the hall because there's another program that will start at 5:30. So we will have to, make things quick yet meaningful. So the second panel that we have is on policies, programs, and strategies. What do they say about child mental health? This session will be moderated by Jaya Singh, who is the program head of North CRY. Jaya, please come over stage with us. There were supposed to be 4 panelists for this, but unfortunately, Professor Santosh Kumar has to leave us for a urgent ministry meeting. Now we have with us Dr. Zoya Ali Rizvi, Dr. Shomitra Pathare, and Dr. Yatanpal Singh Balhara. Dr. Balhara would be joining from Sri Lanka, so he will be patched in. Oh, he's already there. Welcome, sir. Before I start with before I hand it over to Jaya, I'll quickly like to read out a few things. So, Dr. Zoya Ali Rizvi currently is the Deputy Commissioner at the National Health Mission Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Previously served as a State Program Officer in Himachal Pradesh and as a Medical Officer in the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Dr. Balhara is a professor of psychiatry at the National Drug Dependence Treatment Center and Department of Psychiatry at All India Institute of Medical Science in New Delhi. Dr. Balhara received his MD in psychiatry from AIIMS, New Delhi in 2006. He also held a diplomat of National Board DNB from the National Board of Education since 2007 and was awarded the Vidyasagar Gold Medal for his performance during his MD training. I would request Shubhendu Da to present the scrolls to our esteemed panelist and our moderator. Yeah, we can do that. Just also request to the panelist and the moderator to speak through the mic only so that it can be recorded properly. We will give it to him. Dr. Balhara, you will receive your scroll once you're in Delhi. We'll send it to your office. Actually, we'll come and personally give it to you.
That's reassuring. Thank you.
Keeping the paucity of time that we have in mind, we'll try to be finishing this entire thing, let's say by 3:15, if possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Jaya. Over to
Thank you, Aditi. I'm like rushing to say thank you to you so that we can start off. Yeah. So 3 eminent panelists with me. So I'll be asking some specific questions so that we can stick to time. And I think we have around 7 minutes for each panelist. So I'll start with Dr. Shomitra. So yeah. So
You've been a member of the drafting committee of mental health. Yeah. This is a question. Yeah. So, from the perspective of policies and strategies, what things do you feel must be delved further so that the act, policies, strategies, and implementation go hand in hand? As we were listening in the morning, that is it time to that we stall back before we get into implementation, or are there ways where we delve deeper and see that these things just go hand in hand? And secondly, just wanted to understand that from the perspective of analysis, do you think we have enough policies and strategies to deal with issues of children's mental health? And should we come up with certain new guidelines or things of that sort so that we can really make it more comprehensive?
Yeah, thanks. Well, I'll try and answer your questions one by one. I think the first thing that we really need to do for children's mental health is to really take a very clear public health approach to children's mental health. And what I mean by a public health approach is, if you remember, when it came to children's physical health, we did not solve the problem of children's physical health, whether it is immunization or whether it was diarrhea or infant mortality, because we suddenly had lots of pediatricians. Okay, we actually solved that problem because we took a public health perspective to solving that problem and not making it a clinical issue to solve it. So I think if we want to really do the same for mental health, then we'll probably be able to address it, because mental health is still stuck in a very, mental health policies or even mental health implementation is stuck in a very clinical perspective. It's still focused on diagnostics and disorders and treatment, that kind of thing, rather than thinking more broadly public health in terms of what are the public health drivers of, say, mental health problems. Are we talking about things like abuse? Are we talking about things like poverty? Are we talking about things like homelessness? These are issues which have a big impact on people's mental health. And why I say that is, mental health diagnoses are really just heuristics. They are formulae. They are not a real thing like, say, a diagnosis of TB is, or a diagnosis of malaria. In the sense, they are there. Human distress is common, but the diagnostic categories are just ways to try and make sense of the spectrum of human distress. And so taking a trans-diagnostic approach is actually a better way to go about it, rather than to get too caught up onto the diagnostic categories that we do. As far as policies are required, or as far as law is required, and this came up in the morning also, is that somehow in most countries the law is seen as a way of supporting the policy. Okay, the law is there to help you implement the policy. The law is there to help you remove impediments from implementing a policy. Unfortunately, in our country, it has always been the other way around. We kind of only do things if there is a law, otherwise we do nothing. And so, everyone's talking about the Mental Health Care Act. The Mental Health Care Act is not as relevant as actually the National Mental Health Policy. There is a National Mental Health Policy which antedates the Mental Health Care Act by 3 years, which is a much larger document, which is very well described what should be happening. And as far as we are concerned, I don't think we've implemented anything from that National Mental Health Policy. So the act comes much later. Let's talk about what is there in the policy. And I hear this frequently about people saying, oh, we need to have more guidelines and more policies and more laws or better laws. How do we know we need more policies and more laws when we haven't even implemented the previous one? So, our governments and our policymakers, unfortunately, I know I'm sitting next to one who might object to it, but since I don't live in Delhi and I can go away and run away, this is safe to say such things and run off at 5 o'clock. Our policymakers love this idea of let's frame another one policy, because it takes away from having to actually implement it and ask yourself the question, why are we not implementing it and what is going wrong with the implementation? So we are in this perpetual cycle of, we frame a law, we frame a policy, then we say, oh, this is not good enough, now we'll frame another policy, another law. but we're not really implementing anything at all. And how do we know we need something better when we've not implemented the previous thing? So my view is that let's see some action. We've had a lot of talk. Let's see some action on the ground. Let us see what are the real challenges when you implement these policies on the ground, and then address those challenges. Currently, the biggest challenge I see is the lack of political will to implement anything. Now, and when I say political, I don't mean party political, I mean political in the sense of it being a political science, that there is lack of will to implement these policies and do the effort that is required to implement it. So very often, policymakers will implement policies by the letter of the policy, not by the spirit of the policy. So there's very little willingness to understand the spirit of the policy and implement it, but to say, oh, we've ticked off the box on the letter of the policy. So, those are things that we need to do. And so I think we need to take a stepped care approach. We need to also move away from this idea that care can only be provided by specialists, okay? Because this is a big problem that we have. We didn't solve infant mortality because we had lots of pediatricians and gynecologists and obstetricians. We did it by training other cadres to be able to provide good quality care. Now in mental health, that's beginning to happen with adult mental health. So like for example, we run a program called Atmiyata, which uses village-based volunteers to provide basic mental health care and a stepped care approach when you refer them. If you have a cough and a cold, you don't go and see a chest specialist, isn't it? You probably do home remedies, or you might go at the most to a GP. And if there's a problem, then you might ultimately go to a chest specialist, but you have a stepped approach to the whole thing. And mental health requires that same stepped approach, which we've not had. So there's always this thing, if there's a mental health problem, we need to send someone to a psychiatrist, but there are no psychiatrists. Well, everyone doesn't need to go to a psychiatrist. And if everyone with a cough and cold went to a chest specialist, in fact, people who have pneumonia will be missed out because the chest specialist is busy seeing people with cough and cold when they should be doing more important things.
Sir, 2 minutes left. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay, the 2 minutes that I want. So I think we should be looking at community-based model using lay health workers, for example, and a stepped care approach to how we kind of move people up the spectrum or down the spectrum depending on their need and severity of the illness. That's happened in all other fields of health, but has not happened in mental health, and particularly in child mental health. And the last 2 minutes I want to use is, because this never gets talked about, is the entire issue of suicides, which I think is very instructive of our head in the sand approach to children's health. Just to put it in context, in 2020, suicides among children crossed 11,000. Okay, this is the first time ever that children's suicides, children under the age of 18, were into 5 figures. Okay, and in the subsequent 2 years, in 21 and 20, they have remained at roughly that same level. They are up and down by 2%. But what is interesting with that children's suicides in 2020, the pandemic year, is suicides across the adults went up by something like 8%, now by 10%. Okay, but children's suicides went up in that year by 19%. You got a 19% increase in children's suicides in 1 year, and we've really not even discussed what the hell was happening there, what's going on. The second issue, which again we ignore, is that at all age groups, men outnumber women for suicides. Okay, 4:1, 3:1, 5:1. Okay, in children under 18, girls outnumber boys. Okay, we have more girls dying by suicide as compared to boys dying by suicide. You cross 18 and it's all more men than women. Again, so clearly girls are at a particular risk for suicide. This is something we've not looked at. So, suicides is something we're just not thinking about. Let me give you a figure will make sense. The UK, which has a population of about 60 million people, has about 5,000 suicides across the country. And they make a hue and cry about it. We have 11,000 children's suicides, okay? So, there are twice as many children dying of suicide today. And there is not a single intervention program that we have for children's suicides. And before you all say it's to do with the exams, let me tell you something very interesting. Exam suicides only account for 10% of the suicides, okay? The biggest and commonest cause for children's suicides, which is almost 30 to 40%, which the NCRB reports, is family problems. Okay, so really any intervention that we do is not really at the education. Of course, the education institution needed too, but it has to be at the family level. And that's the interesting bit about the COVID data. In 2020, when the suicides increased by 20%, the education related suicides fell by 28%. It was the family suicides went up. And why did that happen? Everyone was locked down. You were stuck with your family at home, and schools had no exams that year. So no wonder exam suicides went down. But the point I'm trying to make is 11,000 kids dying every year, and we still do not have any plan how we are going to work on this.
30 seconds, sir.
Thank you. Oh, 30 seconds before. Wow.
No, that was after 2 minutes extra that he took.
Okay, I think that was really interesting to hear in whatever 7-8 minutes you have really talked about. And I think when we have less time, I think we speak really the best points. So I'm really elated. And the world trans diagnostic approach which we brought in, I think that really paves my way to ask Dr. Zoya that since she's working with RKSK and a lot of time she must be understanding what kind of programs have to do with children and especially girls and all. So what do you think that does RKSK or any other such scheme and policy really inhibit the sense of mental health of children into it? Does it have? And secondly, since nutrition is one of the big things which you are looking into, how do you see the intersection of nutrition and mental health? And the trans diagnostic approach really moved me on that. So how do you see that intersecting over there?
Okay, that's a really difficult question. It's like I'm sitting in a viva and then they said, okay, now this is your question. No, what I would say that with the Rashtriya Kishore Swasthya कार्यक्रम, many of you must be aware there's 6 thematic areas and one of them is mental health. But what we, I think as a government also realize is that mental health cannot be taken in silos. It has to be cross-cutting across various issues which also affect health, whether it is sexual reproductive health, whether it is violence, whether it is access to nutrition, healthy lifestyle. So a lot of these issues work for or against mental health in a young person, whether it's an adolescent or a school-going child. So having known that, I think what the government thought is that since most of the children after the RTE do stay in schools, if we tap the school platform, that should help us in actually accessing most of the children who are going to schools. So as with that in mind, we had started the Ayushman Bharat School Health and Wellness program, in which we looked at training teachers. We did realize that teachers cannot be trained to start counseling in schools, but at least they can be trained to start talking about health per se, and within health, at least about emotional well-being, about relationships, about how to keep yourself healthy, talking about menstruation, talking about what is good diet, how much to walk around, what is the activity, how to deal with peer pressures, how to deal with bullying in schools. So small things which you said, because what feedback which we got from education is that the teachers feel themselves very inadequate when any topic of health comes, when especially regarding SRH, those 2 chapters of sexual reproductive health and menstruation are often just kind of flipped over, and the teacher says ki padh ke aana and talk to me in case you have any doubts. And which child will have any doubt? But teachers not even openly talking about something which is normal in a growing child. So then they realize that if they can't talk about sexual reproductive health, mental health is also another thing in which they feel very uncomfortable, because the huge stigma which is attached to the whole thing of having mentally, because like Dr. Patharia also mentioned, is that mental health is often associated with the disease and I would say the disorders which come very overtly. And we do realize that a lot of our children, almost 46% of them, have some kind of anxiety or depressive episodes, which is absolutely normal in growing age in adolescent. And if that is addressed in that time, if they have access to at least the correct information that, okay, this is normal, and if you have maybe some kind of a peer support structure, which we have in RKSK, that you do train peers who can talk about health and at least refer a child in need. And it's a very disheartening to listen to figures of more than 11,000 children who are dying by suicide. And that really makes you wake up and say that these children did not wanted help, but they just did not know who to talk to, whether it was a teacher. So if you're looking at sensitizing teachers, talking to peers, that's the 2 main things which you're looking at, but also talking to parents. Because often what we have seen is parents are in huge denial. I mean, and this goes across socioeconomic strata, across education status. You meet so many people personally, we know also, who say कि नहीं नहीं, in my family nobody has any mental illness, which is so rubbish. And that is the most highly educated people, they say, or people who are very financially very well off, they say कि नहीं, like same thing they say. So it's not that we are looking at the huge thing of low socioeconomic strata, is across. So so sensitizing and talking about mental health, starting in schools, continuing in college, is something which we are looking to strengthen. And a lot of states are innovating in this. And that, I think, is the, I would say, beauty of government structure a bit, is that health being a state subject, states are allowed to innovate. So they can innovate at their own level, they can work with partners, they can work with medical colleges, with other NGOs who can come to them with proposals, and they can innovate, take funds from national government also, and then maybe, and also come back to us and say, look, this really worked. And that also helps us at the national level to, I would share that finding with the other states. So that, I think, being a national level gives us that, I would say that happiness that one state is doing well, so that can also be translated into doing well with other states. So what was the other question? Sorry, about nutrition. Yeah, intersections. Intersection, as of now, nutrition is something which I'll be honest enough to say that we haven't really thought of nutrition actually affecting directly mental health. But yes, access to safe livelihood, access to safe spaces, access to friends, to peers, is something which we are looking at in strengthening of mental health. But nutrition per se hasn't really been looked at as something which will affect mental health. But Dr. Pathare is looking at a project maybe which will look at some modeling. And I would say we should, as a government, as partners, as parents, as community members, be open to look at something which has not really worked earlier but will work, and also go ahead and say whatever we knew earlier was something which was wrong. We need to maybe change the way we thought, re-look at things in a different way, and then maybe work around, because any program which is implemented through government systems goes to scale. So we have to be really sure when we go and suggest to states that this is what you do. And that is why importance of generating good quality evidence for any intervention, whether for child or adolescent or adult. So I think we look to learn how nutrition will be amalgamated within the whole platform of mental health.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zoya.
We still have 1 minute left, though.
No, I'll leave it to you.
Let's keep that for questions a little bit. Yeah, the precious 1 minute. So, Dr. Yatanpal Singh Balhara, who's the professor of psychiatry, National Drug Dependence Treatment Center. So, sir, I'll take it forward from Dr. Zoya, what she was saying, that since you are meeting with a lot of children, parents who are into drug abuse, and what I was listening from Dr. Pathare, that these suicide rates have gone up so much. So I would like to really ask you that with these kinds of experiences which we are seeing day to day, how can we build on these experiences for further strengthening our policies, programs and all? And secondly, I think what Dr. Zoya was talking about, the role of peer support, role of teachers and all. So I just wanted to know that because you are meeting children, you must be also meeting parents and maybe other stakeholders who are engaged with children. So what do you think should be the role of other stakeholders like parents or school authorities or maybe a peer group to grapple with these issues of maybe a drug abuse or maybe a suicide, in general, the entire mental health spectrum?
Yeah, thank you for having me here, and thank you for this great question. I find it relevant in many ways. Let me begin by continuing where Dr. Zoya kind of left. In my opinion, we need to maybe change our language slightly and modify the narrative, because we need to start talking more about promotion and prevention. As a psychiatrist, I do interact with adolescents, children in my clinic, but I interact with many more adolescents and children when I visit a school or a college. And that number is way more than what I can encounter in my clinical setting. And I do happen to interact with parents as well, and teachers as well, and principals as well. So, what we tend to focus many times is on those uh, very meaningful 10-15% of adolescents and children who end up having a mental health problem and they need a mental health intervention per se. But all 100% of them, they need well being. They need the skills to live life in a meaningful way, in a way that kind of satisfies them, makes them contribute to the society in which they are living. And this learning that I have had has primarily come from the area of addiction because that's my core area of work. But over the past few years, as I have started venturing into issues related to internet use, issues related to social media use, I have increasingly realized that it can't be treated as a health issue alone. It's more of a lifestyle that we need to talk about because we have these adolescents and students who have access to these devices, internet, and there are problems that they encounter, which in some, yes, of course, is in form of an addiction, but for most of them, these are simply ways to figure out how to make sense of what they are doing. Their attempts at trying to connect with their peers, seeking their approval, being a part of that bigger group that is there, so to say. So we need to talk more about promotion and prevention in that sense. Also, when we think of stakeholders, of course, we all know who all are involved, be it teachers, parents, policymakers, program implementers, clinicians, public health experts. But we also need to start talking about some areas which probably we don't talk about as much. Just to give you an example, these days kids use their smartphones to activities which are very broadly labeled as gaming. Any app that they have on their phone that includes use of some money, I mean, putting it somewhere in some way, and we call it a game. But interestingly, many of these games are not games, they are gambling activities. And we happen to have a law on gambling that dates back to maybe 100 years and more than that now. So, those are the kind of themes we need to bring into discussion now, because this is something, these are the aspects that impact most of the adolescents' life these days. So, that has to be built into the discourse. Also, we need to kind of, and this again is nothing new that I'm suggesting, integrate it. And Dr. Zoya is here. She used to be taking care of this well-being aspect. And I have personally witnessed that when you put in that effort with that intent, you can reach out to teachers and principals. And my experience has been very positive with them. They're very forthcoming. They want to learn. They want to be in a position where they can support their students. But we need to equip them with the right kind of skill set. So that is something that they are lacking, and we need to find ways so that we can scale up these programs in that sense. Another very important resource happens to be the parents. We all know parents are always parenting, most of them, but they do it their way, the best way that they know. But there is a lot that can be introduced there as well, because many of
2 minutes left.
yeah, sure. I'll take one more minute. Many of the issues in terms of interpersonal relations, communications, handling real life problems as they come day in, day out, they are probably because we have not equipped our parents with the ways to improve the parenting styles. And that again can be one important way of introducing more effective techniques of parenting. So, yes, I completely agree. We need to intervene at multiple levels. We need to broaden our horizon in terms of including newer areas now. And also, we need to talk more about promotion and the lifestyle that our kids are living these days. So, that, in my opinion, would be a good way forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think the point of the lifestyle issue vis-a-vis a health issue is really something which all of us are experiencing in our daily life as well, not only children but also adults per se. I would like to just open this session to the public for maybe only 2 questions. So first 2 hands which are raised will be entertained, and please specify which panelist you wanna ask, if there's a specific thing, and then maybe we can move forward. Any 2-3 people.
Hi, I'm Pooja Priyamvada. My question is to Dr. Rizvi. We talk about a lot of margins within that monolith that is child in India. In the section of law or policy where we deal with teenage children, do we have provisions for queer children? Queer children. That's my question to the government. I would want to know where the government stands on this.
Okay, we stand firmly with the queer children. That I would say, and keeping that in mind, if you even look at the curriculum or the material which was created for the school health and wellness program, includes queer children talking about queerness and openly discussing the issues which they are facing, and the teacher is supposed to start talking about gender as a whole, and then talking about the gender roles which the society prescribes us, and then how it is different for a male or a female, and also talking about transgenders and the entire queer spectrum. In fact, I just want to share with you that when we did the first round of training of teachers, they were so excited because they said कि तो हमको पता था, but nobody talked about it. And these were teachers who were like PhDs teachers, who were like very senior, but it was never discussed even in the whole plethora of all their discussions. So even though they're very highly qualified teachers, the sheer issue of queerness, about gender fluidity was not something which they discussed. In fact, a lot of the school principals, we had a very good session. I hope I'm not taking time. We had a very interesting session with school principals of CBSE schools, which CBSE had coordinated, and it was so enlightening because a lot of principals are very open-minded, and they were happy to discuss, and they brought cases ki this happened in my school, and then I called the mother, and then we discussed. But it is happy to know, and they were comfortable to say that this is something which we can normalize in our schools, but this is something which they never addressed because they were themselves not very sure. So I said, you read the curriculum and then you ask. And they were very, I'm saying ki the education sector per se themselves are also thirsty for knowledge which is not given to them, especially which is hits the whole topic of health, and gender also supposed to be part of health. So they feel that whatever you tell us is something which was never told to us, even though we have kind of 20 years of education. So I'm saying that is still a part, and we do accept it's a part and parcel of who a person is. You cannot deny yourself your queerness or your gender thing by saying this is not normal, that is normal, and that I think is very important for young person as they're growing. And talking about gender should start right from the early classes. You should not wait for them to start thinking or wondering what is the pronoun they use. So that is an option which should start from young children, and that is something which we also learned in one of our conferences, in which a lot of Scandinavian countries are looking at promotion of health and wellness and gender and SRH issues right from primary school. We in India, as of now, are only doing from class 6 onwards, because that is the kind of teachers who were kind of given to us, okay, you train class 6, but that is a critical age where adolescence is supposed to be presenting. But then it's important for us also as a government to start right from class 1. Every issue has to be taught right from class 1 in a graded manner. But then once you talk to class 1, then only before the whole mindset is kind of fixed by the time they're in class 6, to try and change that becomes quite difficult. So we are aiming at looking at primary school also, but as of now, it's only class 6 onwards. But yes, we are totally accepting queerness.
One or two questions more if you have. Yes, Anamul, and then Manya, and Dr. Sulit.
Might be slightly digressing also. Say while we talk of this scheme of things, one is a whole NG sector working in a larger programmatic space of how to really intervene. Other is like once we talk of children's homes and things, so there are very structured designs of how to really address this kind of, take this whole programmatic action on there. A third set, say hostel environment for school age, say tribal hostels or Navodaya schools. So they also have a very different space, in the sense that children are really disconnected from the families and the regular open communities, the really gated communities. So in those spaces, does any scheme provide for any kind of an audit around how children are experiencing their life and if they are facing any issues on this? Thank you.
So my question talks about how WHO talks about mental health under the universal health coverage, and universal health coverage itself talks about affordability. How do we afford mental health? How does a student like me, a college student, afford mental health sessions when like the fees they charge is too high? Secondly, if they do tend to afford it, how does it fit in my list of priorities? Like I have many other priorities before that, right? And when we talk about nutrition, the rural children, they have many other things to cater to first. The Maslow's hierarchy, that needs to be catered to, and then it comes to issues like these. So how can we talk about affordability and universal health coverage of mental health when it's not even, it's not even basic to many children?
Very true and very relevant question. I think one here, and then we can just move.
I didn't understand I think I missed it, or I didn't understand the part on nutritional psychiatry. Like, does the government not know that nutrition is connected to mental health, or are we still conducting research to understand the connection between nutrition and mental health?
I think you meant that that government doesn't have models how they could intervene on both the issues.
Okay, okay.
Together. I think that was the point.
Okay, okay. And the other question to you, sir, do we need a state specific policy, mental health policy? Do we need a state specific?
Okay, that's an easy one to answer. And this is what I've always, when states have asked us, do we need a state mental health policy? I say, why don't you try implementing the national mental health policy? And if you run into difficulties, then we'll look at whether you need a state mental health policy or not. Otherwise, you're going to spend another 3 years drafting a state mental health policy, and 3 more years have gone by and you've not actually done any work. Because then you say, oh, until we have that, we're not going to do any work. So why don't you do what is available? The national mental health policy was a very large exercise, very consultative, involved a whole range of people, and is a pretty comprehensive document, and has enough flexibility for states to use that document to tweak it how they want to do it. Again, if something is missing in this national mental health policy and you want to do it, for example, because it's important in your state, there's nothing to stop you from doing that. But my feeling is, I'm unhappy to say this, but in many states, it has become like, instead of saying, okay, we need to do something about mental health, so they say, let's appoint a group to draft a state mental health policy, and the next 3 years, that's all they are doing. And the state is sitting back and doing nothing, because abhi wo mental health policy aayegi na, fir hum karenge. Which I think is like ridiculous, when the national mental health policy is already 10 years old and you've not done anything. Now you're going to spend 3 more years another. So I don't see that as a thing. And that question about universal health coverage, there's no easy answer to that. Honestly, I'll tell you what the answer is, and this is the answer, is that we as a society need to decide whether we believe that education and health are public goods and should be publicly provided. Now, if we did that, then yes, we would get publicly provided universal health care. Until you don't do that, if you're going to have a market-driven healthcare system, then the market-driven healthcare system has its own market-driven logic to why it works the way it works. So, then to say, oh, it's unaffordable, I have a feeling that this country will vote for universal health coverage and public health coverage only when it really starts biting the chattering classes, When the chattering classes feel that it is no longer affordable for them to get health care, is when they will start agitating for a publicly provided health care. Until it is seen as, हम तो यूज नहीं करते, वो यूज करते हैं, हमको ये affordable है, तब तक we will have these two systems in place. We will not get one system. But yeah, I mean, I think we are gradually moving towards that, but in a slow sort of way. So I don't know if that answers your question, because it's not a mental health question, actually. It's a broader health related issue.
But I just another comment on what she said is that mental health is also your health, right? So if you perceive that your health is important to you, leave the affordability aside. The importance you give to mental health should be as important as your physical health. So once that, I think the acceptance comes, ki my mental health is really important to me, as is my physical health, So then I think you'll start investing in it yourself also, and then you'll realize that a visit to a GP is as important as a visit to maybe a peer educator, whoever you or a counselor who you think can support you. And also with that, I would just request one thing is that, I just pointed out, we have so many counselors out there. If you look at Google, there's so many counselors who are not really qualified. So I'm very wary of how do young people access those counselors, what is the kind of counseling skills these people have, because they charge a bomb every hour. And they have nice fancy certificates at the back and affiliations to all kinds of associations. So we have to also, as a mental health, I would say as a group, we do need to standardize what are the basic, you should be in a position to let us know. But like I said, counselors are I would not say dime a dozen, maybe a lakh a dozen, but they have all kinds of degrees. So what is it? Is it only clinical?
There is a allied health professional.
2 minutes
left.
Yeah, which is still pending.
Still pending,
So
but
that
it
is
supposed to cover
all this. So that really
Okay.
becomes really important to have good quality counselors, because that will make your life easy or miserable. So you need to.
I'll just ask Dr. Balhara if he needs to add something to any of the questions, because
I'll just like to add to this that yes, credentialing is something that we also lack in. But I won't sound as skeptical. For example, this young girl who asked this question. So, if by me she meant her, then my response is a bit different. And if she by me meant all adolescents of her age group in India, yes. For example, if she is sitting in this particular city, she does have access to public mental health services and reasonably good public health mental health services. Uh, Briefly, also in terms of do states need their specific policies? If we think of policy as a guiding document, then maybe no, because we all know what mental health direction should take in our country as a whole. But yes, the states need to have their own strategies. And the reason for that is that the distribution of mental health professionals is so varied in India. There are some states who have less than 50 mental health professionals, and then there are some cities who have hundreds of qualified mental health professionals. So, yes, when they prepare their strategy, the way they integrate these resources, the way they find people who are alternatives to these qualified professionals, so those approaches we need to be tweaked. But in general, the policy we have can guide all of our states.
thank you, thank you. One closing remark from Dr. Pathare, because he wants to make something important.
I just wanted to, because we've not discussed this at all, is that we've not discussed the social and commercial determinants of children's mental health or even adult mental health, and I intentionally say commercial determinants also because if you look at the issue around alcohol and tobacco, it clearly that is a determinant, and it is a commercial determinant. It's really driven by commercial interest as opposed to health interest, and even the social determinants is something that has not come up and we've not discussed it. And one final thing for you to remember when you go away home is that just remember that the majority of adult mental health conditions may start before the age of 14. Okay, so if we are talking prevention and promotion, then it actually begins with children, because if you don't do that, you're storing up problems for the future. So in a way, for a country which is very poor, as we keep on saying to ourselves, we don't have the resources, then not investing in children and their healthcare is actually creating even bigger expenses for ourselves going forward.
Thank you so much. I think that was a very enlightening discussion, and just closing it saying that we have a lot of laws, and as Dr. Balhara also said, there are laws on gaming, lot of laws which we might know, we might not know, but still we are looking into answers as to what needs to be dealt further and all those things. So we need to first actually see what we have, use it at its best, and I think as individuals we need to be more enlightened, we need to be more open to first understand what are the issues and how we as an individuals can really give in, so as to maybe the breaking of taboos, as simple as that, or maybe as difficult as that, and then also to be open to understand that yes, it can be me, it can be you, it can be anybody, and it's not that mental health is specific to some particular phase or particular kind of people who are really into mental health. And yes, inclusion of people, like as Pooja said, about queer groups, about groups with disabilities and others. So I think there's a lot of food for thought after this deliberation. So thank you so much, and thank you to the panel.
Thank you, Jaya. Wonderfully moderated. We are on time. Okay, and thank you, panelists. Thank you, Dr. Zoya. Thank you, Dr. Pathare. Moving ahead, we move on to our third panel, which is basically on gaps and challenges in making mental health accessible, affordable, and inclusive for children, for which we have Professor Brunel D'Souza as our moderator, along with Radhika Alkazi ma'am, Sonal Kapoor, and Professor Nimesh G. Desai. May I kindly welcome you all on stage. लैंडस्केप माने कि जिसमें अगर हम okay. Professor Brunel is currently the chairperson, Center for Health and Mental Health, School of Social Work, TIS, Mumbai. Radhika ma'am is the founder and manager trustee of Astha and has been involved in various committees and groups focusing on urban health missions, disability policies, and children's welfare policies. Sonal Kapoor is the founder and board member of Protsahan India Foundation Champions Child Rights through an intersectional feminist child rights based approach. Under her leadership, the foundation has rescued and rehabilitated numerous girls from violence and abuse. Professor Nimesh Ji Desai is a psychiatrist and a public health professional and has an extensive experience in prestigious academic institutions and leadership roles at IBHAS. He is known for elevating IBHAS to a center of excellence, achieving NAB accreditation for patient safety and quality of care. We start at 3:30. Thank you, Shubhendu. I almost forgot about it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good photo op for everyone. Yes. We begin at 3:30 exactly. We'll try to finish it by 4:05 so that each of us equally has time. No, sir, we'll have to empty the hall by then. So, yeah, 4:05. Thank you. Over to you, Brunel.
So good evening to everyone, and I would, like to begin by thanking CRY, for this effort to mainstream mental health and child mental health in their programs and interventions. And this session is on gaps and challenges in making mental health accessible, affordable, and inclusive for children. And I, would really like our speakers, and we have people, all three of them, experts and coming from varied backgrounds, to also look at mental health, beyond the biomedical framework when we are looking at gaps and challenges. And we also need to move away from an urban centricism, because most mental health services tend to be, quite urban centric. And, and we probably, I know we also have the limitations of our work and our geographies, but see how we can bring in rural and tribal perspectives when we are looking at this. I would also, issues of access to people with disabilities. Because there's both a physical issue in terms of access, there's affordability, and these also need to be addressed. Preventive and promotive, because we often look at mental health only in relation to care and treatment, and we really need to look at preventive and promotion when we promotive work. The other thing I would like to also say that a lot of mental health work, is very, I don't know whether Nimesh and others, Soumitra will agree, but, are based on Western models and really don't address the issues of caste, minority stress, ethnicity, and the question that was really raised by Pooja earlier about, mental health. And I also want to bring in this dimension while we are talking about disturbed geographies. So the Northeast, you've had a conflict in Manipur and also in Kashmir. So I'm just saying that, in our responses, let's see that we bring in some of these issues. And I have a series of questions. So really, given this context, okay, how would each one of you then define from your own work, whether in terms of public mental health or teaching and training, or in the context of disability or from a feminist standpoint, look at issues of accessibility, affordability, and inclusivity in the context of children and adolescent mental health. Maybe one, we don't go into too many details, but one or two key points or defining features of I would like each of the speakers to focus on.
Just yeah. Okay. So just the questions. Yeah. Okay. So well, talking from the perspective of children with disabilities, I think the whole idea of accessibility accessibility is a big one, because really there's so much exclusion in all the systems, whether it's your protection system, whether it's the health system. So the structural issues of exclusion are so great and so distressing for the child that I would really talk of inaccessible systems in our country just now, as far as kids with disabilities are concerned. Whether it be education, whether it be the system for example, the system that we've been talking the whole day about, the system, we've been talking about the juvenile justice system. Now, if a child with disability is raped, and she is a child with developmental disabilities, does not communicate in the way all children communicate, there is no one there to understand. What we've done is we've taken the special educator, that is a teacher, someone who is trained to teach children, but not trained in these areas, and we've used them in this system and said, this will be the person who will interpret for this child. So I think really there is, I'm sorry, I'm sounding very pessimistic, but I feel that even just, very often we just focus on the impairment of the child. All we are doing is looking at the impairment and saying, oh, this child has cerebral palsy. How do I do therapy? How do we do this? How do we teach them this? How do we communicate? We forget that this child has mental health requirements and needs, and will be in great distress if the education system, for example, just says, you can't come in here. And many, many children are still being told that, despite RTE, despite the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act, which is actually an act that does represent this big, change in our thinking on disability. So I'll stop here.
Thanks. Thanks. Thank you. Thanks to the CRY team, Jaya, Aditi, everyone else. Allow me two things quickly to clarify. One, beyond what the moderator has raised, I'm going to try and go back to the larger issues that I believe, in all humility, have not been covered or mentioned till now. And I'm going to try and do a mix of Hindi and English. I hope that's okay with everyone. Thanks. There was this old-time song, "Hum bhi kabhi bacche hote, naam hamara hota, paplu paplu," whatever. I was sitting back there and thinking, ever so often I realized that while it's a great fantasy, adults and all of us have this very huge ambivalence towards childhood. This song signifies, childhood is romanticized, and it's not nice for everyone, of course. Most of us here were lucky, perhaps. The other part is that हम लोग भूल जाते हैं कि सास भी कभी बहू थी और हम सब कभी बच्चे थे. I think while framing policies and programs and strategies, I think we need to remember that. And let me recall the other thing. Some years ago, I was at this partly social, partly professional do with a group of women activists, feminists, call them what you like. They themselves call them different things. And I'm with them. So the compare put out an acronym, LMB, and say, let's define LMB. And I don't know if anybody is here from Jaipur or Jodhpur or Rajasthan, but I said Lakshmi Mishtan Bhandar. What they had in mind was, let me be. Okay, women saying that to the society and especially to men. I really have been thinking again since the morning, most often I wish we would let children be. I want to pick up on what my friend had said about counseling, and Dr. Zoya, I think, has left. But to continue from what you were saying, I have this slide that I often use, especially post-epidemic. This has become a serious problem. But now I realize from what Dr. Zoya said and what you had said, there are two kind of contradictory or at least varying aspects. One is there's this huge dilution of the concept of counseling. And the slide that I have shows a washing machine shop. And I don't have a washing machine at home. And for the last 10 or 15 years, I've been worried that even when I go to buy a washing machine, the gentleman or the lady there who advises me about what washing machine to buy, front loading or top loading, automatic or semi-automatic, what capacity, for all that at one point, that person will be called counselor. Washing machine counselor. Anything and everything is counseling, like people have said. But there's also the other aspect that I want to go back to. That's also been said in the morning, but I want to emphasize that. I think for last 50 odd years, 60 odd years, and our moderator will know this best in this house, I think there is irrefutable evidence that when you go to preventive or promotive work in any area of health or behavior or even social endeavor, we professionals, highly qualified professionals, rank the last when the consumers are asked as to who can help you best. It's the lay counselors who top the list. So now, friends, here is a contradiction that I want to put to you. On the one hand, yes, we want rigorousness, we want some amount of systematization and not too much of a dilution of the concept of counselor and counseling. On the other hand, since the morning, it's been said a few times that deprofessionalize, spread the word. Like it was said, medical issues and neonatology problems, it don't get solved by medical doctors. It was by the public health approach. So you want to kind of, this keeps doing, you want to deprofessionalize, you want to simplify, you want to demystify mental health and issues. Do I have a good answer to that? No, I don't. But I do have this to say. Many of us have been saying this for a long while from social science, from public mental health, from health field. Especially for mental health, you need to look at three levels. Mental illness or disorder, diagnosis, treatment, rehab, therapeutic aspect of public health. Mental distress, that in the epidemic we all became familiar with. I don't think there can be a living being on this earth who can say he or she did not go through mental distress at some point of time in the epidemic. The third, mental wellness. So same, I look at it differently, therapeutic, preventive, promotive. And like the moderator was reminding us, I think very, very astutely, I do want to say that while therapeutic and rehabilitation aspects of mental health disorders can still be universal, reasonably similar, somewhat different from UK, Zambia, in India, the moment you come to preventive and promotive programs, especially for children and adolescents, it has to have a socio-cultural, political, economic context. You cannot conceptualize, forget, implement, or evaluate a preventive or a promotive mental health program without looking at the socio-cultural, political, economic aspects. And that somehow seems to be still, with all respect, the 2014 mental health policy document is wonderful. But I do believe, like I've said in the ministry meetings, almost totally lacking on this socio-cultural aspect of the preventive, promotive aspects of mental health, including for children and adolescents. And linked to that, the other issue about
2 minutes
what's
left,
been
sir.
alluded to. Yes, thank you. What's been alluded to, digital media and the range of dangers. What if I were to go out on a limb and say, let's be sensible, let's be rational about it again. हम भूल जाते हैं कि हम भी बच्चे थे. हमारे वक्त की जो technology थी, we used to want to use and our parents did not let us use. Radio, television, whatever. Social media is actually possibly one of the best social support mechanisms as today's youth has. Epidemic or otherwise, if the social support is going down and social media use is increasing, let's accept it and let's see how we can fine-tune it better to a positive direction. Lambasting social media and worrying about tech addiction, I don't think serves the purpose at all.
I want to start with reading a quote from this latest book that I've been fascinated with. It's by Trevor Noah, of all people. I don't know if he should be talking about mental health or not, but I thought it's important because there's so many young people. I didn't plan this, but I thought it's important to read this. So वो अपनी किताब में लिखते हैं, the hood, जिस space में वो रहते हैं, the neighborhood, The hood made me realize that crime succeeds because crime does one thing that the government does not do. Crime cares. हमने सुबह बहुत बात करी क्राइम की और बहुत यंग लोग इस मंच पे इस रूम में हैं. Crime does the one thing that the government doesn't do. The crime cares. Crime is grassroots. Crime looks for the young kids who need support and a lifting hand. Crime offers internship programs and summer jobs and opportunities for advancement. Crime gets involved in the community where government does not. Crime does not discriminate. I really wanted to read and quote unquote. आज सुबह डॉक्टर पतारे ने 2 तरीके के एक्सपर्ट्स की बात करी. I am certainly not an expert by any standards, but I fall in the second category of people if I say, one, जो degrees and as important they are, the qualifications, the credentials, and the second set of people who only have grassroots lived experiences. So I come from the second category of people. मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जब मेंटल हेल्थ और साइको सोशल केयर की बात होती है, हम बेसिक कहानियों को भूल जाते हैं. And I will also want to start from the very first perspective that I found today in the room, and I will not let the elephant in the room be hidden because you can't hide it, and somebody needs to talk about it, right? And I bring a feminist perspective to child rights, right? नारीवादी सोच बाल संरक्षण या बाल अधिकारों के लिए. जब आप एक मेरे फीमेल कोलीग को या एक वुमेन कोलीग को कहते हैं कि आप चुप हो जाइए और मैं अपना सवाल पूरा करूंगा, मुझे लगता है कि बहुत आत्मचिंतन करने की ज़रूरत है हम सबको इन द स्पेस, because if we are saying we are people who run as caregivers, or we are people who run shelters or whatever programs on the ground, we can't let our vicarious trauma, and I say that with deep respect, not with any bitterness, हम अपना जो vicarious trauma या compassion fatigue या caregivers trauma जिसको हम बोलते हैं, वो लेकर आए उन्हीं स्पेसेस में जो कि हीलिंग प्रोवाइड करने का काम कर रही हैं. सो दैट्स नंबर 1. नंबर 2, एक कहानी मेरे पास सिर्फ कहानियां हैं, टर्मिनोलॉजी नहीं है. सो मैं NDMC स्कूल टीचर्स के साथ एक ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम करी थी आज से कुछ 8-10 साल पहले, और एक टीचर आते हैं, हम बात कर रहे हैं SR-HR की एंड कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव सेक्सुअलिटी एंड ऑल ऑफ दैट, जहाँ पे कंसेंट की समझ नहीं है जिस स्पेसेस में, वहाँ पे बाकी चीज़ें बहुत as important as they are, लेकिन बहुत बड़ी और unachievable हो जाती हैं. So there's this government school teacher that I'm working with, and cutting the long story short, he comes and shares his story at the end of the entire training. He says कि एक 7 साल का बच्चा है उनकी क्लास में, लड़का, और वो अपने प्राइवेट पार्ट्स रब कर रहा था टेबल के साथ, और टीचर वॉज अघास्ट कि ये क्या कर रहे हो. तो उन्होंने उसका एक वीडियो बनाया और उसको व्हाट्सएप, जो स्टाफ रूम का व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप होता है, उस पर डाला कि देखो आजकल 7 साल के लड़के भी मैस्टरबेट करना सीख गए हैं. और पूरा स्टाफ रूम बिल्कुल बौखला जाता है क्योंकि भाई ये तो अनसांस्कृतिक है, इफ दैट्स अ वर्ड, बहुत अनट्रेडिशनल है, हमारी संस्कृति के खिलाफ है. और होता क्या है कि उस बच्चे को फाइनली, बेसिकली दिस इज अ, इफ यू लुक एट द लॉ, दिस इज अ क्राइम अगेंस्ट पॉक्सो, राइट? ऑफ कोर्स द इंटेंट एंड अदर थिंग्स विल गेट टू दैट लेटर, बट द प्रेमाइस इज कि आपने एक बच्चे का एक ऐसा वीडियो जो कि किसी भी संदर्भ में उसको मापा जा सकता है, उसको पब्लिक स्पेस में 150 टीचर्स के साथ डाल दिया बिना कॉन्टेक्स्ट के, इनफैक्ट गलत कॉन्टेक्स्ट के, राइट? एंड जब हम इन्वेस्टिगेशन बैठाते हैं, हम बात करते हैं स्कूल काउंसलर से एंड सो ऑन एंड सो फोर्थ, all that this child was struggling with was a urinary tract infection. But it comes out to be that देखो आजकल बच्चे कितना sexualize हो गए हैं with the media, right? One of the points that I want to make, because we are talking about mental health, mental health को सर ने बहुत सुंदर से बोला कि बिना साइको सोशल, जोया ने भी बात करी एंड सुबह जो पाठक जी थे उन्होंने कुछ बात करी, कुछ उनके पॉइंट से मैं रिस्पेक्टफुली डिसएग्री करती हूँ. पर मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जो बच्चा जिसको सबसे ज़्यादा केयर की ज़रूरत है, there's this concept in very basic concept in psychology that we say that all attention seeking kids are just connection seeking kids. There is nothing like, आपने देखा होगा, हम अपनी प्रोग्राम्स में अक्सर देखते हैं कि बच्चियाँ कुछ अपने हाथ पे कंपस से सेल्फ हार्म करती हैं, यहाँ पे सेल्फ हार्म कर लेंगे. And ultimately, when you go and start talking to the child from a counseling perspective, you realize that the child was only seeking connection to their parents because the parents never had the time because वो दिहाड़ी मजदूर थे, right? Yes, please. Yes, please. And this basic understanding of neurobiology of childhood trauma as educators, as caregivers, as social workers, as people in the health ministry, as people as government school teachers or teachers otherwise, this basic neurobiology of the brain, we don't understand. Just like that 9th standard chapter on SRHR that we completely, sexual reproductive health, that we ignore, we say, ये जो मेरा reptilian brain है, the brain stem, this is always looking for, this is the most primitive part of a child's brain or a human being's brain. This is constantly asking the child, am I safe? Am I safe? अगर वो बच्चा safe नहीं है, अगर वो safe है, right? It goes to the next midbrain, right? Basic human biology, psychology, whatever. उसके बाद next सवाल उस बच्चे का दिमाग पूछता है कि am I loved? Am I loved? And the child says, yeah, you're loved. And then only it moves to the prefrontal cortex that says, can I now learn? Can I build on my intelligence, memory, social, cognition, behavior, whatever? So जब safety नहीं है, which is the most reptilian part of the child's brain, how will the and the child's not loved, how will the learning and cognition and the best of curriculums ever help?
Just a small request to the speakers. I know you have a lot to say and a lot to share, but really we need to keep time for question and answers. And so I would, request you to keep your interventions brief, because this is just the beginning of, many conversations around this. So I come to you now, Radhika. I just want you to tell me tell the audience, not just me, and all of us here, not audience, the participants in this room, what are the gaps in law? And what can be done? What strategies need to be put in place, for mental health to be made more accessible, affordable, and inclusive for children and adolescents living with disability?
Thank you. So if we talk about law, I want to start with the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which really represented a big paradigm shift in our thinking about disability. And that paradigm shift needs to come into laws that are related to children today. We do have laws specifically for people with disabilities, like the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act, we have the Mental Health Care Act. But the other laws that are related to children, for example, the JJ, the POCSO, they don't really represent, they need to be looked at very carefully from the point of view of the change that has happened in our thinking about disability. Because we are still thinking from the old paradigm. And if we don't think of the concepts, things like reasonable accommodation, what does discrimination really mean? What does violence mean for a child with disabilities and others? If we don't really look at those things, we are just still fitting children in. And when you fit children into something, you have to change the law. You have to change the paradigm of looking. And that at present, I would say, in our laws for children, because there needs to be it's not just a question of having a specific law for children with disabilities. No, they have to be part of every law that is for children. And that paradigm shift is not at present being thought about. The other thing I'd just say, the second last point I'll say is, within the disability laws, we don't really have a framework at present that corresponds to the UN Convention, because many of our own laws haven't changed. And so there is so many terms and concepts in one law and another law that are different in other laws, that there is a lot of confusion. And that's not good when you're talking about implementation and justice for a child with disability who in any case is excluded. So we need to look at these laws again, and even in the policies, we've got to Yes, children with disabilities, everybody says that, but the how is the next step.
Dinesh, I would, on behalf of the group here, would like you to throw light on what are the major challenges within the national mental health policy and the national mental health program in relation to child and adolescent mental health services. Do you think both the policy and the program adequately address child and adolescent mental health? What are the gaps and what needs to change?
Like everything else in this country, our acts and laws and policies are excellent, mostly. Many of us have said this in the day earlier. What is required, if not lacking, is the implementation. और ये अभी नहीं, ड्राइंग रूम में पिछले 7-25 साल से यही डायलॉग हो रहा है किसी पार्टी में. कानून तो बहुत अच्छे हैं, अमलीकरण नहीं होता है. So that's what is one problem. But more importantly, I want to say something with seriousness. Laws and acts do not by themselves change the social reality, and you know that very well. What changes social reality is action. And so, if you look at unraveling acts, policies, and strategies, for changing social reality, I think what we will need to focus more on is the strategies. And there are my next point. That is, again, imagine a joint family with 6 or 8 people, elderly grandmother, father, one adult with diabetes, one child with disability, whatever. And the mother of the household or the daughter-in-law has to cater to the breakfast, lunch, and needs of all those 6 people. Now, it can't be the same meal. I think the mistake that we often make about adult mental health in general and child and adolescent mental health particularly, I think, is that we consider them unwittingly a homogeneous monolithic group. They're not. Children living with families in the organized society, classes, children in difficult situations, rescued from trafficking situations, children in CCIs, just one broad classification, but there's a whole lot of heterogeneous, very variable, adaptable strategies that we'll need. And the last part, if I might come back for a minute, that also is about, I think I'm going to respond to what you're saying, but I'm also bringing my point in. I am completely, at least in the last 40 years of my career, last 20 years increasingly, and last 5 or 10 years more and more with multi-stakeholder reality of mental health, every other aspect of life. No difficulty with that. But let me also give you an example. A lot of societies and enlightened citizens and users or carers of services of neurosurgery would be concerned about the quality of neurosurgery services, the quality of neurosurgery care. But what should those lived-in experts and the multi-stakeholders group be limiting themselves to? Prevention of road traffic accidents, yes, it's their job. Rehab of people operated, yes, it's their job. But nobody will dare to enter the OT and try and say to a neurosurgeon how he or she should operate. Let's recognize psychiatry, the core discipline of diagnosis, treatment, be left to the concerned technical experts. Multi-stakeholder reality is for the other areas. We often get this mixed up. I'll tell you, laughingly, a joke. UPSC membership interview anywhere, you go as a psychiatry expert, the senior-most person chairing there will not dare to advise any other medical consultant about what they should do. Psychiatrist, Dr. Sahab, आपको ना ये करना चाहिए. नहीं, आपको ऐसे करना चाहिए. So I really request, let's recognize each one's role as well as the multiplicity for appropriate tasks. Let's not get the technical expertise and the lived-in expertise mixed up. That can spell danger.
Sonal, I would like you to throw light as to what are some of the major challenges in terms of accessing mental health services that children from marginalized communities experience.
I promise I'll make it half as short so that I can balance it out. I think one of the pieces कि जब एक 17 साल की लड़की जो कि consensual relationship में है, वो अगर प्रेग्नेंट हो जाती है बिकॉज उसके पास बेसिक सेक्सुअल रिप्रोडक्टिव हेल्थ की अंडरस्टैंडिंग नहीं थी और अबॉर्शन सीख करने क्लिनिक जाती है, तो वो पॉक्सो का केस भी है, राइट. एंड अस्थाना बहुत सुंदर से इसको समझा पाएंगे लीगली. बट व्हेन यू आर टॉकिंग अबाउट accessing mental health as important as it is, it's also physical health that impacts the mental health. It will eventually. तो जब वो क्लिनिक में वो सर्विस एक्सेस करने गई है लेकिन उसका इलाज ही नहीं होता है, उसको लिया ही नहीं जाता है बिकॉज ये मेडिको लीगल केस है या पॉक्सो केस है एंड आई डोंट वांट टू गेट इनटू दिस. सो बेसिक लॉ में भी जब हम बोल रहे हैं कि बेस्ट इंटरेस्ट ऑफ द चाइल्ड, जो कि जुवेनाइल जस्टिस बोलता है या ऑलमोस्ट हर बच्चों का कानून ये इस बात पे जिक्र करता है, बेस्ट इंटरेस्ट ऑफ द चाइल्ड, तो फिर एट लॉगर हेड्स हो गया ना मैंडेटरी रिपोर्टिंग है, राइट? सो हम जब एक्सेसिबिलिटी की बात करते हैं वी हैव टू ऑल्सो अंडरस्टैंड दैट द लॉ इटसेल्फ डज नॉट प्रोवाइड सॉल्यूशंस. सेकंड, बहुत बात हुई इंटीग्रेशन की, कन्वर्जेंस की, उसके बिना ये एक्सेसिबिलिटी पॉसिबल नहीं है. हम अक्सर चाइल्ड प्रोटेक्शन स्पेस में बोलते हैं कि बिना सोशल प्रोटेक्शन के चाइल्ड प्रोटेक्शन इज अ जोक, राइट? अगर लाइवलीहुड नहीं है, माइग्रेंट परिवार है, चिल्ड्रन आर ऑलवेज ऑन द मूव, स्ट्रीट चिल्ड्रन, वॉट एवर इट इज, बिना सोशल प्रोटेक्शन के चाइल्ड प्रोटेक्शन इज नेवर पॉसिबल. सो दैट्स माई 2 cents to that.
Any of you have a last comment to make, quick, before we open it up to the larger group?
Accessibility and affordability of core child psychiatric or mental health services is a huge cry. I think that young lady was correct. Affordability is a huge issue. What was said is true. Public funded insurance programs, and if they can include, which they do not include, most of mental health or counseling or psychosocial care. See, I recall my interest in child and adolescent mental health began from family therapy. If some of you remember, family therapy was because of the child psychiatric needs. And the technical field of family therapy, a lot of identified cases and their patient families require, is much too expensive. A word about the rural-urban, since you had mentioned it and none of us addressed it. We have some data to suggest our own for last 20 years that urban and rural mental health problems are different in terms of quantum, the types of mental health problems and all that. I do not know, I stand to be corrected. I don't think we have that level of data for urban and rural things. But I'll still go back to, and allow me this, mostly let the children be there, support, especially the third level of mental wellness. We also tend to, very often at micro level families or meso level or macro level, tend to perhaps interfere too much. Let the children and adolescents be if they do not need help or if they do not ask for help, except for those in very difficult situations, and they'll grow out well. हम लोग भूल जाते हैं, हम भी बच्चे थे, हमने बहुत कुछ गटरमसी और शैतानी करी है, ठीक हो गए. Let's not interfere too much.
I just want to widen the concept of whom we call children who are marginalized. Bring 1 or 2 more categories in. Ever since COVID, I think COVID orphans, children who lost parents or, families, that's a big group that we need to think about. The other groups really are children who are now living in chronic pain. Pain is something, and we are seeing more and more of that. And we need to start, pain is something, physical pain kind of goes across many, many categories of illness, right from conditions to, children who are living with blood disorders, many other children who are living with non-communicable diseases like cancer, others, and the numbers are growing. So I think there's a larger set of children that we need to think about when we're talking about mental health. Just want to make that point.
Just very briefly.
I just want to add another perspective to what Radhika ji said. मुझे लगता है कि जब बहुत ज़्यादा कैटेगराइजेशन और लेबलिंग होती है वो फेयर नहीं है, क्योंकि कोविड ऑर्फन के टाइम भी वी वर स्पीकिंग टू मीडिया एंड बिकॉज वी वर कॉन्स्टेंटली ऑन द ग्राउंड, आई रिमेंबर 126 मीडिया फोक्स और मीडिया ऑर्गेनाइजेशन रीच्ड आउट टू प्रोत्साहन, और हम भी हैरान हो गए यार, वॉल स्ट्रीट जर्नल से टाइम सबको प्रोत्साहन का कोट क्यों चाहिए, और हमने पीआर पे आज तक एक पैसा खर्च नहीं किया, होता नहीं है, दैट्स अनदर थिंग. बट आई थिंक दिस अंडरस्टैंडिंग ना, क्योंकि जो हमारे ऑर्फन बच्चे शेल्टर होम्स में हैं फॉर एग्जांपल, वो भी तो ऑर्फन है, लेकिन एक होड़ सी लग गई जब कोविड ऑर्फन का टैग आता है कि हमें कोविड ऑर्फन को ही अडॉप्ट करना है, किसी और बच्चे को नहीं करना है. एंड देन इट्स जस्ट सो मच मैडनेस बिकॉज maybe with all the good intent that people online want to talk about it, but the crux of the matter is the child is an orphan. Too much labeling will only do more harm than good, is my understanding of the issue on the grassroots.
I will now.
Professor Brunel, I'm so sorry to interrupt. Professor Santosh Kumar has sent few suggestions. He was supposed to be the panelist in this panel. He couldn't be there. So is it okay if I share those recommendations with the audience?
Yeah, he was one of the panelists.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Yes.
quickly. Yeah.
Yeah. Child abuse, child trafficking, and mental and sexual violence becomes more violent during the time of disaster. He's basically placing his recommendations in the context of disaster. Children and their issues are not homogeneous. Its heterogeneity must be recognized, appreciated, and accordingly, program interventions and policies must be designed. Family official definition is altruism, where we sacrifice for each other to protect, but in reality, it becomes a place for institutionalization and unwritten social practices. Same with institutions like community and workplace. Children's mental health issues should get integrated into disaster response, recovery, and rehabilitation. Institutions, NGOs, INGOs, and other civil society members who are already working on these issues should probably do more and more capacity building and provide more technical support to officials who are in need of it. Curriculum could also be embedded with child mental health care in disaster management and climate-induced situations. Agencies engaged in disaster management should reimagine and recalibrate their mechanism and policies for protecting child rights and providing space to children in its formation with inclusive and gender sensitiveness. Special task force or working group may be constituted to understand suicide cases of children, which happens during disasters and pandemics, as we are talking about. This must also include the homeless children who are not accessing formal structures. Thank you.
So we'll now move to the larger group of participants here, and I really want. I mean, I take this request this and hope I have the permission of the speakers that we really hear from the young people as to what are how we can make mental health accessible, affordable, and inclusive for children and adolescents. Okay, let's not have anyone above 24 speaking on this on this issue. That includes us also. So really, और अगर कोई हिंदी में translate करे, मुझे हिम्मत नहीं होगी दिल्ली में बम्बई या हिंदी बोलने हिंदी में बात करने के लिए, but कोई भी हिंदी में translate करे.
प्रोफेसर 24 साल की उम्र तक जिनका उम्र हो, ब्रिनेल से रिक्वेस्ट कर रही हैं. हाँ जी.
And the question is how to make services accessible, affordable, suggestions, and inclusive for children and adolescents.
Okay, so I think one thing, a suggestion we can do is make compulsory a counselor in a school, and that would help that will help disadvantaged children who are coming from different areas, different problems, let it be any problem or everything that they're facing, any sort of pain. It would stop them. Yes. Yes. It would. Yeah. So that it would stop throwing them out from the school.
Yeah. Who else? Anyone else? If we don't have anyone, we can. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 1 second. That's okay, sir.
See, I have 2 questions to the experts. And because we have to make it accessible, affordable, and inclusive, but I just want to go to the root cause. That with the advancement and more development, we are seeing more increase in the mental health. So, what do you see? What do you see that are the laws? Is it sufficient? Is it enough that we should only discuss laws, policies, strategies, and so on and so forth? Secondly, do we have any evidence which suggests that people who have gone for counseling are later on not forced to drugs and have been cured without using the same.
Any other question? Maybe we can take two more. Yeah.
हेलो, मेरा नाम बरखा है। मेरा सवाल ये है मैम कि क्या हार्मोनल चेंजेस मेंटल हेल्थ से उनका मतलब जुड़ाव है, लेना देना है? यदि है तो फिर क्या हम बच्चों को हार्मोनल चेंजेस के बारे में ज़्यादा जानकारी देकर उनकी मेंटल हेल्थ को बेहतर बना सकते हैं?
सिर्फ hormonal changes क्यों? Sexuality, all the taboos that have been in the society till now need to be discussed more openly. Families, schools, camps, wherever. Open dialogue, surely. और आपने कहा वो भी सच है. No doubt about that. Sure.
I think when we talk about the sexual health, in Mumbai and in many other like major cities, the sex workers which are very below age, like they're 18 or even below that age, they are not talked about very much. Their health is often, kept aside, and even that physical health that is physical health, very mental health has to get. Their physical health is not good, and then their mental health keeps impacting. And I think that's some, like ma'am talked about marginalized communities, we need to identify more marginalized communities. So I think one part of it is also talking about these communities that are not talked about.
I think agreed. Not a problem. Can I take half a minute to answer जो हमारे भाई ने सवाल उठाए थे? सर, भाई साहब, मैं आपसे और सारे साथियों से विचार सामने रखना चाहता हूँ संक्षेप में कि laws, policies, programs, like some of us have said previous sessions and now, nothing is constant. It will be dynamic, right? Laws and acts and policies are also dynamic, progressive as it happens. But like it was said, actions cannot stop for want of policy or law. And by now, at least, we have enough documentation on mental health to say, act. I'll repeat myself, allow me. Acts do not much change the social reality, action does. Social action will have to happen. Act तो कानून बन के रह जाएगा ना.
I'll just beg to differ, Dr. Desai, on that, because I do feel that the law is very important. And yes, of course, I'm just saying, yes, action, of course, but action there has to be a framework and a thinking कि क्या action लेना है, वो भी तो बहुत जरूरी है ना. ना मैं ये कह रही हूँ. I'm just saying, I think the law is extremely important.
I just want to answer what you said. So, women in sex work, there are interventions with them. Within the National AIDS Control Program, because they're seen as high-risk populations, there are targeted interventions. But it's a lot of it is instrumentalist, because from a public health standpoint, there are other NGOs who are also working for sex workers from a workers' rights perspective. And of course, there's a huge debate and contestation in the women's movement whether sex work can be seen as work or is it exploitation. But there is there are work, and there's this National Union of Sex Workers also basically working for the rights of women in sex work and this thing. So yeah. No, she was talking about marginalized groups, including, yeah. So when
2 more minutes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
2 more minutes.
Yeah. No, last question. Yeah. Yeah, sure. We want suggestions.
Hi.
So your point about addressing, marginalized groups or invisible groups is well taken, both adults and children.
So good evening, my name is Christy and I'm currently pursuing my bachelor's in sociology honors. So my suggestion is, when you're talking about affordability, accessibility, let's just first start with, spreading correct awareness about what is mental health, why do we need to talk about mental health, because there is a lot of negative connotations associated with the term mental health. A lot of people, including my category people, also associate mental health illness or disorders with mental asylum. So that wrong information needs to be corrected at the surface level. Then only, when we have spread the awareness about amongst us, among the older generation, amongst the youngsters, then only they can realize, we can realize as a group that, this is an issue that needs to be addressed. This is not something to be ashamed of. You are not alone. Then only they can ask for help, go to counselors to help, go to psychiatrists. They can realize that, maybe something needs to be done. So, yeah.
So, thank you. I don't see any more hands up, and I don't want. Okay, sorry. Yeah.
So, a lot of questions and a lot of conversations in the room since morning. And I loved Dr. Pathare and Harsu Chetan's panel. कि हम conversations तो कर रहे हैं, लेकिन ये बहुत हद तक silos में रहती हैं. And if you're talking about something in a country as large and with the magnitude of India, what are the models that can possibly scale? So this is one of the things that we have worked in the last 14 odd years. बहुत डिटेल में नहीं जाऊंगी, सब कुछ ऑनलाइन अवेलेबल है, आप पढ़ सकते हैं. बट जस्ट टू काइंड ऑफ लीव द सुतली बम्ब हियर एंड देन गो इज द फैक्ट दैट थोड़ा सा, या आई थिंक दैट्स फाइन. बेसिकली
Sonal's will be the last comment, and then we need to wind up. We can't take any more questions or comments. Yeah.
So this heart model is basically that understands कि बिना social protection के child protection possible नहीं है. अच्छा, now जब when you're looking at this entire piece from a psychosocial perspective, and this is specifically for extremely marginalized children, but can be used at different spaces as well, we are saying healing should be the centerpiece of psychosocial justice, right? Now, if our ambition is as big and as far as healing of an abused child of whatever identity, what does that healing mean? So healing with heart. Heart is really an acronym in a country that's obsessed with some. HEART. H is health. Health may be the convergence of basic psychosocial health, mental health, SRHR, and so on and so forth. The basic common minimum, जिसके बिना mental health की बात करना भी व्यर्थ है. E is education, which is again a non-negotiable. A is arts. I wanted to show you a little video. I know we are running short of time, so we will not look at it. But arts-based therapy, जिस पे हर्षु चेतन ने इतना सुंदर बात करी, that has to be the core of this work in the country. बिना arts-based recovery के, because arts are non-threatening for a child. They make a child express. They make, कितनी बार judges ने testimonies लिए हैं जहाँ पे CSA और child sexual abuse की बात 20 seconds की बात सिर्फ बच्ची ड्रॉ करके बता रही है कि मेरी फ्रॉक उतार दी गई, एंड उसके बेसिस पे कोर्ट ऑर्डर और जजमेंट आया है, राइट? आर अधिकार, राइट्स, बिना राइट्स के आप कुछ भी, जितना मेंटल कुछ भी कर लो, बेसिक राइट्स के बिना इट विल नॉट वर्क. एंड अगेन दिस इज द कॉमन मिनिमम, वी आर नॉट इवन गोइंग इनटू स्किल्स दिस. And T is tech, because again, otherwise this conference is around care leavers, children leaving shelter homes. जब तक आपने उनको basic skills और असली दुनिया नहीं दिखाई, that freedom वो नहीं दिया, everything will be incomplete, and the depth of scale will not be there even if scale is there.
Thank you, Sonal. Thank you, Nimesh. Thank you, Radhika. I just have one concluding comment to make, and I would like to recommend very strongly to CRY that in your ongoing conversations, please keep young people, adolescents and children at the center of this discussion. I think all three of us are more than 55. And I said three of us, except for you. And you shouldn't be a minority in a discussion on child and adolescent mental health. So please have more conversations across locations, across marginalizations, across geographies, to understand better from young people's perspective what are the challenges in terms of accessibility, affordability, and inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Brunel and the wonderful panelists. It was indeed a very engaging panel. Now we are at the last panel for the day, which is on way forward, scope of collaboration and multi-stakeholder dialogue, which will be moderated by Shilpa Ravikumar, who is our very own HR of CRY. Thank you, Shilpa, for agreeing to do this. And we have three more panelists with us, which is Manisha Shastri, who is a mental health researcher with more than 9 years of experience in the development sector, engaging in policy, research and advocacy on issues of disability, mental health, child rights, human rights and healthcare. We have Dr. Casey George with us. He's a a very renowned social worker who has been working across the nation. He has worked with the Ministry of Women and Child Development of India for 3 decades in various capacities. He was instrumental in conceptualizing flagship programs of the government, and he was instrumental in the launch of Beti Bachao Beti Padhao, worked as a principal of conducting advanced diploma course in child guidance counseling for 5 years. We have also with us Amulya Nidhi ji, a very close ally of CRY. Amulya Nidhi ji is a public health expert, has extensive grassroots experience in advocacy and action research, and is actively engaged in several committees and organizations focused on health rights and campaigns in Madhya Pradesh. So we are starting at 4:20. I would request Shilpa to, culminated by 4:45, let's say. Thank you. Over to you, Shilpa.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can we just have a quick photo? Yeah. Shubhendu, aap bhi aaiye. So as we come to the final session of the day, I can understand the fatigue also I think many of us might be having, but I'm also feeling a sense of energy in the room, because I think throughout the day, I have seen a very engaging conversation that's being taken place. Also people, experts, people with realities and all, people who have contributed their experiences and shared their thoughts and very perceptive questions has ensured that the workshop has met its objective of trying to start a conversation. And very heartening to see many young people here as well, and so very heartening. So we would like to, since in the morning sessions we spoke about the gaps and what are the things that could be augmented in the policy or the way things are implemented. Dr. George, if you could enlighten us with your sharing your experience of what are some of the issues that need to be integrated with the the way the policy or the strategies are in place vis-a-vis the mental health for our children.
Thank you so much, all the panelists and my friends. I'm Dr. George. I work in the mental health sector with the Kailash Satyarthi Children's Foundation. And I have about 5,000 cases under POCSO. And looking at in 18 states, and looking at the mental health of these children who have undergone some kind of an abuse, we conducted a national symposium on mental health, in which we invited a lot of, judiciary and the associated lawyers and social scientists and the psychiatrists from various hospitals. So I thought how to address this problem of mental health of these kids who are abused at one point or the other. So initially I thought, let me bring them all together once. Then there were objections. People said, if you bring them all together at one platform, will there not be triggered off, or will there not be a problem there, as many visualized? Then people said, you need to take the government into account. I had brought out more than 500 children as the counselors or advanced diploma we have taught in child guidance counseling. So based on our experience, we said, let us have a collaborative care strategy. So we invented the word CCS, collaborative care strategy, wherein I would invite these children who are sexual abuse victims. I would invite their parents, and I would invite all the government people. I think Vaidhi also, I told her once. I invited the Child Welfare Committee members. I invited the District Child Protection Unit members. I invited the other NGOs who are working in this field. फिर मैंने कहा कि करना क्या है? When these children were there, as you rightly said in before, I said, let me introduce something which can bring back a smile on their face. I didn't go back into what happened with them. I never wanted to know what happened with their life. I never invited them to tell me what happened and what was that bad incident which they don't want to remember. I started with some games as I did it in Nipsid. I started with the game. I started with songs. I started with dance. All these therapies with experts I brought. And you said about art therapy. I brought them. I told them, you have the painting skills. Made them paint. Made them draw. So all that they came up. When you talk about the emotional development of children, of the child of adolescent age in particular, he said, let that emotions come out. If you don't like somebody, you will draw it out. If you have a suppressed mode of a person, it will come out on the paper. And literally, they brought out wonderful pictures. I got it framed and all that. I showed them. I sent it to their home. So what I wanted to tell you is that brought happiness back to their children. Can you clap for all those 300 children whom I served to bring out a big smile on their face back? Thank you so much. This gave me the encouragement. मैंने कहा कि हमारे पास सिर्फ चाइल्ड सेक्सुअल अब्यूज के विक्टिम्स नहीं है, हमारे पास चाइल्ड ट्रैफिकिंग के थे, वी हैड चाइल्ड लेबर, वी हैड आल्सो चाइल्ड मैरिज. So child marriage victims and child sexual abuse, they are interconnected. When a child gets married, he is she is raped or he is raped. So it happens in they are related. That is one of our senior officers brought out a book which you should read, in fact, which is called When Children Have Children. And it is a real fact. All these four categories of children, we brought them together and we made a strategy, collaborative care strategy, so as to bring back the smile on their face. And we could do it. We did it at 6 places in our country. We did it in Ranchi, we did it in Nasik and Satara, and also at Delhi. And it was a success. My next plan, or the organization next plan, is to explore the possibilities of incapacitating the people, because earlier one of the speakers said, everyone who does a MSW is not a counselor, or the concept of counseling has a very deeper and in-depth meaning which we need to know. That comes over a period of time. We have counseled so many people. Yesterday also I was there in the High Court counseling a victim, where the victim's mother, whether she says her daughter committed suicide because somebody was talking under 354D, but nobody made a complaint. When she went to complain to the police station, they said, did you make a complaint earlier? भाई complaint नहीं हुआ तो क्या हुआ, बच्चा तो अभी तो परेशानी में था. And now the whole family is under trouble. A child who is sodomized in one of the Delhi school cannot cope up with the studies. He has left for 7 months and sitting at home. You cannot cope up. So there is a need for counseling from the point of child sexual abuse to that of the parents and relatives who are also under mental pressure or health problems. So we came out with this program, and this was one of the wonderful achievement, I would say, and we are planning to rather extend it to all other 17 and 16,000 victims that we are dealing today. That is one of the strategies we have taken. Yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing your organization's experience about collaborative care strategy. And I think what I pick up from this, sharing of experiences, to look at children's positive mental health, which is larger than their situation. They are not reduced to their circumstance. Thank you so much, Manisha. Coming to you, given your experience in the field, would you like to share with us the role of panchayats and the district officials that can be very crucial for promoting and preventing positive mental health for our children?
Thank you first for having me here. Thank you, CRY, for organizing this event. It's very, very important. I think the first thing that I'd like to kind of say, and I take on from the point that was made by the previous panelist, is in terms of collaborative care strategies, and what are these strategies and where do we make these strategies. Very often when we are talking about mental health, we are only talking about mental health in schools or in homes, but very often, or in care homes that are there, but very often, where are these children who are not in any of these settings? Where are the working children who we commonly refer to as child labor? So we also need to identify where these children are located and what are we doing for them. To answer your question specifically in terms of what is happening at the panchayat or the district level, I'd like to state some examples that are there. So in Karnataka, one of the things that they did is they amended the Panchayati Raj Act. And now in Karnataka, it is compulsory for every panchayat or gram panchayat to have a children's gram sabha. It is a forum where children can come forth and put forth their issue, and the gram sabha, based on the mandate that is already provided, has to take up these issues. And they have this system where they tie a cloth outside, so there's a tree outside the panchayat, usually how it is in these settings, and they tie a red cloth for every problem that they've had, and for every problem that's resolved, they replace it with a white, so the community knows what is happening. So one is providing these spaces to young people to come out and say that these are our problems, and we are also, because children are also citizens, right? They are just not objects to be acted upon and said that this is what you need to do. So that is one example of providing young people these spaces. And one of the outcomes that actually came of this is something which is we refer to as the Keradi story, where young people within this community, they realize that alcohol is a huge problem. And I think today we've spoken about children and substance abuse, but when substance use in the community also affects children, it's just not children using substances that's the problem. So what they did in Keradi was, the young people said that alcohol is a problem in our community. We are a poor community, and nobody took them seriously. They said we need to shut down the alcohol shops. What the young people in Keradi went and did is they went through all the garbage and they went and collected all the arak packets, because they know that what the alcohol is bought in. They calculated the cost of that, and they actually made a presentation to the panchayat saying that we are poor, we come from poor families, there's alcohol abuse happening in our family, these are the problems, and you need to do something about it. So children do have the agency to do these things, and local governance systems play a very important role in doing that. Similarly, that happens at the district level itself. So in Udupi, if you look at, they have something known as the Udupi Child Protection Protocol, which is specifically for children who are working. So there also these protocols have been designed and put into place in collaboration with children. So whatever strategies we design, whatever collaboration we do, and I think in previous session we ended with that question of what should be done for young people to make it accessible. I think the answer to that lies in listening to young people, and not just the young people in this room or young people in Delhi, because tomorrow if there is a consultation that is going to happen, it will happen in Delhi, it will happen in Bombay, it will happen in Pune. Nobody is going to Udupi, nobody is going to the back and beyond in UP to say Pilibhit and ask the young kids what they want there. So we can't also have homogeneous solutions for young people, and we need to then also decentralize some of these solutions, because it's easier to address some of these challenges at a panchayat level or a district level rather than at a state and a national level. I'll just stop with that.
Thank you so much, Manisha. We would revert to this. Dr. George has an important appointment to be kept. So any questions for him? Can we take those questions first?
Yeah, we have a program at Goldakhana for about 500 disabled children. And I really regret that, I committed that at 5 o'clock I'll be there to host that program. Any question related to me, if you can ask any. Sorry, sir, I really hurt you. Yeah, if there is anything you can ask about the bonding that I wanted to create between the parents and the children, and the children and the children. I call the general school children also in my programs, and so that bonding I wanted to tie up, and it went on well. Any other questions means I would like to address, otherwise I take leave of you. Thank you so much for your patience and listening to me.
Thank you so much for taking the effort to come here, Dr. George. Right. So thank you, Manisha, for sharing those very interesting instances of, very creative ways of, making spaces for young people to express themselves and to find their own solutions, and not just, treat them as objects to be acted upon. Also, then decentralizing the solutions, that's what you spoke about, which was very interesting. Coming to you, Amulya, given your experience in health, in the field of health, and we've spoken about the correlation between physical health and mental health, but we would like to hear from you as well. What would be the experiences that you've seen, how physical health and mental health plays out, as well as the role of Anganwadis and the people on the ground working with the health area. How can they take it forward in terms of creating a better ecosystem for our children where mental health is concerned?
सो हेल्थ की काफ़ी सारी अलग अलग मुद्दों पे हम लोग काम करते हैं, खासकर जन स्वास्थ्य अभियान के साथ और बाकी ग्रुप्स के साथ, स्पेशली मास मूवमेंट्स के साथ और काफ़ी सारे इश्यूज़ पे। सो मेरे दो अनुभव हैं, जो एक तो हम लोग डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस के इश्यूज़ पे महिलाओं के साथ काम करते हैं। इंदौर में एक क्राइसिस सेंटर है हॉस्पिटल का, जो पिछले 12 सालों से चल रही है, और वहाँ वायलेंस को एज ए पब्लिक हेल्थ इशू बनाने का पूरा स्ट्रगल चल रहा है कि हेल्थ प्रोफेशनल्स उसको एज ए हेल्थ इशू समझे, डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस को। और दूसरा जुड़ा बड़वानी डिस्ट्रिक्ट, जहाँ मध्य प्रदेश से मैं आता हूँ, वो एक डिस्प्लेस्ड है नर्मदा सरदार सरोवर डैम से, उनके मेंटल हेल्थ, और वहाँ एक प्रोजेक्ट चलता था कम्युनिटी मेंटल हेल्थ प्रोजेक्ट, और वो पूरे करीब 110 गांव में, और आशाग्राम ट्रस्ट वहाँ काम करती थी। 6 साल बाद प्रोजेक्ट बंद हो गया। सो द होल स्ट्रगल बिटवीन ए साइकेट्रिक इन द डिस्ट्रिक्ट हॉस्पिटल, 6 साल एक स्ट्रगल चला कि एक साइकेट्री की नियुक्ति हो जाए जिले में, अभी तक नहीं हुई। एक सेक्रेटरी आए इंदौर से, वो एक दिन आते थे, और दो पेशेंट्स आपने स्क्रीन किया। सो इंटायर हेल्थ का जो लार्जर डेफिनेशन आप देखें WHO की, फिजिकल, मेंटल, सोशल, तो वहाँ मेंटल तो अभी भी गैप्स है हमारे हेल्थ के डिस्कशंस में। अभी 3 दिन मैं बेंगलोर में था, क्राई के 4 स्टेट के पार्टनर्स थे, और वहाँ उसमें डिस्कशन कर रहा था राइट टू हेल्थ के इश्यूज पे। उसमें मेंटल हेल्थ पहले तो पूरा हॉस्पिटल्स के सेटअप्स के मेजर इशू निकल के आए, ऑल दैट, फ्लोरोसिस एंड ऑल दैट, बट मेंटल हेल्थ मेजर इशू निकल के आया लोगों के बीच से। और ये कम्युनिटीज़ के साथ जो 20 जिलों में, डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में, ग्राउंड लेवल पे 40-50 गाँव, विलेजेस में जो काम करे, उनकी ओर से निकल गया। सो फर्स्ट टाइम आई रियलाइज कि ऑल्सो कि ये इश्यूज निकल के आ रहा है। यूजुअली हेल्थ के लार्जर ट्रेनिंग में, उसमें भी ये मेंटल हेल्थ के एस्पेक्ट्स नहीं आता है। दूसरी इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट मुझे लग रहा है कि अभी ये टाइम है हमें ज़्यादा एक्शन पे। 49 हॉस्पिटल्स हैं इंडिया में, 27 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में, स्टेट्स में। तो ये जब हम हेल्थ के स्टेटस की बात करते हैं तो ऑलवेज प्राइमरी हेल्थ केयर, अभी मैं डाटा भी देख रहा था, उसमें हमारे पास डिस्ट्रिक्ट हॉस्पिटल के और प्राइमरी हेल्थ केयर के डाटा होते हैं, बट मेंटल हॉस्पिटल्स कितने हैं, सर्विसेज की, इसकी डाटा नहीं होती है। सब लोग निमांस और रांची पे रिलाय करता है। सो बियॉन्ड निमांस एंड रांची, स्टेट वाइज 1 या 1.5-2 हॉस्पिटल्स हैं। सो ये जो सर्विसेज का पूरा मामला है कि ये एक तो अभी उत्तराखंड में, आपको पता होगा, उत्तराखंड गवर्नमेंट नेशनल फैमिली मेंटल हेल्थ सर्वे कर रही है टू स्क्रीन द चिल्ड्रंस। सो एक इनिशिएटिव आया कि पहले तो डाटा ही तो आए। मैं देख रहा था कि नेशनल हेल्थ प्रोफाइल में नंबर कितने हैं, 2000, 3000, 5000 स्टेट वाइज डाटा है। तो केसेस के, वो भी केसेस के बहुत स्क्रीन की, एक पन्ना, एक पेज सिर्फ मेंटल हेल्थ के डाटा पे है, बाकी 3-4 पेज सुसाइड्स केस के हैं। सो जो इंटायर एविडेंस है, जो डाटाज हैं, मुझे लग रहा है उसके इम्पॉर्टेंट है बात करना। और दूसरी बात है कि जो अलग अलग स्टेक होल्डर्स की बात है, जिसमें आंगनबाड़ी और उसमें, क्योंकि पूरा जब हम कम्युनिटीज़ के साथ काम करते हैं तो हमेशा हमारा IMR, MMR, इम्यूनाइजेशन, ये 3 डाटा ही जाता है। आप सब लोग भी काम करते ही देखते होंगे कि यही आता है। RCH इंडिकेटर्स, यही आता होगा। आंगनबाड़ी में मेल न्यूट्रिशन आएगा, लेकिन वहाँ अगर कोई बच्चे का अर्ली स्क्रीनिंग हो रहा है, आप देखिए विटामिन A डिफिशियंसी की वो टैबलेट बंद हो गई, 40% है। BCG DPT चल रहा है, वो तो बंद हो गया अभी। तो वहाँ जो स्क्रीनिंग है, अर्ली स्क्रीनिंग, मुझे लग रहा है वहाँ बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है कि वहीं से केसेस जो निकलते हैं, तो उनमें हम कैसे इन इश्यूज को जोड़ें साथ साथ हमारे अपने इंटरवेंशंस में। आंगनवाड़ी के साथ या आशा वर्कर के करिकुलम में भी मेंटल हेल्थ एक रखा हुआ है। आई थिंक इन मध्य प्रदेश में आशा वर्कर्स की ट्रेनिंग्स की गई, संगत ने वहाँ पे किया है, सीओ डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में इंटरवेंशन किया गया कि उनके करिकुलम में कैसे डाला जाए ताकि अर्ली स्क्रीनिंग हो। और सीहोर में स्क्रीनिंग बढ़ी जब ये ट्रेनिंग्स की गई, तो वो भी एक इम्पॉर्टेंट है कि आशा और जो फील्ड बेस्ड वर्कर्स है, उनके ओरिएंटेशन में हम इन चीज़ों को कैसे डालें, मुझे लग रहा है ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। और क्राई के लिए भी 2 तरह के इंटरवेंशंस है। रेजिडेंशियल केयर इंटरवेंशंस तो हैं ही, बहुत सारे नॉन गवर्नमेंट इंटरवेंशंस ज़्यादा हैं। अगर आप मेंटल हेल्थ पे देखेंगे तो बहुत सारे नॉन गवर्नमेंट इंटरवेंशंस हैं या जहाँ चल रही है, लेकिन गवर्नमेंट इंटरवेंशन या कम्युनिटी बेस्ड इंटरवेंशन मुझे लग रहा है कि हमें ज़्यादा बढ़ाने की ज़रूरत है। और ख़ासकर जो पूरा जहाँ इंटरवेंशंस प्रोग्राम्स हैं हमारे, क्योंकि वहाँ पे हम कम्युनिटीज़ के लेवल पे काम करते हैं, उसमें इनको कैसे इंटीग्रेट करें। और अभी किसी ने बोला कि वाई मेंटल हेल्थ इशू, मुझे लग रहा है हमें एक बुकलेट निकालनी चाहिए, क्योंकि मटेरियल्स तो हैं लेकिन गैप्स हैं उसमें भी। तो वो हम यंग कॉलेज में या बाकी करिकुलम में, स्कूल के अंदर एक करिकुलम दिया जाए कि ताकि वहाँ एटलीस्ट स्क्रीनिंग या डिस्कशन शुरू हो जाए। तो प्रोवोकिंग आंसर पे।
Thank you so much, Amulya. I think very interesting points you brought out. One was that even at the ground level, having medical professional available sometimes is a challenge, especially in remote areas and with marginalized communities. Mental health issues are being articulated in larger health conversations. And I would just like to add an observation also that even for the age group of 14 to 20 or 21, I think there's a rise in awareness of about self, and there's an epidemic of anxiety and depression. And I think it's across class, urban, rural. So I think the younger generation is far more cognizant or conscious of the mental health. But I think it's the stakeholders and it's the systems that also need to keep pace with the demand that arises with that self-awareness. So now, yes, we are very good on time. Thank you so much. But that brings us to the interesting part of we have more time for questions. So if any interesting observations or thoughts you would like to share for this session or overall, any linkages you might find in the previous sessions to this session, would love to hear that. So anybody has anything to share, we can raise hands and we can go. Yes. Sure, Sonal.
Thanks. I think what Manisha and Amulya mentioned, I think my staying here has मतलब एकदम वसूल हो गया आप दोनों को सुन के. And my suggestion or question rather is actually to Cry. Now, we do a lot of these conferences. Can some of these best practices be compiled together, and be available? And maybe illustrated in a way like your background, because हम creative methodologies और arts based चीज़ों की बात कर रहे हैं, but ये voices अगर actually they come to the fore with the creativity, I think the uptake of it by young people in colleges, it should be in libraries, the best practices that you mentioned, they amaze me, right? The amount of agency that children have to put their voice forward.
Mhm.
So if Cry could possibly do that, and Protsahan offers all support.
Great. Yes, noted. This is a very important point.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sonal. I think that's very valid. Okay, sure. Would you like to talk about it, Manisha? Thank you. We'll come to your question as well.
I don't know much about it, but it is an initiative that has been taken by the Department of Rural Development there, and these libraries are being created because you recognize that children need these spaces. So I think in Karnataka we've been lucky because there has been a certain amount of political will that has been there, and there has been some sort of progressive movement that has been happening over the last 30 years, which is where now children also have where in the country do you see children being represented or finding places in Gram Sabhas or panchayats,
True.
So Karnataka that way is setting up models, and like you said, ma'am, you have the libraries now. Yeah. Exactly. So we need more of these spaces where young people can, because all of us remember being young, right? Like what was it like to not be heard, to nobody listening to what you're saying or just ignoring or not having friends to talk to. I was doing a workshop earlier this week, and it was with young people, and we took feedback towards the end, and we asked them, so what are your key takeaways from here? And almost all the young people in that room unanimously said that for the longest time, I thought I was the only person going through this problem, but there are others. And then there was peer learning that happened within that group. So do we provide young people that space to do it, and do we provide them with the freedom in terms of doing it on how they want to do it? We are very restrictive of, no, have this conversation, sit like this, do that.
Yeah.
But you need to give them some freedom. You want to sit on the floor and talk, sit on the floor and talk. You want to sit on a terrace and talk, sit on a terrace and talk. But we need to provide those spaces and not police our spaces and the conversations that young people are having.
And not be prescriptive about
Exactly,
this.
absolutely.
Yeah, right. Sure.
Yes.
Actually, I have 3 children in the SAW, and they are being surrendered by the POXO victims. But even one by surrogacy also. But all the children have a trace of disabilities. One is in white matter, one and some eye problems, and some are speech and hearing problems also. So when we are talking about mental health issues, especially she was talking about the POXO victims, I think we need to develop a system for POXO victims for a better mental health therapy so that they could deliver a healthy babies. Because it's not only the survivor, and we also talk about the child. So the child's life is at a larger, and I have only these 4 statistics, but that triggers me. Is there any statistics like that? That POXO survivors surrendered babies, because as a POXO survivors, they have a lot of mental health issues that naturally affects the fetus. So how that child is being grown, or how that child's life is. So this basically I am seeing it, but that triggered my point. Is there any count on that, or is there any?
So there's this very beautiful book by Professor Gabor Mate. I don't know, some of you might have read it. It's called The Body Keeps the Score. Please, 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 if by any means it actually talks about childhood trauma, or जो वैदेही ने बोला, that is so bang on point, कि वो बात करते हैं कि जो जब बहुत ज़्यादा चाइल्डहुड ट्रॉमा होता है, सिर्फ सेक्सुअल अब्यूज़ का ही नहीं, किसी भी प्रकार का ट्रॉमा, सेक्सुअल अब्यूज़ ऑफ कोर्स हेडलाइन ज़रूर बनाता है, एंड इट डिस्गस्ट्स अस मोर टू द कोर, but the other kind of trauma is no less important, right? And some of these accounts, even Professor Bruce Perry's book, some of these books are some but sadly ये सिर्फ अंग्रेजी में है, right? So एक चीज़ ये, दूसरा कि अगर पॉक्सो या किसी भी चाइल्ड अब्यूज़ का जो विक्टिम है, अगर उसका 2, 3, 4 साल में अब्यूज़ हुआ है, ट्रॉमा इज़ इंटरजेनरेशनल, योर DNA चेंजेस, एंड ये कोई साइकोलॉजिस्ट हमें बनने की ज़रूरत नहीं है इसको समझने के लिए. Just this core, because as caregivers, as social workers, as researchers, as people in the system, your question is very apt, ma'am, and the account is only sadly in Angrezi kitab, but it is there.
Next, we have been over the day we have been discussing. Yeah. Well, I have been in the system for 10 years in CWC and JJB. Okay. A lot of children are being institutions. And long-term institutional care definitely leads to mental health issues. Yeah. So I think we look forward for alternative systems like which is provided in the JJ Act, be it a foster care or be it fit families or fit persons. I think we must start diversing our view. Instead of keeping the children in the institutional care for, I feel more than 6 months is not required, even for a incest case in a POXO victim. As CWC, we must do only for care need protection. We are not for prosecution. Right. An incest case, invariably, we feel let the child's testimony over. I am not bothered about the testimony. I am for the child's mental health. So this needs to be also changed, and this need to have more dialogue with the other judicial bodies also. Sure. So as long as possible, as far as possible, we must try to avoid more number of years in the institutional care for the children. So instead of doing good, I think we are doing harm. Sure. Point noted by the year.
2 more minutes to
I
go.
think sir had, gentleman here had a point, and then Dr. Bhatt.
No, my name is Ramachandran. I'm a former director of the National Center for Advocacy Studies. So mine is more a kind of a request for reflection, and it's also a question. In the sense, in the last few years, it's quite, one says that we have come rather rapidly from a stage where we had no social awareness of these things, social consciousness. There was no philosophy for such a social sector or methods or practices or strategies. So we have come to a stage where formal mechanisms are being created. So when you are discussing acts and policies and strategies, my question is, what is the lag? I mean, you all know what is the need and how much needs to be done. But what is the lag between the time when perception of a problem or a situation, when you conceive of what could be the way towards it, and what is the lag between from this stage, like a stage of talking like this, to actually seeing an outcome where you're at the ground level, it reaches the person who is affected.
Yeah. Very, very right.
I mean, it might be external to the content.
Of course. No, very valid. Dr. Pathak, yes.
Being recorded and I
Yes.
should not speak without a mic. Okay. Thanks. I just wanted to highlight, I mean, this is a suggestion to cry actually, is that really, please do not hold these meetings in Delhi. Delhi is not India. Delhi is not even representative of India. There are much better practices in many states, even in states which are considered as low performing or deprived or whatever the word you want to use for them. Like, Madhya Pradesh is a good example. There are good examples from places like Chhattisgarh and Jharkhand. And I think it's very important to realize that you need a diversity of voices. We have diversities of cultures and voices. And the danger is, my worry always is that, I've attended enough of these meetings in Delhi where there is a tokenistic representation of a few people from the rest of the country, like in a room full of people. And then that is taken as we've done a national consultation and now policies will be framed for the whole country, and which is completely ridiculous. It like makes no relationship to what is really happening. And I don't think CRY as an organization should encourage that practice. I know governments do that, but maybe as organizations in the social sector, we should reflect upon and say, do we want to just reenact the same trauma, that government is anyway doing? So I, very strongly recommend to CRY.
Yes, Dr. Pathare, point well taken.
Offsite.
Absolutely.
Next seminar offsite hoga.
I'd actually like to just add on to what Soumitra has said, is also that apart from doing this outside of Delhi, I think as an extension, the next consultation should be with young people. It should be the young people who should be heard, and we should ask them what they think about these laws and policies and programs, and how do they feel about it. Do they feel that they are represented? Do they feel that they are heard? Because if it is going to affect their lives, and we talk about the CRC and the right to participation, then we need to give them that right to participation within these forums as well.
But if you want to do that kind of consultation, sorry, if you want to do that kind of consultation, and we know that when we do consultation with our communities, you also have to do capacity building for them.
Absolutely.
Because they wouldn't know anything about it, and then you say, "Aapko kya lagta hai? Ye kya hai? Pata hi nahi hai. What are you asking me?" So you have to actually give that information, do the capacity building, and then get their impression of what it is. So it's a much more involved process rather than just bringing people into a room and saying what is your opinion.
Absolutely, sir.
I think this consultation when CRY may have planned, it's basically entire discussion with the partners and for coming from down to here, because I've been to that process, so that's why I think that's the thing.
Can I just say, I would slightly differ from what Soumitra said. It's not that they don't have the knowledge. They have their lived experiences. They may not frame it in the language that you and I, the formal language that you and I, articulate it. But everyone has their own experience and an articulation of distress, suffering, pain, and resilience, hope.
I can just give an example here. So this is something that we had done with the Child Labor Amendment Act.
Okay, 1 more minute, Manisha. I'm so sorry.
I will wrap it up in that. So something that we had done when the Child Labor Amendment Bill was being introduced in Parliament, so I used to work with an organization called the Concern for Working Children. We simplified the draft of the act. We told them this is what the act says, this is what the implications would be. What do you think? So I'm saying maybe perhaps in that sense where you tell them that, okay, this is what the law and policy is, this is what it says, these are the contents of it. You have to also make it available in a language that is accessible to them. They can't be reading the state shall do, is entitled to, none of that. So you tell them what it is and then you ask them what their thought is. And I think as adults, our responsibility is to advocate for young people and then to say this is what these young people think about this law and policy, and we need to take that into consideration. So completely agree with Soumitra that capacity needs to be built. It's just the form that we might do it might be different. It might not be a training program necessarily.
Yes. Sure. Amulya, anything else? Any last comments from your side? Any of the question we missed out by any chance? We can wrap it up.
Shilpa, I think
We're done?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
We are very much on time, this
Yeah.
panel. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
And thank you for lovely interactions.
I know I played the bad cop post lunch, but I'm sorry for that. But thank you so much, everyone, for being there with us today. I would now request Obhigda, who's the Associate General Manager with PRAD, to propose a vote of thanks to our audience. Obhigda?
Thank you, Aditi. Uh, as I'm looking at the entire room, full of energy, participation, insights, wonderful, wonderful thoughts, it reminds me that yes, it does take a village to raise a child. Perhaps it does take a whole country. And it assures me that we are set on the right track. When we have this much of knowledge, insights, and experiences and goodwill, certainly no one can stop us. But yes, it's just the beginning, and we have many miles to go. But the beginning, if the morning shows the day, we must be very, very optimistic. Yes, I can't thank enough Pooja Marwaha, the CEO of CRY, Shubhendu Bhattacharya, the Director of Policy Research, Advocacy and Documentation Division, Shri Dipendra Pathak ji, Dr. Joya Ali Rizvi, Dr. Shekhar Sheshadri, and Dr. Yatan Pal Balhara, all are experts, the Mental Health Consortium, Dr. Pathare, Pooja Priyangbada ji, Professor Brinal, Harsu Chetan, Tamanna Edwards, Minal Mohite, Dr. Kishore, Dr. Amit Sen, Dr. Shailja Sen, Dr. Nitin Gupta. We can't thank enough all our panelists, Amulya ji, Amulya Nidhi ji, Anant Astana, Professor Shantosh Kumar, Radhika Alkazi ji, Sonal Kapoor, Professor Nimesh Desai ji, Manisha ji, Dr. Casey George, and we can't thank enough to all our volunteers who actually, set the ball rolling throughout the day. In the back end, maybe they are not so visible, but their work was definitely visible in all steps. I thank the IIC authority, all the technicians who made it possible, for us so that the entire hybrid model goes seamlessly. Thanks a lot. The camera persons, the online engineers, wonderful, wonderful support. And last but not the least, of course, the CRY family. And I can see so many of us. A big, big, big round of thanks to ourselves. And last but not the least, the participants. Yes, I take it from you. They are not the audience. They are all participants. And I would rather say, I'd rather go one step forward and say, you all are collaborators. Without you, we are not complete. That's why we have a U in the name of CRY. It's child rights and you. So a big, big round of applause to all of you. And I'm sure that in the days to come, you guys will, in many more numbers, come with us and make it possible. Thanks a lot. Thank you so very much for joining, participating, and make it a success. Thank you.
Yes, the event is finally over for the day. Tea is ready and waiting outside. Thank you, everyone, once again.
Yeah, with the distance.